For 3 years, they called him the Sioux family's dog. Aiden Stone, the live-in son-in-law, was less than dirt. He endured his mother-in-law's daily abuse, his beautiful wife Evelyn's icy contempt, and the mockery of a city that saw him as nothing but a worthless freeloader. But they never knew the man they tormented was a sleeping dragon, bound by a 3-year seal. And today, the seal shattered. At a gala where his enemies gathered to witness his final humiliation, the city's most powerful figures, billionaires, tycoons, and the legendary top doctor, bowed before him, addressing him as master. When his wife's cousin tried to have him thrown out, the untouchable queen of Beihai's business world, CEO Serafina Chi, draped herself on his arm and silenced the room with a chilling question. "My man, you dare to touch?" They thought he was trash. Now, they're about to learn what happens when you try to chain a god. The Southern Sky Clinic. Aiden, go wash those herb pots in the back. Aiden was busy dispensing herbs, sweat pouring down his face. Before he could even catch his breath, his mother-in-law, Martha Sue, issued a new order. "All right," Aiden replied. He fumbled, missed a step, and knocked over an herb pot. "You good for nothing. Are you deliberately trying to cause trouble? Are you in such a hurry to die? That pot is worth more than you are. You clumsy oaf, clean it up now." Seeing the mess, Martha Sue pointed a finger at Aiden and launched into a furious tirade. Aiden could only force a smile. After 3 years as the live-in son-in-law, he was long used to it. The Sue family was a renowned medical dynasty, and their Southern Sky Clinic had a century-long legacy, famous far and wide. In such a large clinic, the tasks of dispensing medicine and general chores would normally keep 4 or 5 people busy. Yet, Martha, in her desire to save money, piled all the responsibilities onto Aiden alone. For 3 years, Aiden Stone had worked like a beast of burden in the clinic, doing the work of 3 men. Still, his mother-in-law remained unsatisfied, constantly berating him for no reason, and sometimes, he didn't even get enough to eat. Once, Aiden had merely forgotten to put an herb pot back in its place and was subjected to a ferocious scolding. Martha made him clean the clinic all night long. He got no sleep and had to resume work the very next day. "You're so slow. Are you just eating for nothing? Even a pig would be more useful." Martha kept harping. She had taken a dislike to Aiden long ago. Evelyn Sue, who was seeing patients at the front desk, frowned upon hearing the commotion from the back. Many people were at the clinic's entrance, their intense gazes fixed on her graceful figure. Evelyn was not only exceptionally skilled in medicine, but also stunningly beautiful. Her face was captivating, and some people would rush to the clinic for even the slightest cut on their hand, let alone a headache or fever. If they didn't hurry, the blood might stop on its own. Evelyn glanced casually at Aiden and shook her head. 3 years ago, she had been gravely ill, and even her grandfather, a respected doctor, couldn't help her. A call for assistance was put out. Whoever could save her would be allowed to marry into the Sue family. Aiden had stepped in and saved her, thus becoming her husband by default. To be precise, it was an elderly, revered doctor Aiden had brought who saved her. Aiden merely reaped the benefits. Evelyn looked down on Aiden, deep down, for marrying into the Sue family on the coattails of someone else. Furthermore, for 3 years, Aiden had only ever dispensed herbs and washed pots in the clinic, proving himself useful for nothing else. This only deepened her disappointment in him. First, he relied on the old doctor. Now he relied on the Sue family. He was certainly enjoying his easy life as a kept man. Aiden works hard enough. It's just a broken pot. No need to get so worked up. While Martha continued to grumble, it was his father-in-law, Dr. David Sue, who stepped in to defuse the situation. "I'm disciplining this good-for-nothing. What business is it of yours? Have you forgotten what a lashing feels like?" Martha gave him a cold stare, making Dr. Sue flinch and quickly back down. Clearly, she was not to be trifled with. It was strange, really. Dr. David Sue, though not an unparalleled medical genius, was certainly a master of traditional Chinese medicine, enjoying considerable renown in Beihai. Yet, such a distinguished figure was completely dominated by Martha, who had graduated from a third-rate medical school. He held no authority in the clinic. Fortunately, Dr. Sue didn't care for such matters. He was utterly devoted to medicine, his lifelong pursuit being the popularization of traditional Chinese medicine. An ancient medical text was practically falling apart from how much he'd studied it. After being scolded for trying to help, Dr. Sue could only offer Aiden a sympathetic glance, silently telling him to fend for himself. He then buried his head back in the ancient text. Perhaps due to its age, the script was barely legible, and Dr. Sue's brow was furrowed in worry over a particular prescription. 2 ingredients were missing from the formula, and Dr. Sue was at his wits' end trying to figure them out. Aiden hastily cleaned up the shattered pot, beads of sweat dripping from him. As he passed behind Dr. Sue, Aiden casually glanced at the text. The prescription is missing plantain and rhubarb. Aiden paused for a moment, almost speaking to himself. "You good for nothing. I told you to work, not stand around slacking off and muttering nonsense." Seeing Aiden stop, Martha started scolding him again. This useless man, Not only did he eat and drink at her expense, but he also dragged his feet while working. Go on, hurry. You're an eyesore here. Just get out of my sight. Wait. At that moment, Dr. Sue's eyes lit up. David Sue, have you lost your mind today? Martha frowned, thoroughly annoyed. This time Dr. Sue ignored Martha. His gaze was fixed on Aiden, full of excitement, his entire demeanor changing. What did you just say? I said the two missing ingredients in the prescription are plantain and rhubarb. Aiden knew his father-in-law was obsessed with medicine and valued an ancient text more than any treasure. Plantain and rhubarb. Dr. Sue nodded repeatedly, his face glowing with excitement. Yes, that's it. How did I not think of that? Are both of you deaf? Martha bellowed, seeing that neither of them paid her any attention. But, I understand plantain. What about rhubarb? Dr. Sue eagerly pulled Aiden, who was about to resume his chores, his face filled with anticipation. This formula treats kidney damp heat. However, if medicinal residues accumulate in the body, it can be counterproductive. A dose of rhubarb can act as a laxative, Aiden explained. Excellent. A laxative. Brilliant. Dr. Sue slapped his thigh, a look of profound understanding dawning on him. You two idiots. Martha fumed, having exhausted herself with scolding. Seeing them completely ignore her, she felt utterly humiliated. She turned and went back to her card table, resuming her mahjong game. That good-for-nothing couldn't even do his work properly, and now he was making her waste her mahjong time. Honestly, Martha, a gossiping woman remarked, glancing at Aiden before turning to Martha. Your Evelyn is such a beauty. How could she marry such a useless man? Look at my son-in-law. He works for a reputable pharmaceutical company and earns a 5-figure salary every month. Just recently, my son-in-law even gifted me 10,000 yuan for a new outfit. The woman looked at Aiden with a smirk before smiling at Martha. Everyone said some people were born lucky and others not. The Sue family's daughter, Evelyn, had beauty and grace that could captivate anyone. And the Sue family was a renowned medical dynasty. They could have found any kind of son-in-law, yet they ended up with a freeloader who could only do odd jobs around the clinic. It was all my father's foolishness back then, Martha sighed. But we've kept this good-for-nothing for 3 years, which is more than enough. In a couple of days, I'll have Evelyn divorce this useless man. Dr. David Sue held on to Aiden, asking question after question, but Aiden's mind was on the herbs waiting in the back. Unlike his father-in-law, he didn't have the luxury of leisure. A mountain of chores awaited him, and he certainly didn't want to go without dinner again. Aiden, how did you know about this prescription? Dr. Sue's gaze was intense. No matter what he asked, Aiden answered with such insight that it left him dumbfounded. I've read this ancient text, Aiden replied casually. He had long since memorized this ancient medical scripture. Not just this, but martial arts, medical skills, mystical acupuncture, divination, and cultivation techniques. He mastered many more things. However, his years of medical and martial arts expertise were all sealed away 3 years ago by his unscrupulous old master. The old man's excuse was that Aiden's path had been too smooth, and he needed 3 years of spiritual cultivation to achieve true mastery. Evelyn saw Aiden engrossed in conversation with her father, and her expression softened slightly. In the Sue family, her father's medical skills were second only to her grandfather's, truly impressive. In all of Beihai, only a handful of top-tier doctors could surpass him. If Aiden was seeking her father's guidance, he would surely learn something. Showing initiative was a good sign. A grown man couldn't just do odd jobs in a clinic forever. They would eventually divorce, and by then, Aiden would at least have a skill to support himself. Evelyn had just gathered her thoughts when she saw 2 people standing before her. One woman was dressed in a flamboyant manner, while the other, a younger girl, wore light, summery clothes, her legs bare. Aunt Carol, what brings you here? Evelyn rose. The 2 arrivals were her paternal aunt, Carol Sue, and her daughter, Chloe Tang. The Sue family was a large clan. Though Carol had married out early, she and Dr. David Sue's family maintained regular contact and had a good relationship. Aunt Carol, Chloe, Aiden greeted them warmly. However, Carol didn't even spare him a glance. Chloe, though she looked at Aiden, did so with an expression that seemed to make her eyes bulge. Don't be so disgusting with your greeting. Who are you anyway? Chloe said with a look of disgust. Technically, she should address Aiden as her brother-in-law, but he was just a clinic handyman and a live-in son-in-law. She was a top student from a prestigious medical university. She wondered if Aiden even dared to accept the title of brother-in-law from her. Chloe, don't mind him. Martha glared at Aiden. This useless man only knew how to embarrass her. She then pulled Carol and Chloe further into the clinic. Soon, Carol explained their purpose for visiting. David, you see, Chloe is about to graduate and needs a place for her internship. Some big hospitals are just unreasonable. Chloe is a brilliant student from a prestigious medical university, and they only offered her an assistant's position for her internship. With Chloe being so outstanding, she should at least be a chief resident in any hospital. An assistant? That's an insult. And during the internship, they only offer 3,000 to 4,000 yuan a month. That's not even enough for Chloe's makeup. Carol was quite agitated, acting as if she'd been greatly wronged. Mom, those hospitals just lack foresight and good fortune, Chloe said dismissively, fiddling with her fingers. When I graduate, they'll be begging me to join. I still won't go. The way they treated me today, tomorrow I'll make sure they can't even dream of reaching me. Exactly. Our Chloe will eventually join the best hospitals. We don't even bother with those small-time, unworthy places. Carol nodded in agreement, encouraging her daughter. Aiden, listening nearby, was speechless. These two were truly out of touch. Oh, we have our own clinic, so why would we let the child suffer? Martha said with a smile. Let Chloe intern here for now, helping Evelyn. The sisters can get to know each other better. Martha wore a beaming smile. Her attitude towards these relatives was poles apart from how she treated Aiden. What? How is Chloe inferior to Evelyn? Making Chloe assist her? You're clearly looking down on us. Do you think Chloe is just like that good for nothing, only fit for odd jobs? Forget it then. I'll just consider this a wasted trip. Usually, everything's fine, but now over such a small matter, there's no family warmth left. Carol's expression immediately changed, and she stood up to leave. Sister, please, I misspoke. Having Chloe assist would be a waste of her talent, Martha quickly said, pulling them back. How about this? Chloe can share the consulting duties with Evelyn, helping to alleviate some of the pressure. Martha forced a smile and quickly held the two back. No need. Chloe can handle the consultations herself. Evelyn must be tired. Let her rest. Only then was Carol satisfied. As for salary, 20,000 yuan a month will suffice. Don't worry, Chloe's contributions to the clinic will surely be worth several times that amount. Martha looked troubled. The Southern Sky Clinic's monthly income was only around 100,000 yuan, so 20,000 is no small sum. But to save face among her relatives, she still agreed. Evelyn was somewhat reluctant. Chloe hadn't even graduated yet and lacked experience. Letting her immediately consult with patients felt irresponsible. However, she couldn't argue with her mother and had to let them have their way. Fortunately, most patients at the clinic only had common colds or fevers, so Chloe should be able to handle them. You, come here and assist me. Chloe, barely settled into Evelyn's consulting chair, pointed at Aiden. Aiden, go help Chloe. Martha immediately commanded. Chloe watched Aiden approach, a sneer on her face. You can just bring me tea and water. First, go find me some slippers. I'm exhausted from wearing heels all day. Seeing Chloe order Aiden around like this, Evelyn frowned. After all, Aiden was her husband, at least in name. Her cousin was truly going too far. What are you staring at? Hurry up and go. Martha snapped when she saw Aiden hesitate. Carol added fuel to the fire. It's your good fortune to serve our Chloe tea and water. When Chloe joins a major hospital, who knows, you might even benefit from her success. Evelyn watched Aiden comply, a wave of annoyance washing over her. Deciding that out of sight was out of mind, she simply left to make a house call. The morning passed uneventfully. Chloe saw dozens of patients, and for her, these cases were trivial. I told you, even as an intern, our Chloe is better than anyone else, Carol proudly declared. Those big hospitals that lost Chloe will surely regret it. Carol's face beamed with pride. Those hospitals must have been blind to reject such a promising talent as Chloe. Suddenly, the clinic door was slammed open. Several people rushed in frantically, one burly man carrying an elderly gentleman on his back. Aiden recognized the old man. He had been to the clinic just that morning. One of the men charged forward, grabbed Chloe, and dragged her towards the old man. You quack. Look at the mess you've made. What did you give my father? The old man lay on the examination bed, his face pale, his body convulsing. Chloe was utterly terrified. This has nothing to do with me, Chloe stammered. She had never experienced such a scene before, and her face had gone completely white with fear. Savages. Of course, only country bumpkins come to this clinic. Carol couldn't stand to see her daughter mistreated and flew into a rage. Get out of the way. This quack nearly killed my father. This morning my dad just had a simple stomach ache. He took your medicine, and not only did it not get better, he passed out from the pain. If anything happens to my father, I'll kill you. The burly man's eyes were bloodshot. He roughly pushed Carol aside. He did have an upset stomach this morning, and the medicine I prescribed was for soothing his stomach. There shouldn't be any mistake, Chloe insisted. As she spoke, Chloe pointed at Aiden. It must be him. He must have dispensed the wrong medicine. If you want someone to blame, blame him. Damn this stupid woman. Aiden saw Chloe trying to shift the blame and frown instantly. At a time like this, instead of finding a solution, she was attacking someone else. Was she a dog? You good for nothing. Did you dispense the wrong medicine and implicate Chloe? Carol quickly caught on. If you're still a man, admit your mistake. Don't let Chloe suffer because of you. You good for nothing. Carol persisted. The burly man, losing his temper, slapped Chloe across the face. I don't care who it is. You prescribed the medicine, you're responsible. Now save him. I don't know. Where's my uncle? Call my uncle. Chloe, jolted awake by the slap, frantically cried for help, all her earlier arrogance gone. But Evelyn was out on a house call, and Dr. David Su had just taken a phone call and rushed out. There was no one else around. You just prescribed aged tangerine peel and Penelia? Aiden suddenly spoke, having moved to the old man's side without anyone noticing. That's right. Are you admitting you dispensed the wrong medicine? Chloe was startled. Aiden actually knew the prescription she had given. Was he secretly learning from her? I'll admit to your father. Aiden truly wanted to crack open this woman's head to see if she had any brains at all. This isn't just a simple upset stomach, it's food poisoning. Did the elderly gentleman consume any wild fruits yesterday or this morning? Yes, yesterday my father ate some wild berries. The burly man paused, then nodded. He enjoys sour tastes, so he had a couple extra. Get some mung bean soup, Aiden instructed, glancing at Chloe. Who do you think you are, ordering me around? Don't listen to him. He's just a live-in son-in-law, a clinic handyman who knows nothing about medicine. Chloe immediately bristled. There was no way he, the good-for-nothing, could order her around. He's Aiden Stone, the infamous freeloader. Don't you know that? Chloe's words made the burly man and a few family members look at Aiden with suspicion. Hurry up, there's no time to waste. Go get it now, the burly man urged, forgetting everything else. Aiden's mention of wild berries made him seem more reliable than this quack. Chloe could only comply, but her face was etched with defiance. Being ordered around by a live-in son-in-law felt utterly humiliating. Soon, the old man had drunk a bowl of mung bean soup. If mung bean soup can cure illness, I'll write my name backward, Chloe sneered. Now, even if something happened to the old man, the blame would fall entirely on that useless man. Curing illness with mung bean soup? She had never heard of such a thing. Aiden knew Chloe was waiting to mock him. How about we make a bet? What's the bet? If the old man recovers, you'll run to the entrance and shout, I'm a stupid woman. 10 times, then apologize to me properly. Fine. If this mung bean soup doesn't work, you'll kneel and call me Grandaunt 10 times. Chloe gritted her teeth, eagerly anticipating Aiden kneeling and calling her Grandaunt. However, Chloe's expression quickly changed. As the old man drank the mung bean soup, his condition rapidly improved. A few minutes later, the old man, who had been unable to stand, not only sat up, but was also breathing much more easily. Wild fruits should not be eaten in excess, especially those of unknown origin. While the toxicity of these berries isn't generally high, the old man's internal heat was excessive. Consuming the toxic berries caused toxins to accumulate, leading to his current symptoms. A miracle doctor. Thank you for saving my father. The burly man finally let out a sigh of relief, expressing his deepest gratitude. Miracle doctor, my foot. He just got incredibly lucky. Chloe couldn't believe Aiden actually knew how to treat illness. Had he been secretly learning while doing chores in the clinic? Even if Aiden had secretly picked up some medical skills, he was still an amateur and a good-for-nothing. Did you forget something? Aiden stared at Chloe, then glanced towards the entrance. Aiden Stone, don't push your luck. Chloe's face was flushed with embarrassment. She had never imagined she would lose. Carol also chimed in, defending her daughter. Aiden, if Chloe hadn't prescribed the initial medicine, how could your bowl of mung bean soup have cured him so quickly? 90% of the credit here belongs to Chloe. You, a freeloader, claiming to be a doctor? That's a huge joke. Don't get lucky and forget your place. Aiden ignored Carol, turning back to the burly man. My friend, though the old man is better, one thing is separate from another. You should still pursue the matter of this quack's malpractice. She nearly killed someone. Why aren't you calling the police? You're right. Call the police. I'll make this quack pay. You. Chloe trembled with rage and fear. If this family reported her, she might not even be able to graduate. Gritting her teeth, Chloe angrily ran to the entrance and began shouting. I'm a stupid woman. I'm a stupid woman. Chloe's face burned. She absolutely detested Aiden. By the time she finished her last shout, Chloe couldn't hold back her tears. She had never been so humiliated in her life. Just then, Evelyn returned, looking bewildered, unsure of what had transpired. Chloe clenched her jaw and ran crying out of the clinic. Carol glared furiously at Aiden before rushing out after her. The clinic suddenly became much quieter. What happened here? Evelyn didn't know the details, but she could sense that the atmosphere was off. Ask him. It's all his doing. Martha pointed an accusing finger at Aiden. This good for nothing, just because he picked up a few medical tricks in the clinic, now thought he was a miracle doctor? Luckily, this useless man got lucky. Otherwise, if anything had gone wrong, the entire clinic would have suffered. And now he'd driven Chloe away. Was this dog of a man trying to infuriate her to death? Upon learning the full story, Evelyn was first surprised, but then her beautiful face grew cold. Nonsense. You've only learned a few basic medical techniques from Dad, and now you're pretending to treat patients. Evelyn's face was cold. Although Aiden usually just scrubbed herb pots and seemed utterly useless, he had at least been predictable. But Aiden's actions today had filled her with apprehension. For 3 years, Aiden had worked odd jobs in the clinic, picking things up by observation and a few pointers from her father. It was perfectly normal for him to have learned a bit of medicine. However, he absolutely should not have been so arrogant as to treat patients without proper authorization. Do you realize what you've done? What if something had gone wrong? Could you have borne the responsibility? Evelyn was angry at his lack of ambition and even more disappointed in him. If anything had happened to that old man, not only would you be responsible, but the entire Southern Sky Clinic and the Su family would be dragged down with you. Do you dare say you understand traditional Chinese medicine? Curing someone with a bowl of mung bean soup? Ridiculous. Evelyn's eyes were icy, and her words were sharp. How do you know I don't understand? You forgot who saved you 3 years ago, didn't you? Aiden was remarkably calm, but Evelyn was taken aback. Aiden had never contradicted her before. This was an unprecedented first. Are you suggesting that it wasn't that old, revered doctor who helped you save me back then? Evelyn's voice was laced with sarcasm. First you relied on a senior's good graces, and now you're relying on the Su family to idle your life away. Am I wrong? Perhaps angered by Aiden's retort, Evelyn's voice grew even colder. Aiden's face, however, darkened with gloom. Think what you want. Thinking of the old man, Aiden's heart was a mix of emotions. He said nothing more, turning to continue cleaning the herb pots. You little good-for-nothing. What kind of attitude is that? I see you're getting more disrespectful by the day. Evelyn, how long are you going to put up with him? Divorce him. Go file for divorce tomorrow. Martha's anger flared. This useless man had almost caused a disaster, driven Chloe away, and now he was acting self-righteous. Who gave him the audacity? Aiden paid no attention to Martha's curses behind him. 3 years had passed, and he had thought Evelyn might have developed some feelings for him. Now, it seemed he had been mistaken. He had grown up with his master, inheriting both medical and martial arts knowledge. 3 years ago, he was brought to the Su family. Initially, Aiden was very resistant. But then he saw Evelyn, and she was so beautiful that he was almost instantly smitten. If he hadn't been so captivated by her, he wouldn't have happily become the Su family's live-in son-in-law. The one thing Aiden hadn't expected was that his unscrupulous old master would not only abandon him, but also seal his meridians, causing him to lose years of medical and martial arts cultivation overnight. Thinking of this, Aiden felt an urge to curse. Fortunately, the 3-year period, the final day, was today. This small incident hadn't caused much disruption to the clinic. Chloe and Carol didn't return. After such a public humiliation, they wouldn't have the nerve to continue interning at the clinic. Martha, however, made call after call, offering apologies and making amends, practically ready to drag Aiden over to personally invite them back. Get out of the way. Quickly move. Just then, a commotion erupted outside the clinic. A woman, clutching a child, ran in like a madwoman. Both were covered in blood, yet the woman seemed oblivious to her own injuries. The child in her arms was barely breathing, exhaling more than inhaling. Doctor, please, save my daughter. The woman's face was desperate. Seeing Evelyn, she seemed to grasp onto a lifeline. Evelyn quickly stood up and took the child. There was a terrible car accident nearby, just a couple of 100 meters from here, someone from the crowd commented. The driver died instantly. I saw it too. It was $1 million luxury car. The license plate had 5/8. Must be some important figure. What? 5/8? Isn't that Serafina Chi's car, the CEO of Phoenix Group? Many people craned their necks to look inside. Seeing the little girl's pale face and limp arms, they secretly sighed with regret. Everyone could tell the child was gone. Serafina Chi, the CEO of Phoenix Group, was a well-known powerhouse in Beihai, having single-handedly built her corporation with businesses spanning several surrounding provinces. She was definitely one of Beihai's most prominent figures. It was tragic that she had encountered such a disaster. Evelyn's heart sank as she saw the girl's injuries. I'm sorry, Evelyn said with an apologetic expression. The little girl was too severely injured. Even if the clinic's limited resources were not a factor, and she were rushed to a major hospital, it would be too late. Seeing Evelyn shake her head, the woman collapsed to the ground, wailing uncontrollably. Please, I beg you, save my daughter. I'll do anything, pay any price. The woman's beautiful face was etched with despair, and her cries were heartbreaking to witness. But in that short moment, the little girl had completely stopped breathing. Even if a legendary physician were reborn, there would be no bringing her back to life. Ms. Chi, please accept my condolences. Evelyn heard the murmurs and felt a pang of sadness. Such severe injuries were beyond saving, even by a deity. It was just a tragedy for this child. Please, help me carry the child back, she requested. Don't touch her. I'll do it. Just then, a voice suddenly rang out. Aiden quickly took a few steps to the little girl's side, patted her chest twice with his palm, and then, with lightning speed, pressed his finger onto her Chi-Si acupoint. Aiden's sudden action stunned Serafina Chi. Then, consumed by a surge of grief and anger, she cried out, You bastard! What are you doing? If you want your daughter to live, keep quiet. At that moment, Aiden's arm trembled slightly. With his meridians sealed, he had barely any strength in his hands. It was no exaggeration to say he was completely powerless. Merely pressing on the little girl's Chi-Si had already drained all his energy. You little brute. Have you gone mad? Martha reacted, immediately flying into a rage. She hadn't even settled accounts with Aiden over the previous incident, and now this useless man was causing more trouble at a time like this? Get out of the way. Quickly. If something goes wrong, can you bear the responsibility? Martha knew Serafina Chi's name. She was a very important person. Originally, her daughter's car accident had nothing to do with the clinic, but this little brute was now interfering, which would only draw trouble to their medical hall. Aiden, what are you doing? Evelyn was also stunned. The little girl had stopped breathing, so what was he fussing about? He's crazy, that freeloader. Even if he wants to get Miss Chi's attention, he can't just mess with her daughter's body like that. Is this guy trying to find a new patron? Shameless. Scum. People outside the clinic pointed and hurled insults. Aiden ignored them, sweat continuously trickling from his forehead. Asterisk, damn it. Why isn't this cursed seal breaking? Break now? Break. Asterisk, Aiden screamed inwardly. That old master wouldn't lie to him. Today was the last day of the seal. He wouldn't usually be in such a rush, but a life was on the line, and he couldn't stand by and do nothing. As Aiden roared, something within him seemed to burst open. A surge of warmth erupted from his dantian, then coursed through his limbs and veins. A warm current spread throughout Aiden's body, bringing an extraordinary sense of comfort. The profound Xianqing Qi, sealed for 3 years, surged through his meridians like a caged beast unleashed. Aiden didn't have time to fully appreciate it. A wisp of Xianqing Qi passed through the Qi Si acupoint, quickly entering the little girl's body. Aiden then took Evelyn's usual silver needles. 3 needles were quickly inserted, and a faint blush appeared on the little girl's face. Aiden, you've completely lost it. Evelyn looked at Aiden with fury. She knew he wanted to prove his medical skills to her, but this poor little girl was innocent. The child was gone. Why couldn't this scoundrel let her rest in peace? Snap out of it. Evelyn slapped Aiden across the face. She believed her words had driven him to madness. Little sister, hang in there. Ignoring the stinging pain on his face, Aiden focused. As the 3 silver needles trembled, Aiden pressed hard with his palm and sharply slapped the girl's chest. The girl coughed up a large mouthful of blood, followed by a series of rapid breaths. Quick, get her to the hospital. The crowd was dumbfounded. Seeing the little girl resume breathing was like witnessing a ghost. The little girl had clearly stopped breathing, yet she had come back to life. Hesitating for a second, Serafina Chi wiped away her tears, laughing and crying simultaneously. A few minutes later, an ambulance arrived. Thank you, miracle doctor, for saving her life. I, Serafina Chi, will be forever grateful and repay you as best I can. Remember, do not remove the silver needles until the child regains consciousness. Aiden instructed. He had just broken through the seal and could only barely pull the little girl back from the gates of death. Fortunately, the 7-star revitalization needles could sustain her life. Otherwise, it would have been truly uncertain. Serafina Chi nodded repeatedly with excitement, left a business card, and then hurried out of the clinic. Evelyn stared at Aiden blankly, her face filled with shock. Even at this moment, she hadn't fully processed what had happened. You dog, are you trying to ruin us? If that child hadn't been so resilient, you would have destroyed the reputation of the Southern Sky Clinic and the Sue family. Martha's face alternated between green and white, terrified. Now, she reacted by screaming at Aiden. Get out. The Southern Sky Clinic has no place for you. Get out. Heaven knew how afraid Martha had been of attracting trouble. This good-for-nothing was already a freeloader, and now he was constantly causing problems for the Sue family. Mom, Aiden didn't do anything wrong. Evelyn's expression was complex. Today's Aiden seemed very different. Of course, the most shocking thing for her was that Aiden had pulled the little girl back from the gates of death. Had Aiden's medical skills, learned from her father, already surpassed hers? What do you mean, nothing wrong? This dog nearly caused a catastrophe. Am I no longer in charge of this clinic? Are you actually going to defend this good-for-nothing? Martha fumed. Go on, get out. Or do you want me to physically kick you out? Martha grabbed a broom, ready to drive him away. Unexpectedly, before Martha could swing, Aiden caught the broom. Martha lost her footing, twisted her back with a loud crack, and was instantly in excruciating pain. Ow, you dog. You've learned to fight back, have you? Why don't you just drop dead? Martha cursed Aiden, pointing at his nose. In her eyes, if she wanted to hit him, this good-for-nothing should simply take it. Any resistance was an act of insubordination. I saved that child's life. What did I do wrong? Aiden was remarkably calm. He had saved a life and upheld the clinic's reputation. His conscience was clear. Do you think I'm stupid? You just got incredibly lucky and stumbled into not causing a disaster. And now you have the nerve to claim you saved someone? Without those makeshift medical skills you secretly learned in the clinic, you're less than nothing. Martha's words grew increasingly nasty, her fury pouring out onto Aiden. A hint of mockery crossed Aiden's face. Seeing Evelyn remain silent, he chose not to explain further and stepped out of the clinic. Evelyn was stunned for a moment, then chased after him. You dog. Once you're gone, don't ever come back. Without the Sue family, you'll starve on the streets. Martha stared, dumbfounded, as Aiden walked out of the clinic. She hadn't expected him to actually leave. Aiden, come back with me. Apologize to Mom, and we can put this behind us. Evelyn felt as if she didn't recognize Aiden, but her mother was a senior after all, and Aiden's behavior was truly unacceptable. Do you also think I'm wrong? Aiden raised his eyes to Evelyn. This woman was indeed beautiful, but she was no longer the same person he had first seen. Evelyn's expression froze. No matter what, Mom always acts for the good of the Sue family and the clinic and you. So, she can just disregard right and wrong and openly abuse me without consequence? Aiden retorted, not waiting for Evelyn to finish. Evelyn gritted her teeth. She knew Aiden had been wronged, and she had actually chased after him to apologize, but she couldn't bring herself to do it. Besides, she had endured no less injustice than Aiden over the years. I need some time to myself. Aiden scoffed, a hint of self-mockery in his voice. 3 years, even a dog would develop affection in that time. Yet Evelyn still couldn't tell right from wrong. It seemed that in her eyes, he had always been an outsider. Watching Aiden leave, Evelyn stood rooted to the spot, a heavy feeling in her chest. Aiden didn't know whether to feel joy or disappointment. The 3-year seal was finally broken, but his 3 years of cultivation seemed to have been nothing but a dream. Just as Aiden was lost in thought, his phone suddenly rang. Aiden initially thought it might be Evelyn calling, but when he saw the caller ID, he frowned. The caller ID displayed 3 words, "Little Devil." "Aiden, come quickly and protect your princess." A pleasant voice came through the phone as he answered. "Call me brother-in-law," Aiden said almost instinctively, but then fell silent. The caller was Evelyn's younger sister, his sister-in-law, Emily Sue. This girl was as beautiful as her older sister, but incredibly rebellious, a complete wild child. She had tormented him endlessly, and Aiden usually avoided this little devil whenever possible. "Call you what? You haven't even gotten into my sister's bed, and you expect me to call you brother-in-law?" The voice on the other end scoffed. "Just tell me what's wrong. I'm at the school gate, come quickly." Not noticing anything unusual in Aiden's voice, the other party spoke in a commanding tone. "No," Aiden said without thinking, then hung up. But barely 2 seconds after he hung up, the phone rang again. "You rotten Aiden. You dare to hang up on me? I'm telling you, if you don't come, you can forget about ever getting into my sister's bed. I'll give you 10 minutes. Before Aiden could refuse, the call ended again. Aiden felt a wave of helplessness. Although this little devil was arrogant, she was actually decent to him. In the Sue family, few genuinely acknowledged his existence, and Emily Sue was one of them. 10 minutes later, Aiden arrived at Beihai University. Emily Sue, despite being born into a medical family, had no interest in studying medicine. Defying her family, she enrolled in Beihai University's arts department. With her sweet looks, she quickly became a prominent figure on campus. "Not bad, exactly 10 minutes. A voice spoke behind Aiden. Aiden turned to see a radiant, youthful face, strikingly similar to Evelyn's. Almost like twins if Emily weren't slightly younger. Emily immediately linked her arm through Aiden's. "What new trick are you up to now?" Aiden instinctively tried to pull his arm away. Although this little devil was only 17 or 18, she was well developed, and her closeness was almost overwhelming. "Don't move. I'm giving you a mission. Pretend to be my boyfriend. You need to step up. If you mess it up, I'll have my sister deal with you." Emily glared at him with her beautiful eyes and pouted. "Emily, is this your boyfriend?" A voice suddenly approached. "Yes, he insisted on coming all this way to see me, even though I told him not to." Emily smiled and greeted the newcomers, giving Aiden's arm a firm squeeze, signaling him to cooperate. "Hello everyone, I'm Emily's boyfriend." Aiden sighed, realizing this little devil was practically forcing him into a role. "Uncle, are you kidding? Looking at you. You must be at least 6 or 7 years older than Emily." A flamboyantly dressed young woman, one of Emily's dorm mates, spoke without giving Aiden any respect. Emily retorted without hesitation, "Mind your own business. What's wrong with being a little older if he treats me well?" They were roommates, but the two girls didn't get along. All right, since everyone's here, let's go," said a young man with bleached hair, trying to smooth things over. However, a greedy glint flashed in his eyes as he looked at Emily. As for Aiden, he completely ignored him. "All right, tell me, why do you need me to pretend to be your boyfriend?" Aiden walked behind, shaking Emily off when no one was looking. "There's this annoying guy who's been chasing me, so I'm using you as a shield." Emily glanced at Aiden, speaking nonchalantly. "I'm your brother-in-law. Couldn't you have chosen someone else?" Aiden couldn't do anything about Emily, but she was his sister-in-law, and he felt obligated to help her. "Those annoying guys, they're all just after my looks. I wouldn't give them the satisfaction," Emily declared proudly. She knew she had many options for a fake boyfriend, but none were as reliable as Aiden. Even though her mother often called him useless, in Emily's eyes, Aiden was diligent and quite presentable. Aiden lightly tapped Emily on the head, and her eyes immediately flashed with annoyance. "What are you looking at? You're so pretty, but the moment you open your mouth, you sound like a hooligan." After all, Emily was still his sister-in-law, and he felt he ought to keep her in check. "None of your business." Emily glared at Aiden, huffing, but deep down, a warmth spread through her. No one had ever really cared enough to correct her since she was little. Everyone in the Sue family's attention was always on her older sister. Shortly after, the group arrived at the karaoke bar. Han Feng, dressed in a suit, was already waiting outside. Brother Feng, the young man with bleached hair, nodded in greeting. Clearly, they knew each other. But Han Feng ignored everyone else, walking straight to Emily and Aiden. Emily, you're here. Han Feng flashed a warm smile. Let me introduce you. This is my boyfriend. Emily glanced at the man in the suit and pulled Aiden forward from behind her. Oh, boyfriend? My apologies, Emily didn't say. I thought he was your driver. Han Feng extended his hand, deliberately flashing the Ferrari car keys in his hand. Aiden was long immune to such shallow mockery. He extended his hand to shake. But the moment their hands met, Aiden felt a surge of strength. Aiden's eyebrow twitched. Without anyone noticing, he increased the pressure in his grip, and Han Feng's face twisted in pain. By the time Aiden let go, Han Feng was practically grinding his teeth. The others had no idea what had just happened and walked into the private room, laughing and chatting. This gathering was meant to set up Emily and Han Feng, but no one expected Emily to show up with a boyfriend. Still, next to Han Feng, Aiden was a joke. Han Feng was a man who drove a Ferrari. Emily, I'd like to toast you. With your vocal talent, with some packaging, you're sure to become a big star. Soon, Han Feng approached, offering a glass of champagne. Sorry, my boyfriend doesn't let me drink. Emily pulled Aiden closer, leaning against him deliberately. Emily, young Master Han is lowering himself to toast you. We'd be thrilled to be in your position. It's not smart to refuse him. She's right. Young Master Han's cousin is the vice president of Phoenix Entertainment. He's made countless new artists famous. It was clear that Emily's roommates were all siding with Han Feng. It was a shame Han Feng wasn't interested in them. Otherwise, they'd happily follow him to the restroom right now. Which woman wouldn't want a man with power and influence? Aiden kept popping watermelon into his mouth. On such a hot day, if he were at the clinic, he wouldn't even get cold water, let alone watermelon. I said I'm not drinking. Do I need to repeat myself? Emily pinched Aiden hard and said coldly. Emily, that's enough. Even if you're trying to play hard to get with young Master Han, you should know when to stop. The young woman, who had mocked Aiden earlier, said with disdain. The guy you brought is clearly a shield, and a low-class one at that. Even if he were really your boyfriend, young Master Han would still be leagues ahead of him. Li Ruru, don't go too far. Emily was seething. Seeing Aiden remain unfazed only angered her more. Even if he was just pretending to be her boyfriend, he should at least get angry when he saw her being humiliated. He couldn't do much, but surely he could show some anger? Emily, you know I've liked you for a long time. Will you give me a chance? Seeing the timing was right, Han Feng pulled out a ring. This was his trump card, a ring worth tens of thousands, a hefty investment. There wasn't a woman he couldn't have, and many had been swayed by his money. Say yes. Say yes. The young man with bleached hair whistled, and the others joined in, egging her on. As expected of young Master Han, truly dominant, trying to steal her away right in front of her boyfriend. And you've eaten your fill, now get lost. A woman like Emily is out of your league, Han Feng said. Everyone looked at Aiden with schadenfreude. Emily's boyfriend was truly useless. Someone was confessing their feelings to her, and he was still eating, completely unconcerned. All right, I'm full. Let's go. Aiden wiped his mouth, then took Emily's small hand and made to leave. At this, everyone was dumbfounded. Kid, you seem not to understand me. I'm giving you 3 seconds. Get out of my sight, or I'll be very displeased. Han Feng didn't move, but the young man with bleached hair blocked Aiden's path. You dare displease young Master Han? Do you know what kind of trouble you're in? The young man with bleached hair smirked, picked up a liquor bottle, and tapped it against Aiden's chest twice. If Han Feng gave the word, he'd smash Aiden's head. Do you enjoy being a dog so much? Aiden looked at the young man with bleached hair. He had a belly full of frustration and was looking for a way to vent it. You trying to die, you bastard. The young man with bleached hair was startled, then burst into a rage, swinging the bottle directly at Aiden's head. Several women shrieked, knowing Aiden was about to be in deep trouble. However, in the next second, they were stunned. The young man with bleached hair missed with the bottle, and Aiden grabbed his clothes, pressed his head down, and fiercely slammed it onto the table. Several pieces of watermelon were smashed beyond recognition. A red liquid splashed, and in the dim light, it was impossible to tell if it was watermelon juice or blood. The scene became chaotic. Emily was wide-eyed. It was her first time seeing Aiden fight, and he was incredibly fierce. After a brief shock, Emily became excited. She hadn't realized Aiden was a hidden expert. He was so dashing, overflowing with protective charm at that moment. Now are you happy? Aiden kicked the young man with bleached hair several feet away, then glanced at Han Feng. You dare hit my people? You have a death wish. Kneel and apologize, and maybe I'll spare your dog's life. Han Feng's face twitched. Han Feng, was a man of status. How could he be intimidated by such a minor scene? The power of the Han family was beyond the imagination of such ordinary people. He could crush Aiden with one hand. I only ask you one thing. Can I take her and leave now? Aiden stared at Han Feng, speaking coldly. Han Feng's expression froze. This dog of a man is going too far. Didn't Aiden know what kind of trouble he had caused? Hitting his people was a minor offense. Broken arms and legs were just the beginning. Slap. Before Han Feng could speak, Aiden raised his hand and slapped him. You hesitated. I'm very displeased. This slap was delivered with real force. Han Feng spun around from the impact, blood oozing from the corner of his mouth. Bastard. Are you insane? You dare hit me? I'll kill your whole family. Han Feng's face was contorted with rage as he clutched half of his face, but he didn't dare approach Aiden another step. He could see that Aiden was a trained fighter. Now can we leave? Damn it. Is that the only sentence you know? Han Feng was almost driven mad with anger, but this time, he dared not hesitate. Asterisk revenge is a dish best served cold. Asterisk yes. He squeezed out a single word through gritted teeth. That's what I thought. Aiden said, satisfied. Since you're so understanding, I'll tell you a secret. You've contracted an STD, and she's the one who passed it on. Aiden pointed at the heavily made-up young woman, then turned and walked out with Emily. As soon as they left the private room, chaos erupted inside. Emily, pulled along by Aiden, was surprisingly docile. If it hadn't been for Aiden today, she wouldn't have known how to handle the situation. Don't you dare tell my mom about what happened today. Emily couldn't understand why Aiden, who used to be so weak and helpless, had suddenly become so formidable. Had he been faking it all along? And you also have to promise me that from now on, you won't associate with such trash, understand? Aiden let go of Emily's hand and lectured her. You rotten Aiden. What right do you have to lecture me? What I do is none of your business. Emily scoffed, completely ungrateful. Then you can wait for a scolding. Fine, I promise. Emily stamped her foot fiercely, forced to agree. Want to hold hands again? I saw you didn't want to let go earlier. You haven't even held my sister's hand, have you? Emily suddenly raised her hand, her slender fingers wiggling in front of Aiden. I'm not interested in underdeveloped little girls. Aiden stumbled, nearly twisting his back. Who are you calling underdeveloped? Emily bristled, as if her tail had been stepped on. She was a recognized beauty at Beihai University, curvy in all the right places, and the line of guys pursuing her stretched from here to Yanqing. This rotten Aiden dared to say she was underdeveloped. I'll take you home. Aiden ignored Emily, and they soon arrived at the Su family home. Outside the door, Aiden stopped. You go in yourself. After safely escorting Emily home, Aiden turned to leave. Wait, why aren't you coming home? Are you secretly doing something disreputable behind my sister's back? Emily was surprised. Had this guy eaten the wrong medicine today? Or did you and my sister have a fight? Emily wasn't stupid and guessed something must have happened. Aiden frowned, offering no explanation. Haha, rotten Aiden, good for you. You actually dared to argue with my sister. You're making progress. I told you, to deal with my sister, you have to be assertive. If she doesn't let you get close, why don't you just make a move? Emily smiled flirtatiously. If Aiden didn't know that Emily and Evelyn had a good relationship, he might have wondered if they were even biological sisters. You shut up. Aiden surprisingly found some truth in what this little devil said. Come home with me, or I'll tell my sister you're keeping a woman outside. Emily grabbed Aiden's arm and dragged him towards the house. I'm raising your sister? Before he could finish the word sister, Aiden shut his mouth. He was genuinely afraid Emily would add another cheeky comment. Dealing with Emily was simply more daunting than facing Evelyn. His sister-in-law truly played by her own rules. Upon entering, Martha and Dr. David Su were not home, only Evelyn. Evelyn was dressed in casual clothes, her hair loosely tied up, without any makeup. Yet she was stunning, captivating anyone who saw her. You're back? Let's eat. Evelyn showed no surprise at seeing them together, acting as if nothing had happened. Emily looked puzzled. Both of them were acting strangely today. Aiden was also a little surprised. They ate dinner, each lost in their own thoughts, no one speaking. Aiden, come with me, Evelyn said, glancing at Aiden after dinner, then walked into her bedroom. Rotten Aiden, listen to me. Make a move on my sister tonight. I'll stand guard for you. Emily gave Aiden a mischievous look. Wasn't Aiden so domineering at the karaoke bar? With a little courage, he could make their relationship official. Take your. Aiden stopped himself before saying the full word. He was genuinely afraid Emily would add another cheeky comment. Facing Emily is simply more daunting than facing Evelyn. His sister-in-law truly played by her own rules. Aiden followed her into the bedroom. They had been married for 3 years, always sleeping in separate rooms. This was the first time Evelyn had actively invited him into her private quarters. Aiden, I think we need to talk. Evelyn sat down in the bedroom, her voice still cold. All right, let's talk. Aiden had yearned countless times to enter this room and spend an intimate night with Evelyn, but after 3 years, he knew it was just wishful thinking. Regarding what happened today, I'll admit I misunderstood you, but there's one thing I must warn you about. From now on, you are not to practice medicine recklessly. Evelyn felt uncomfortable. It was the first time she had backed down to Aiden. With the superficial medical knowledge you've picked up from my father, let alone saving lives, you can barely take care of yourself. Is that all you want to talk about? Aiden looked up at Evelyn. What else could it be? Evelyn bit her lip, growing even more annoyed at Aiden's seemingly hopeless demeanor. Aiden was weak and useless, fine. She didn't mind him being a kept man, but couldn't he at least stop causing trouble? Then there's nothing to talk about. Stop right there. Evelyn's anger flared. Aiden's repeated disregard for her had pushed her to her limit. Is there something else? Aiden frowned. In the past, he had always obeyed Evelyn, but she had always been dismissive of him. Now that he no longer wanted to treat her like royalty, she seemed to be clinging to him. Please remember what I've said. I don't like repeating myself. Evelyn spoke almost through gritted teeth. She was trying hard to control herself, not wanting to get angry over a weak and incompetent man. While it was true she looked down on Aiden, she didn't want him to end up in jail one day for reckless medical practice. Besides, it concerned the Sioux family's reputation, and she couldn't let Aiden run wild. The night passed without a word. Aiden slept soundly, but Evelyn couldn't. She felt a strange sense of loss, a tightness in her chest. The next morning, Aiden woke early. With the seal broken, his powers were fully restored. The feeling was like being reborn. The Xianqing Qi circulated continuously within his body, filling him with strength. This Xianqing Qi was something he had cultivated himself, and even his old master had praised it. His master had said that when Xianqing Qi reached its peak, it could heal bones and bring the dead back to life. Aiden slowly exhaled. If one looked closely, they would notice the space around him pulsating with his breaths. You good for nothing. I thought you had some backbone, walking out yesterday. Why are you back? Aiden had just stepped out of his room when he ran into Martha. Tonight, I've invited Chloe's family and your 2 other aunts. You're coming with me to apologize, do you hear me? Martha said with disdain. Without the Sioux family, this useless man would starve on the streets. He was smart enough to know he couldn't survive outside the Sioux family. All right, Aiden nodded. Good, Chloe still owed him an apology from yesterday. Evelyn woke up and was surprised to find Aiden not at the breakfast table. Mom, where's Aiden? Evelyn asked about Aiden for the first time. I sent him to buy gifts for Chloe. After all the embarrassment he caused our family, he thinks he still deserves breakfast. Martha scoffed. Meanwhile, Aiden had left the Sioux family home and was on his way to the hospital. Although the little girl's life had been saved yesterday, Aiden was still concerned about her. The 7-star revitalization needles consisted of 7 needles. Yesterday, he had only been able to use 3. If the remaining 4 weren't applied, the little girl's life would still be in danger. Before long, Aiden arrived at Beihai Hospital. However, just as he entered, he bumped into a familiar woman. Aiden, you actually chased me all the way here. You didn't really think that just because I got into Beihai Hospital, you could ride on my coattails, did you? Don't even dream about it. Chloe Tang's face darkened when she saw Aiden, but then she quickly realized. Aiden must have come here to apologize. He must have seen her get into Beihai Hospital and wanted to curry favor. She thought she could easily get Aiden a job at the hospital with a single word. After all, Beihai Hospital was the top hospital in the entire city, and countless people tried desperately to get in. She, on the other hand, had gotten in purely on her own merits. But to take advantage of her? Not a chance. Brains are good things to have, Aiden said, ignoring Chloe and walking past her towards the hospital room. He had already asked the front desk for the little girl's room number. What are you doing? Stop. I said stop, do you hear me? Seeing Aiden walk straight in, Chloe's face changed dramatically. Asterisk this scoundrel. If he's not here to apologize, he must be here to cause trouble. Asterisk he must be jealous of her success and trying to ruin her. Seeing Serafina Chi again, Aiden was truly captivated. This woman's beauty was entirely different from Evelyn's, a mature, sensual kind of beauty. However, she looked a little haggard now. Ms. Chi, how is your daughter? My benefactor, why are you here? Serafina Chi's expression lit up with excitement when she saw Aiden. If it hadn't been for Aiden yesterday, Yaya might not have made it this far. Yaya's condition isn't good. She hasn't regained consciousness since yesterday and has received 2 critical condition notices. Serafina Chi's eyes were red. Although Yaya was an adopted child, after all these years, she had long considered Yaya her own flesh and blood. Yaya's life hanging in the balance weighed heavily on her. May I take a look? Of course. If my benefactor can save Yaya's life, I, Serafina Chi, will go through fire and water to repay your kindness. Serafina Chi nodded repeatedly. Aiden had pulled Yaya back from the brink of death, so his medical skills must be extraordinary. And at this point, she had no other options. A useless man, truly thinking he's a miracle doctor, coming to a hospital to treat people. Chloe Tang, listening nearby, scoffed. My benefactor, who is this? Serafina Chi frowned. A stupid woman. Just ignore her. Aiden didn't even glance at Chloe as he walked straight into the hospital room. The room was surrounded by many doctors, from the director to various specialists, all with grave expressions. Chloe walked into the room and was startled. Although she had just started her job, she had seen these specialists' names on the hospital bulletin boards. Ms. Chi, we found a way to treat your daughter, but there are some risks. A doctor approached Serafina Chi, his gaze intense. He was Yaya's attending physician, Dr. Lin Xiao. When he learned Serafina Chi's identity, he was overjoyed. If he could save Serafina Chi's daughter's life, he might be able to climb the social ladder. How confident are you? Serafina Chi's face brightened. This was the only good news she had heard since yesterday. 40%. Ms. Chi, you can rest assured about my medical skills. If even I can't find a way, then no one in Beihai Hospital will be able to either. Dr. Lin Xiao added. May I examine Yaya's condition first? Aiden couldn't help but speak at this moment. Who are you? Dr. Lin Xiao noticed Aiden for the first time, standing next to Serafina Chi. Could this young man be her kept man? This is my benefactor. He saved Yaya at the Southern Sky Clinic yesterday. Ms. Chi, please just call me Aiden. I'm truly not worthy of being called a benefactor. Aiden said. The Southern Sky Clinic? You're a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner. Yes. Aiden nodded. These days, there are many charlatans and swindlers pretending to practice traditional Chinese medicine. Ms. Chi, you must be careful not to be deceived. Dr. Lin Xiao frowned. In his opinion, traditional Chinese medicine was all just tricks. Which one of those con artists wasn't using the name of traditional Chinese medicine? However, Aiden truly had some talent, managing to deceive someone like Serafina Chi. He hadn't expected this beautiful and charming wealthy woman to be so gullible, which only made him more confident he could win her over. I trust Brother Aiden. Serafina Chi said directly, without much thought. You absolutely mustn't be fooled by him. He's not a doctor at all. He's just a handyman who dispenses herbs at the clinic, and he's a live-in son-in-law without even a medical license. You can ask around if you don't believe me. Chloe Tang mocked him, kicking Aiden down another notch. You don't have a medical license? Dr. Lin Xiao looked at Aiden with derision. Without a medical license, he wasn't even qualified to be a swindler. No. Aiden shook his head. Nonsense, this is utter nonsense. Dr. Lin Xiao scoffed. Ms. Chi, you must understand that life and death are not a game. How can you be so careless? Ms. Chi, if it were one of Beihai's renowned traditional Chinese medicine masters, perhaps it would be worth a try. But this young man is unknown and too young. I'm afraid he's not capable. At this moment, Director Chen stepped forward. One was an unknown traditional Chinese medicine practitioner, the other a key hospital staff member. Of course, he had to protect his own. Serafina Chi was momentarily conflicted. Ms. Chi, as long as Yaya can get out of danger, nothing else matters. However, remember, absolutely do not touch those 3 silver needles. Aiden said no more, turning to leave the room. 3 years of enduring humiliation had worn down his temperament. Dr. Lin Xiao was startled. Serafina Chi had mentioned yesterday not to touch the 3 silver needles. He hadn't expected them to be the work of this charlatan. Prepare for surgery. Remove the needles. Dr. Lin Xiao didn't believe 3 mere silver needles could be effective. Aiden was just putting on an act, and Ms. Chi, desperate for a cure, had believed this swindler's nonsense. Dr. Lin, is that wise? Serafina Chi hesitated. Ms. Chi, there's nothing unwise about it. Rest assured, I will return Yaya to you, healthy and lively. Dr. Lin Xiao said confidently, instructing the nurse to remove the 3 silver needles from Yaya's body. Beep. As soon as the silver needles were removed, the monitors instantly blared alarms. With Yaya's heart suddenly stopping, the entire room erupted into chaos. Dr. Lin Xiao's face changed dramatically. He quickly stepped forward to perform resuscitation. However, Yaya's condition rapidly deteriorated at that moment. Her bodily functions quickly declined, as if the last breath sustaining her life had suddenly vanished. How could this happen? Dr. Lin Xiao broke out in a nervous sweat. Yaya's condition had been stable just moments ago. It couldn't have worsened so quickly. The group of doctors scrambled, trying their best to resuscitate her, but to no avail. Serafina Chi fought back tears, utterly panicked. Seeing Yaya stop breathing, Serafina Chi felt as if struck by a bolt of lightning, her face turning ashen. Benefactor, Brother Aiden. Serafina Chi quickly reacted, stumbling out of the room. However, she had barely taken 2 steps when she collided with Aiden. Brother Aiden, please save Yaya. Serafina Chi's only hope now rested with Aiden. She wished she could slap herself. If she had just insisted earlier, perhaps the situation would have been different. Leave it to me. Aiden pushed his way through the crowd, quickly reaching Yaya's side. What are you doing? Dr. Lin Xiao, pushed aside by Aiden, looked furious. Aiden ignored Dr. Lin Xiao, taking out the new silver needles he had bought earlier. Several needles swiftly dropped into place. Dr. Lin Xiao roared. You fraud. Get out. Dr. Lin Xiao moved to pull Aiden away, but in the next second, a figure blocked his path. Slap, a loud slap. Get lost. Let Brother Aiden do his work. Serafina Chi's eyes were red and swollen. She protected Aiden fiercely, like a hawk guarding its food. This time, her belief in Aiden was even stronger. Dr. Lin Xiao was enraged, but he dared not offend Serafina Chi. If you hadn't touched those silver needles, Yaya would have been fine. If anything happens to Yaya, I will make sure you pay. Serafina Chi gritted her red lips, her cold command silencing everyone. Only then did everyone realize that Yaya had been fine before the needles were removed. It was only after they were pulled out that her condition worsened. Could those 3 silver needles truly have been sustaining her life? Suddenly, everyone looked at Aiden. 6 silver needles were inserted, and Aiden's arm trembled slightly. If one looked closely, they would see a faint trace of greenish energy, the Xianqing Qi, swirling around these 6 silver needles. Whoosh! Moments later, the last silver needle fell, piercing directly into her Mingmen acupoint. Ms. Qi, it's already past the resuscitation period. Even a deity couldn't save Yaya now. Ms. Qi, rest assured, we will hold this charlatan fully responsible. Dr. Lin Xiao calmly stated. Originally, if Yaya hadn't been saved, the blame might have fallen on him. But now, with a clueless hothead stepping in, he wouldn't have to shoulder the responsibility. Practicing medicine illegally and causing death, Aiden would surely spend the rest of his life in prison. Aiden Stone, you're finished. You're absolutely finished. Chloe Tang knew Aiden had caused serious trouble and felt a sense of relief. This guy couldn't keep getting lucky. He dared to meddle in a matter of life and death. He was simply asking to die. Asterisk beep. Asterisk a sudden sound brought the entire room to an abrupt silence. Then, to everyone's shocked gazes, slowly, Yaya's heartbeat resumed. Everyone's eyes widened, looking at Aiden, who was protected by Serafina Qi, as if they had seen a ghost. Yaya, whose heart and breathing had stopped, had miraculously come back to life. Dr. Lin Xiao stared blankly, rubbing his eyes hard. The monitor showed Yaya's heartbeat becoming increasingly stable. The sight sent a dizzying shock through his mind. Serafina Qi burst into tears of joy. She had cried too many times in the past 2 days. She's all right now. Only when Yaya's condition was completely stable did Aiden finally withdraw his hand. His back was drenched in sweat. This little one's life had finally been saved. This is impossible. Dr. Lin Xiao muttered blankly, unable to believe any of this was real. Thank you, Brother Aiden. Serafina Qi was overjoyed. This was Aiden's second time saving Yaya's life. For both her and Yaya, Aiden was a true benefactor. After a day of rest, Yaya will wake up. Aiden let out a long sigh of relief. It was fortunate he had rested and conserved his Xianqing Qi for a day. Otherwise it wouldn't have been so smooth to snatch Yaya back from the King of Hell. The hospital room was quiet enough to hear a pin drop. For those present, everything that had transpired was simply too astonishing. Once it was confirmed that Yaya was out of danger, the group exited the room. Serafina Qi's eyes were still red. She truly didn't know what would have happened if Brother Aiden hadn't been there today. Ms. Qi, Yaya was simply blessed with good fortune. It was thanks to the hospital's timely rescue yesterday. Otherwise Yaya would have been in danger. This is certainly not the achievement of one person alone. Dr. Lin Xiao, his face ashen, still tried to claim credit. You shut up. Serafina Qi's aura completely transformed. The soft, helpless woman from moments ago had instantly become a decisive and powerful businesswoman. Her gaze was icy as she confronted Dr. Lin Xiao. Director Chun, does the top hospital in Beihai employ people like this? Serafina Qi suddenly turned to Director Chun. Aiden might forgive, but she wouldn't. If Brother Aiden hadn't been there today, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Ms. Qi, it's the hospital's fault. I will certainly give you a satisfactory answer. Director Chin's sweat poured. He could clearly see that Serafina Qi was furious and would not let the matter rest. Indeed, her daughter had almost lost her life. Anyone in her position would be far from calm. Lin Xiao, you're fired. Serafina Qi was a major shareholder in Beihai Hospital. A single word from her could shake the director's position. At this moment, he could only sacrifice Lin Xiao to protect himself. Director Chun, I know I made a mistake. Lin Xiao's heart sank, his face instantly changing. Beihai Hospital offered the best salary and benefits. If he left here, he would never find a better position. I haven't even brought up all the shady things you've done. You've arranged for dozens, if not hundreds, of people to be admitted into this hospital over the years. You know exactly how much unethical money you've made. Director Chun, determined to sacrifice Lin Xiao to save himself, said coldly. Hearing this, Lin Xiao collapsed onto the floor. If the hospital pursued this matter, he not only would be fired, but he would likely pay a heavy price. And what else? Serafina Qi stared intently at Director Chun, making his breathing quicken. You, come over here and apologize to Dr. Aiden. Director Chun looked at Chloe Tang, who was standing still like a wooden chicken, and commanded her. If it hadn't been for this woman, so much trouble might not have arisen. Since Serafina Qi was now protecting Aiden, this woman naturally couldn't be spared either. Chloe's feet felt like lead, and she practically shuffled forward. She didn't understand why Aiden, who was clearly just a live-in son-in-law and utterly useless, could suddenly become so formidable. He must have used some kind of sorcery. What's your name, and which department are you in? Seeing Chloe's reluctance, Director Chen frowned. She just started today. It seems she was also arranged by Dr. Lin. Before Chloe could speak, another person interjected. It seems Dr. Lin's relatives and friends are truly spread throughout the hospital. After you apologize, you're both out. Director Chen scoffed. This was a good opportunity to clean up the hospital's corrupt elements. No, you can't fire me. I got into Beihai Hospital on my own merits. What right do you have to fire me? Despite her nervousness, Chloe maintained her arrogant demeanor. On your merits? Director Chen glanced at the documents handed to him by someone behind. At Beihai Hospital, the lowest assistant position requires at least a master's degree, and medical PhDs account for half of all medical staff in Beihai. Based on your merits, your only job would be cleaning the morgue. Chloe's face was utterly mortified. She cared about her reputation, and being called useless in front of so many people made her face burn with shame. Aiden, quickly say something for me. You're my brother-in-law. Yes, you're my brother-in-law. You can't not help me. Chloe quickly walked to Aiden, her arrogant expression gone. Brother-in-law? Everyone, including Serafina Chi, was stunned. The two actually had such a relationship. However, Chloe certainly hadn't treated Aiden like a brother-in-law earlier. We're not close, Aiden said indifferently, glancing at Chloe. At this, Chloe's face turned green, and she glared at Aiden with resentment. Director Chen, you handle this as you see fit. I will only say one thing. Aiden Stone is my benefactor, Serafina Chi's benefactor. Anyone who wishes to retaliate against him, I will personally stand against them. Let's see if I, Serafina Chi, can withstand it or not. At these words, the resentment in Chloe's eyes and the anger in Lin Zhao's eyes immediately dissipated. Figures like Serafina Chi were not to be trifled with. Now, they were merely unable to work at Beihai Hospital. If they were to offend Aiden further, there would be no place for them in all of Beihai. Brother Aiden, thank you so much for being here today. Otherwise Yaya wouldn't have made it. Serafina Chi looked at Aiden's profile, feeling a sense of awe. Brother Aiden, despite being a young man, exuded a sense of maturity and gravitas. She increasingly felt that he was extraordinary. Aiden smiled. I suppose I have some connection with this little one. Since Brother Aiden and I, and Yaya, are so connected, if you don't mind, I'd like to call you little brother. Serafina Chi had built her Phoenix group from scratch to become a titan of Beihai's business world, not just through unparalleled wisdom, but also extraordinary discernment. Yaya had twice stepped into the gates of death, and both times was rescued by Aiden. This was certainly not something simple medical skills could achieve. She didn't understand medicine, but she could see hints of something extraordinary. That would be my honor. Seeing the anticipation in Serafina Chi's eyes, Aiden didn't refuse. Then it settled, little brother. Serafina Chi smiled charmingly. However, then she seemed to remember something, her pretty face flushing. That nickname was perhaps a little too easy to misinterpret. Here, take this card. It's a token of my appreciation. What is this? Aiden was surprised. This is the Phoenix Group's Supreme VIP card. You can use it at any Phoenix Group establishment, with no spending limit. When Serafina Chi said this, everyone's eyes turned red with envy. There were no more than 5 Phoenix Group Supreme VIP cards in all of Beihai, yet Serafina Chi was giving one away so easily. This is too valuable. I can't accept it. Take it. If you don't, your sister will be angry. Serafina Chi said, feigning anger. With her usually aloof demeanor, this playful expression was indeed quite captivating. That's fair then. Aiden parted his lips, smiled helplessly, and accepted the card on the spot. Brother Aiden's great kindness. This small token is not enough to repay. Whenever you need anything, I, Serafina Chi, will plunge into the most dangerous places without a blink of an eye. Serafina Chi's words once again stunned everyone present. Who was Serafina Chi? Everyone in Beihai knew her. With her promise, Aiden was sure to rise quickly. Thank you, Sister Chi. Aiden didn't stand on ceremony, saying with a smile. That's better. Serafina Chi beamed. It was the first time she had truly smiled in 2 days, and it had to be said, her smile was truly enchanting. Oh, also, your sister has a small favor to ask. After a moment of hesitation, Serafina Chi spoke again, slightly embarrassed. I have a friend whose health isn't well. Would little brother be willing to take a look? Sure. I don't have anything else to do anyway. Aiden nodded. Serafina Chi's face lit up with joy. After making arrangements for someone to look after Yaya, she left the hospital with Aiden. However, just as Serafina Chi drove out of the hospital, her car nearly collided head-on with another vehicle. Serafina Chi was still shaken. After surviving one car accident, she was still full of trepidation. My apologies, little brother, are you alright? Seeing Aiden frown in the passenger seat, Serafina Chi asked with concern. I'm fine. Aiden shook his head. But, Sister Chi, I'm afraid you are not well. Aiden subtly circulated his Xianxing Chi and saw a dark mark on Serafina Chi's forehead, a clear sign of great misfortune. Brother Aiden, what do you mean? Don't scare me. Serafina Chi was startled and spoke instinctively. Have you been plagued by bad luck recently, Sister Chi? That's right. Besides yesterday's car accident, I've had several minor accidents while driving recently. Serafina Chi looked surprised. Had Aiden seen something? Sister Chi, your brow is dark, overcast, a sign of great misfortune. Aiden said with a serious expression. If these words had come from anyone else, Serafina, she wouldn't have believed them, but Aiden was different. She naturally trusted Aiden's words. Misfortune? Are you saying that even yesterday's car accident was caused by this great misfortune? Serafina Chi's delicate body trembled slightly, and she suddenly felt a chill down her spine. Exactly, Aiden nodded. An overcast brow often indicates great calamity. If I'm not mistaken, Yaya helped you avert a disaster. Do you usually take Yaya with you when you go out, Sister Chi? No. Serafina Chi was shocked. She was busy with work, and Yaya was always looked after by her nanny at home. Yesterday, it was on a whim that she took Yaya out to play, only to encounter this terrible misfortune. She was the one who harmed Yaya. Serafina Chi suddenly felt guilty. Sister Chi, there's no need to blame yourself. There is a destiny in everything. Aiden's words sounded like those of a mystic, but Serafina Chi couldn't bring herself to smile. Brother Aiden, can this misfortune be resolved? Serafina Chi could only turn to Aiden for help. Since Aiden could perceive this great misfortune, he must know a way to resolve it. She had heard that traditional Chinese medicine and metaphysics were always intertwined, and today she was truly witnessing it. It can be resolved. Aiden took out a coin and imbued it with a wisp of Xianqing Qi. Xianqing Qi could heal people, break evil, and protecting Serafina Qi during this period would be no problem. This is... Serafina Qi looked puzzled but still took the coin. As she held the coin, Serafina Qi felt a lightness come over her. Her spirits lifted, and she felt refreshed. Sister Qi, carry this coin with you at all times and avoid unclean places for the next few days. If his Xianqing Qi were fully developed, Aiden could dispel Serafina Qi's misfortune with a mere wave of his hand, but he wasn't quite there yet. All right, Serafina Qi treasured it like a priceless gem, and her gaze towards Aiden changed even more. Brother Aiden, you've saved Yaya twice, and now you've helped me with a major problem. How can I ever thank you? Didn't you already give me a Supreme VIP card, Sister Qi? That's not enough. How about I offer myself in marriage? Serafina Qi covered her mouth with a light smile, exuding boundless charm. Aiden was stunned, almost getting a fright. What? Am I not pretty? Although Serafina Qi wasn't deliberately trying to seduce him, her beautiful face was more potent than any aphrodisiac, leaving Aiden's throat parched. You're beautiful, but I have a wife. Aiden quickly regained his composure. This woman was truly an enchantress, a dangerous siren. If Aiden hadn't had enough self-control, he might have succumbed. Serafina Qi was the goddess of Beihai's business world, with immense power. How could Aiden possibly get involved with someone like her? All right, I'm not teasing you anymore. Serafina Qi saw Aiden's slightly embarrassed expression and was amused. Could this little brother still be a pure, innocent boy, even though he had a wife? Here are 3 million yuan. Take it. Serafina Qi took out another card and handed it to Aiden, making his lips twitch. Are all wealthy people so impulsive? You already paid the consultation fee, Sister Qi. That's separate. This is for helping me resolve the misfortune. Serafina Qi paused. Or do you think your sister's life isn't worth 3 million yuan? So, I have no choice but to accept it then. Aiden smiled helplessly. In the Su family, let alone 3 million yuan, he hadn't even seen 300. Having 3 million yuan in hand felt like a dream. Of course, by the way, the person I'm taking you to see is even more generous. Don't forget to ask for more money. Brother Aiden is a miracle doctor. Serafina Qi restarted the car and sped off. Soon, they arrived at a magnificent estate. The mansion exuded grandeur and opulence. This is considered the wealthiest place in all of Beihai. Just this estate alone is worth over 1 billion yuan. Serafina Qi explained, noticing Aiden's surprise. It truly is a place of wealth. Aiden thought, secretly astonished. Ms. Qi has arrived. As they reached a villa, an old man greeted them warmly. I've come to see Elder Fu. Serafina Qi glanced at the old man, who was the Fu family's butler, having served them for decades. He was almost like a family member. The Fu family was a prominent name in Beihai, and the Fu group controlled half of Beihai's economic lifeline. Moreover, the Fu family's industries radiated across the surrounding provinces, making them incredibly powerful. Phoenix Group also had a partnership with the Fu group, which was why Serafina Qi had a close relationship with the Fu family. Dr. Fong just went in. He must be examining the elder now. Please be quiet as you go upstairs. The old butler escorted them to the stairs, advising them. I didn't expect Elder Fu to invite Dr. Fong. Serafina Qi was somewhat surprised. Dr. Fong? The name sounds familiar. Aiden couldn't recall where he had heard that name. Fong Qinghan, known as Beihai's top doctor, renowned in the medical field. Brother Aiden should have heard his name. He left Beihai 2 years ago, but Elder Fu managed to invite him back. Aiden suddenly remembered. He had indeed heard that name. After all, the Su family was a traditional Chinese medicine family, so Aiden naturally knew about some famous doctors in Beihai. At that moment, in a room, a group of people surrounded an elderly man. The old man sat in a wheelchair, looking frail and listless. This was Elder Fu, the patriarch behind the Fu group. Compared to Serafina Qi, a rising star, Elder Fu's name is even more well-known in Beihai. Dr. Fong, what illness does Grandpa have? Behind the wheelchair stood a young woman, her lips slightly parted, her brows etched with worry. How strange. Dr. Fong muttered to himself, shaking his head and frowning. Elder Fu's pulse was surprisingly steady, yet his physical symptoms suggested he had one foot in the grave, showing signs of severe decline. Dr. Fong, please speak your mind. Yuqing Fu's eyes flickered slightly. Her grandfather had been in this state for some time, worsening day by day. Many doctors had been at a loss, including several renowned traditional Chinese medicine practitioners. Elder Fu's illness is indeed peculiar. He has blood deficiency and weakness. However, I will first perform acupuncture, then prescribe a few doses of medicine. He should improve after a few days of recovery. Although Dr. Fong was somewhat puzzled, he didn't dwell on it. Even if Elder Fu showed signs of severe decline, his medical skills were fully capable of curing him, though it would require some effort. Serafina Qi and Aiden had already entered the room. Aiden's brows slightly twitched as he looked at the elder in the wheelchair. Ms. Qi, you're here. Yuqing Fu noticed Serafina Qi and Aiden, then spoke. Yuqing, how is Elder Fu's condition? Serafina Qi nodded to Yuqing Fu. Not very good, but with Dr. Fong here, Grandpa should be fine soon. Yuqing Fu forced a smile. Don't worry, little sister. Dr. Fong's medical skills are unparalleled in Beihai. You won't find anyone else to rival him. A young man spoke at this moment. This was Liam Fu, Elder Fu's eldest grandson, and it was he who had invited Dr. Fong. Ms. Qi, who is this? Liam Fu's gaze lingered on Serafina Qi for a moment, then shifted to Aiden, a flicker of surprise in his deep eyes. This is Aiden Stone, a miracle doctor I specifically invited for Elder Fu. Feeling Liam Fu's gaze, Serafina Qi looked away. Liam Fu had been pursuing her for a long time, but she had no good feelings for this eldest son of the Fu family. Miracle doctor? Ms. Qi, are you joking? Liam Fu was dumbfounded and couldn't help but scoff. Aiden looked quite young. How could he possibly be called a miracle doctor? Yuqing Fu also glanced at Aiden in surprise. However, Ms. Qi was always composed and serious, and she wouldn't joke about Elder Fu's condition. Asterisk, she must have been deceived by this young man. Asterisk, she just wondered what kind of spell this person had cast on Ms. Qi to make her say such nonsense. Serafina Qi saw the looks in their eyes and knew they didn't believe her. She wanted to explain, but was stopped by Aiden. Serafina Qi was puzzled but remained silent. Young man, are you also a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner? At this moment, Dr. Fong suddenly spoke. I know a little bit. Not bad. It's good to be humble in front of elders. You are indeed a promising talent. Dr. Fong nodded, praising him. However, at your young age, don't pretend to be a doctor using the name of traditional Chinese medicine. My revival clinic is recruiting apprentices. If you are truly interested in traditional Chinese medicine, you can start as an apprentice there. Dr. Fong's advice is well taken. Aiden did not argue. Ignoring Aiden, Dr. Fong quickly took out a set of silver needles and began to perform acupuncture. The 9 needles of rejuvenation? Aiden's eyes flickered as he watched Dr. Fong's technique. Oh, you actually recognize the 9 needles of rejuvenation. Dr. Fong was quite surprised. He had thought this young man was merely a charlatan using traditional Chinese medicine as a facade. He hadn't expected him to have such insight. Since you recognize it, then learn it well. How much you learn depends on your comprehension. Dr. Fong looked proud. The 9 needles of rejuvenation had long been lost. Many years ago, he was guided by a wise master and achieved enlightenment, thus mastering this set of acupuncture techniques. And it was with the 9 needles of rejuvenation that Dr. Fong became a grandmaster of traditional Chinese medicine, renowned throughout Beihai. One by one, the silver needles were inserted, and Elder Fu's aged face began to regain vitality. Like a withered tree in spring, Elder Fu seemed to have aged back 10 years in an instant, astonishing everyone. See? This is what a true miracle doctor looks like. Liam Fu was excited. Dr. Fong was his guest, and if he could cure Elder Fu, it would be a major accomplishment. Then, he would propose to Elder Fu to marry Serafina Qi. Aiden knew those words were meant for him, but he didn't seem to have offended Liam Fu. Yet Liam Fu harbored deep hostility towards him. Was it because of Serafina Qi? Aiden sighed, concluding that indeed, a beautiful woman often brings trouble. Elder Fu's condition rapidly improved, and his complexion turned rosy. He looked like a completely different person from his near-death state earlier. Finishing the acupuncture, Dr. Fong confidently withdrew his hands. All right, I'll write a prescription. After 2 days of recuperation, Elder Fu will be back to normal. Thank you, Dr. Fong. Yuqing Fu was overjoyed. Dr. Fong truly lived up to his reputation as Beihai's top physician. With his intervention, Elder Fu's condition had indeed improved. Ms. Qi, I apologize for making you come all this way for nothing. Yuqing Fu then looked at Serafina Qi, speaking with slight apology. Serafina Chi had helped the Fu family a great deal during this time. It's no trouble. It's good that Elder Fu is well. Serafina Chi secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, she hadn't pushed Brother Aiden forward. Dr. Fong had been famous for many years, and even if Brother Aiden's medical skills were excellent, there might still be some gap. Dr. Fong. The Fu family cheered in unison. Just then, Aiden suddenly spoke. Young man, if you wish to become an apprentice, go to the revival clinic first. Dr. Fong glanced at Aiden, already guessing what Aiden was about to say. Aiden was startled, then shook his head. Dr. Fong, you misunderstand. I meant to say that Elder Fu's illness is probably not what you imagine. At these words, the room suddenly fell silent. Nonsense. Dr. Fong is not someone you, a junior, can question. Liam Fu immediately exploded in anger. What was Dr. Fong's status? Was this guy trying to discredit him without even knowing who he was? You were brought by Ms. Chi, so I'll give Ms. Chi some face. However, if you continue to speak such nonsense, I will not let you off. Yuqing Fu also frowned. Her words, though cold, still showed some courtesy, which was for Serafina Chi's sake. The other Fu family members also pointed and whispered. Aiden was not only a charlatan but also seemed to have lost his mind. Oh, young man, what is your esteemed opinion? Dr. Fong found it amusing. It had been a long time since anyone had dared to question him like this. Elder Fu's illness lies in a knot that cannot be treated by medicine alone. Dr. Fong's use of the 9 needles of rejuvenation can only temporarily gather vitality. It cannot solve the root cause. Aiden said with a serious expression. Liam Fu looked at Aiden as if he were an idiot. Have you lost your mind? You actually dare to offer such an esteemed opinion. If the root cause is not found, Elder Fu will not last more than 7 days. Aiden ignored Liam Fu and continued. How dare you? You good for nothing. You dare curse my grandpa? Get out before I lose my temper. Liam Fu rolled up his sleeves, making to step forward and fight. The Fu family members were furious. Even Dr. Fong's smile disappeared. Aiden was truly ignorant. I'll give you 30 seconds to leave here, or don't blame me for being impolite. Yuqing Fu spoke, and the crowd immediately quieted down. This eldest daughter was Elder Fu's most beloved granddaughter, and her influence in the Fu family was second only to Elder Fu himself. Aiden frowned. He had kindly warned them out of respect for Serafina Chi, but it seemed to be useless. Sister Chi, I'll take my leave now. Aiden did not hesitate and turned to depart. Serafina Chi was startled, then chased after him. Dr. Fong, my apologies. Yuqing Fu saw them leave, her eyes flickering. It seemed Miss Chi had truly been fooled by Aiden. Such things are common. Dr. Fong waved his hand and began to walk out. Wait, Grandpa. Yuqing Fu then glanced at Elder Fu, and her face changed dramatically. Everyone looked over, only to see the vitality on Elder Fu's face slowly fade, returning to his frail state from earlier. He even looked a few years older than before. How could this happen? Dr. Fong was shocked and quickly stepped forward to check his pulse. But Elder Fu's pulse remained steady. Dr. Fong frowned deeply. Everything that happened was truly too bizarre. Brother Aiden, will Elder Fu truly not last 7 days? Even Serafina Chi, who deeply trusted Aiden, had some doubts now. Exactly, but you didn't even check Elder Fu's pulse. How can you tell all this? Everyone has a unique aura. Sometimes, without checking the pulse, one can diagnose by observing this energy. Aiden explained. Serafina Chi nodded, half understanding. By the way, Sister Chi, have you been visiting this place often recently? Aiden paused, then continued. That's right. Serafina Chi nodded, wondering why Aiden asked. For the next few days, it would be best not to come here again. Why? Serafina Chi was startled, then suddenly realized something. Are you saying that my recent bad luck might be related to the Fu family? Serafina Chi's eyes widened. Exactly. Aiden said no more, but Serafina Chi's face was filled with shock. Little brother, are you sure you're not a charlatan? If Aiden hadn't already saved Yaya twice, Serafina Chi would seriously suspect this little brother was a con artist. Serafina Chi wanted to ask Aiden to save Elder Fu, but recalling the Fu family's attitude, she chose to remain silent. Just then, Aiden's phone vibrated. When he answered, Martha's sharp voice rang out. Aiden, where did you go to buy gifts? Now, immediately get yourself to Tianwei restaurant. I'll drive you there. Serafina Chi had clearly overheard and looked peculiar. She stepped on the accelerator, and the car sped off. Little brother, if you have any troubles, remember to come to me. Your sister will take care of you. Soon after, the car pulled up smoothly at Tianwei restaurant. As Aiden got out, Serafina Chi leaned out the window. Her beautiful face, with a hint of allure, drew glances from passers-by. Aiden practically fled into Tianwei restaurant. He saw many passers-by whose eyes were red with envy. This little brother is truly interesting. Serafina Chi chuckled, glanced at Tianwei restaurant, and made a phone call. Not far away, 2 people witnessed this scene. It was Chloe Tang and her mother, Carol Sue. Mom, do you believe it now? This Aiden has hooked up with Serafina Chi. Their relationship is very unusual. Chloe Tang's face was complex, her arrogance gone. Is this Serafina Chi really that powerful? Carol Sue was dumbfounded. Aiden was just a live-in son-in-law, a good-for-nothing. When did he become so influential, being chauffeured in a $1 million luxury car? The CEO of Phoenix Group, the undisputed queen of Beihai's business world. Is she powerful? You tell me. Chloe Tang had been fired and was quite resentful. She had researched a lot about Serafina Chi online and was increasingly alarmed by what she found. We shouldn't provoke Aiden anymore. Should we just go back? Chloe Tang was a little scared. She definitely couldn't afford Aiden's apology. No backbone. You came all this way, just don't provoke him. Say some nice things today, and maybe you'll still have a chance. Carol Sue had initially intended to confront Aiden, but now she was also afraid. Don't mention today's events, lest your aunt knows and brags in front of me. Carol Sue paused, then continued. Meanwhile, Aiden walked into Tianyue restaurant. This was a very famous place in Beihai. Hosting a dinner here to apologize truly cost a fortune. Aiden, where's the gift? Martha's face darkened when she saw Aiden enter the private room empty-handed. I forgot to buy it. After leaving the Fu family estate, he rushed straight here. Aiden had no time to buy a gift. What else can you do besides being a kept man? Martha said angrily. This good-for-nothing ran out early in the morning, and now he came back empty-handed? Mom, I prepared a gift for Chloe. It should be enough. Evelyn stood by, frowning. If Aiden was unhappy, he should say so directly. Being so passive-aggressive wasn't manly. When you see Chloe later, apologize properly, or else you'll be in for it. Carol Sue slammed the table, her temper flaring. This good-for-nothing made mistakes, and they had to clean up his mess. Soon, Evelyn's two other aunts arrived one after another. However, seeing them bring their entire families, Carol Sue felt a pang of pain. Tianwei restaurant's average cost per person was 1 to 2,000 yuan. With over a dozen people, her wallet wouldn't be able to handle it. Asterisk, it's all because of this good-for-nothing, always causing trouble. Asterisk. Finally, Chloe and her mother, the main guests, made their appearance. Carol, Chloe, you're finally here. Martha greeted them with a beaming smile. Everyone exchanged warm greetings. Aiden was pulled up by Evelyn. Although Evelyn felt her mother was overreacting, since the money was already spent, she had to make sure her aunt and Chloe were satisfied. Brother-in-law. After greeting everyone one by one, Chloe finally looked at Aiden, the two words coming out with some difficulty. Brother-in-law. Martha and Evelyn were both stunned. Chloe's attitude towards Aiden yesterday was completely different. Why was she calling him brother-in-law today? And sit down. Aiden nodded, speaking indifferently. Give that seat to Chloe, you sit over there. Martha pointed to a corner seat as soon as Aiden finished speaking. No, I'll sit over there. Chloe quickly shook her head, rushing to take the corner seat. Martha was utterly confused, then glared at Aiden. See how sensible Chloe is. The private room was filled with people, lively with laughter and chatter. Only Aiden was left isolated. Chloe tried to approach him several times, but fearing to displease Aiden, she sat restlessly. Evelyn is getting more beautiful every day. Evelyn's youngest aunt suddenly spoke. Evelyn was the most skilled physician among the younger generation of the Su family. Not only was she beautiful, but she was also highly capable, and Elder Su himself often praised her. Everyone complimented her, and Evelyn, dressed up for the occasion, looked even more stunning. Martha's face was beaming. Her daughter had truly made her proud. Evelyn is indeed beautiful, but it's a shame she married poorly. Evelyn's eldest aunt, Lily Su, scoffed. She glanced at Aiden, who was only focused on eating, and spoke with thinly veiled sarcasm. When Aiden and Evelyn got married, the Su family had been the subject of much gossip. This live-in son-in-law had shamed the entire Su family. At these words, Martha's smile vanished completely. This good-for-nothing had truly disgraced her. By the way, allow me to introduce you. This is Yuqing's boyfriend, Ethan Shun. They're getting married at the end of the year. The atmosphere had settled, and Lily Su then pointed to a young man beside her. At this, the young man, dressed in an Armani suit, stood up and greeted the elders one by one. He's truly handsome. He and Yuqing are such a perfect match, a talented man and a beautiful woman. The compliments from everyone made Lily Su's family beam with pride, and Ethan Shun was all smiles. Our Ethan is a manager at a company, overseeing dozens of people. Lily Su thoroughly enjoyed this feeling. He might not compare to some others, but he's certainly better than our Su family's live-in son-in-law. Aiden was eating peacefully when he felt a kick under the table. Oh, it's just a small company, earning 1 million yuan or so a year. Ethan Shun said with a smug look, enjoying the attention from his relatives. It's just too much work. I actually admire Brother Aiden. I heard he just does odd jobs at the clinic, doesn't have to worry about food or drink, and has someone supporting him. Ethan Chin glanced at Aiden. The name of this live-in son-in-law was indeed well known. The first time he saw Evelyn, Ethan Shun was captivated by her beauty. He couldn't understand how such a stunning woman could marry a man who relied on others. Martha glared at Aiden, full of annoyance. If it wasn't absolutely necessary, she wouldn't have brought Aiden out to embarrass them. The relatives looked at Aiden with mocking smiles. If Aiden were smart, he wouldn't even show up at such gatherings. No need to admire me. You can't be like me. Aiden hadn't had breakfast, and treating Yaya had drained a lot of his energy. He had no time to spare for anything else. Ethan Chen's eyes were full of ridicule. You're right. I really can't be like you. I just hope brother Aiden is happy. I'd be quite happy if you didn't bother me while I'm eating. Aiden retorted, speaking nonchalantly. Ethan Chun was stunned. This Aiden Stone had no sense of shame whatsoever. To be so brazen about being a kept man was something else entirely. Ethan, don't bother. He's a hopeless case. I thought you could give him some pointers, but it seems unnecessary. Lily Sue looked at Aiden, feigning deep disappointment. Evelyn's face was complicated. For 3 years, she had endured so much humiliation, all because of Aiden. To rely on others so shamelessly, this man truly earned her contempt. By the way, the manager of this Tianjue restaurant is my friend. Just mention my name when we pay, and you'll get a discount. Ethan Chun, seeing Aiden wasn't getting angry, found the conversation boring. Tianjue restaurant is quite a distinguished place. I didn't realize Ethan had such wide connections. That's right, he's a manager after all, so well connected. He can get things done anywhere. Another round of compliments ensued, showering Ethan Chun with praise. Martha even cracked a rare smile. If they could get a discount, she could save a lot of money. Involuntarily, Martha glared at Aiden again. Asterisk, they were both sons-in-law. Why was the difference so vast? Ethan had money and connections, while Aiden was utterly useless. Asterisk, why was she so unlucky to have such a worthless son-in-law? The dishes were gradually served. At this moment, a waiter entered, carrying 2 bottles of wine. You've made a mistake. We didn't order any wine here. Martha was startled and stopped the waiter. This wine is complimentary. The waiter carefully placed the wine on the table, speaking respectfully. The waiter had worked at Tianjue restaurant for several years and had never heard of complimentary wine. He figured there must be an important guest in this private room. Otherwise, Tianjue restaurant wouldn't send such expensive wine. These were vintage bottles, each worth over 100,000 yuan. Complimentary? Martha looked surprised. She had some discernment and could tell the wine was valuable, likely thousands of yuan per bottle. Ethan, this wine, did your friend send it? After a moment of silence, Lily Sue looked at Ethan Chun with a smile. Ethan Chun had just mentioned that the manager of Tianjue restaurant was his friend. This wine must have been sent by his friend. Otherwise, who else in this private room would have such influence? At this, everyone's gaze fell on Ethan Chun. I didn't expect my friend to be so considerate. Please thank your manager for me. Ethan Chun was a little surprised, then smiled, speaking to the waiter. The waiter quickly nodded. This was wine personally sent by the CEO. It seemed this young man's status was unusual. Tianjue restaurant was an establishment under Phoenix Group, and to command such respect from Phoenix Group was no small feat. The waiter retreated, and the atmosphere in the private room immediately became lively. This wine seems to be a vintage edition, worth over 100,000 yuan. Someone looked it up online and exclaimed, a wine worth over 100,000 yuan? They had never heard of such a thing. At this, even Ethan Chun was dumbfounded. Although he knew the manager of Tianjue restaurant, for him to send 2 bottles of wine worth over 100,000 yuan each, he was also suspicious. Ethan is truly resourceful. Yuqing is so lucky to be with you. A chorus of relatives chattered, their eyes glinting greedily at the 2 bottles of wine. Asterisk, this isn't wine. It's more precious than gold. Asterisk. Given our friendship, 2 bottles of wine are nothing. Even 10 or 20 bottles wouldn't be an issue. Ethan Chun said, opening the red wine and pouring it for everyone, acting like the host. The relatives all stood up. These 2 bottles of wine had already proven that Ethan Chun belonged to the upper class. Although they were relatives, they still had to show him respect. Oh dear, the wine's all gone. My apologies, it seems brother Aiden won't be able to have any. Ethan Chun walked up to Aiden, speaking apologetically. A live-in son-in-law. Does he even deserve to drink such fine wine? He wouldn't know how to appreciate it anyway. Lily Sue scoffed. In the past, Martha's family was the envy of everyone in the Sue family, but now, the tables had turned. You all just enjoy yourselves. Don't mind me. Aiden said indifferently. Ding! At this moment, a text message arrived. Aiden glanced down at his phone. Little brother, how's the wine I sent? I have an even bigger surprise for you later. The text was from Serafina Chi, which surprised Aiden. Evelyn saw Aiden looking down, feeling disappointed. She yearned for just one moment of glory in front of her relatives and friends, but it always ended like this. She wondered how much longer she could endure. Today, our family is hosting this meal to formally apologize to Chloe and Carol, but we unexpectedly benefited from Ethan's connections. That's true. We're all family. If it were up to your family's live-in son-in-law, you wouldn't know when you'd ever drink such expensive wine. Lily Sue was increasingly satisfied with her son-in-law. Although Martha smiled, her expression was not good. But what Lily said was true. Aiden, that good-for-nothing, could never provide them with such a life. Aiden paid no mind to their sarcasm. He just wanted to know what Serafina Chi's surprise was and hoped she wouldn't do anything reckless. The meal ended, and everyone was satisfied. Martha, though her heart ached a little, felt less pain when she remembered the expected discount. Madam, your total bill is 23,000 yuan. The front desk attendant presented the bill to Martha. Martha frowned. What about the promised discount? I'm Ethan Chun. Just give them a 50% discount. Ethan Chun walked forward and told the attendant. Sir, please don't joke. Tianyu restaurant never offers discounts. The attendant smiled apologetically. Her words instantly made Ethan Chen's face darken. I'm friends with your manager. Are you sure there's no discount? Ethan Chen scoffed. They had given away wine worth over 100,000 yuan, but they wouldn't discount a 20,000 yuan meal? This attendant was too ignorant. Many people heard the commotion and looked over, some with mockery, some with disdain. If you can't afford a place like this, don't come. Tianyu restaurant offering discounts? Is this a wet market? The surrounding chatter made the faces of the Su family relatives turn grim, especially Lily Su, who couldn't keep her dignity. This attendant must be new. She didn't even recognize Ethan Chun. Manager. Just as the attendant was looking troubled, her eyes lit up. The manager rushed over. Manager Li Duya rushed over, wiping sweat from his brow. Just moments ago, CEO Chi herself had called, informing him that Tianyu restaurant was being gifted to a young man named Aiden. Li Duya was almost scared to death. Tianyu restaurant, though not the largest property under Phoenix Group, generated hundreds of millions in revenue annually. To just give it away? He dared not question CEO Chi's words. Manager Li, it's good to see you again. Seeing Li Duya appear, Ethan Chin smiled and walked up to him. He felt he should thank him for the expensive wine. You are. Li Duya glanced at Ethan Chun. Ethan Chun was startled. I'm Ethan Chun. Manager Li, don't you remember me? Don't joke around. Thank you for the wine, I really like it. Ethan Chun patted Li Duya's shoulder, laughing. Li Duya frowned, then remembered who Ethan Chun was. They had indeed met once at a dinner. Asterisk wine. What wine? Asterisk. Li Duya's eyes widened in the next second. He instinctively glanced at Aiden, who was not far away. His legs felt weak, and he almost wanted to curse. That wine was sent by CEO Chi for the new owner, not for this son of a B. Asterisk. Asterisk could it be? Asterisk cold sweat poured down Li Duya's face. He already suspected there was a misunderstanding. Manager Li, do you think this meal should still get a discount? Seeing Li Duya in a daze, Ethan Chun continued. I'll beat your mother's head. Li Duya wanted to curse, but the new boss was right in front of him. He couldn't. Moreover, this guy seemed to have some connection to the new boss. Excuse me, I need to take a call from the boss first. Li Duya bypassed Ethan Chun and walked straight towards Aiden. The boss? Ethan Chun was startled. Wasn't the boss of Tianyu restaurant Ms. Chi? Was Ms. Chi coming? Everyone said Serafina Chi was breathtakingly beautiful. Even a glimpse of her would satisfy him. Boss. To the astonishment of many, Li Duya quickly walked up to Aiden and bowed deeply. Clang. The Su family relatives stared blankly. Even Martha and Evelyn were frozen. When did Aiden become a boss? Ha 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 ha. Brotherly, you've mistaken him. This man is the Su family's live-in son-in-law, a famous good-for-nothing. He's no boss. Ethan Chun was stunned, then burst into laughter. This was the funniest joke he had heard this year. No, in his entire life. But Ethan Chin's laughter gradually died down. Li Duya remained bowed, motionless, as if frozen in place. I'm not your boss. Aiden was slightly taken aback, deeply shocked. Could this be the surprise Sister Chi mentioned? The boss? Was she giving Tianyu restaurant to him? CEO Chi instructed me. From now on, you are the boss of Tianyu restaurant. Li Duya dared not even breathe heavily. Would this new boss punish him for being negligent so soon after arriving? It was all that idiot's fault. All eyes widened, looking at Aiden in disbelief. Especially Ethan Chun, whose drunken stupor vanished instantly. Ladies and gentlemen, today's meal is complimentary. Li Duya cautiously lifted his head, trying to curry favor with Aiden. The Su family relatives were once again dumbfounded. A dream? It must be a dream. Only Chloe Tang remained somewhat calm, though she was still breathing heavily. How close were Aiden and Serafina Chi? Complimentary is fine, but those 2 bottles of wine, I didn't drink a drop. Manager Li, please settle that bill with Mr. Chun. Aiden felt that Serafina Chi had already given him more than enough. To accept more would be greedy. He didn't want to owe Serafina Chi such a huge favor, so he couldn't accept Tianyu restaurant. 2 bottles of wine, for 100,000 yuan. Li Duya glanced at Ethan Chun. Asterisk this idiot, he's completely blind. Asterisk. Ethan Chun was immediately dumbfounded. He stumbled, almost falling to the ground. Walking out of Tianyu restaurant, Evelyn was still in shock. Aiden, what's going on? You'd better tell me the truth. Evelyn knew Aiden's true capabilities better than anyone. Could it be that the manager of Tianyu restaurant had truly mistaken him? Martha also pricked up her ears. This was the first time this good-for-nothing had made her feel proud, and that too, in front of Evelyn's aunts. Nothing much. The boss of Tianyu restaurant is Ms. Chi, whom you saw yesterday. I saved her daughter, and she wanted to repay me, that's all. Aiden said, downplaying it. Are you saying, the one who was in the car accident yesterday? Evelyn came back to her senses. She had thought Aiden was a hidden rich man, but it turned out it was because of Ms. Chi. You just got incredibly lucky and stumbled into a good fortune. Don't think you actually have any special abilities. This kind of favor, once used, is gone. Do you understand what I mean? Evelyn continued. I understand. Aiden spread his hands. It seemed that in Evelyn's eyes, everything that had just happened was just Serafina Chi repaying him a favor. I thought you'd finally caught a big break, but it turns out you're still relying on women for a living. Martha also understood. It seemed Aiden was just bluffing, still relying on a woman. We saved 200,000 yuan today. Let's go, Evelyn, let's buy some clothes. Martha scoffed. It seemed this good-for-nothing couldn't get rid of his habit of relying on women. You go back to the clinic yourself? Don't be lazy, or you won't get dinner. With that, Evelyn and Martha left, leaving Aiden standing alone. As soon as they left, Serafina Chi's call came in. Little brother, are you satisfied with your sister's arrangements? Sister Chi, thank you, but this wasn't a surprise, it was a shock. I appreciate your kindness. Aiden said helplessly. Even if Phoenix Group was rich, they couldn't just throw money around like this. Brother Aiden, I never take back gifts once they're given. If you don't want it, let Lydia manage it for now. All the income will be transferred to your card. Serafina Chi's words were domineering, brooking no argument. By the way, Yaya woke up. When Yaya is discharged, I'll thank you again properly. Serafina Chi paused, then continued. You must remember, Yaya is my life. This favor, no matter how much, can never be fully repaid. Aiden hung up the phone, shaking his head helplessly. This woman seemed to have a one-track mind. Soon after hanging up, Aiden was about to return to the clinic when another call came in. Aiden, come to Star Phoenix Mall. Emily Sue's voice rang out, still in a commanding tone. Aiden's face darkened. Was this little devil never going to let up? Tell me, what are we doing this time? My best friend and I are shopping. Come and join us. Shopping? Aiden felt this little devil was definitely doing it on purpose. Even if he had nothing else to do, he couldn't accompany his sister-in-law on a shopping trip. If his mother-in-law and Evelyn found out, they'd skin him alive. At Star Phoenix Mall, Emily Sue, wearing a short skirt, attracted many eyes. Her straight, long legs were particularly alluring. Beside her was a graceful girl of 18 or 19, vibrant and charming. The two stood together, a delightful sight. You're finally here. Emily saw Aiden and greeted him with a smile. After yesterday's events, her brother-in-law's image in her mind had instantly grown. This is my best friend, Sophia Xiao. Emily introduced the girl beside her. Aiden nodded. This girl was quiet and gentle, quite different from the wild girls he saw yesterday. Sophia, give him your bag. This isn't appropriate. Sophia shook her head, subtly appraising Aiden. Emily's boyfriend seemed quite presentable, but he was a little older. It's fine, he's used to it. Emily took Sophia's bag and hung it on Aiden. Aiden was speechless. So this little devil had called him to be a porter. Thank you, Sophia said politely. The two girls walked side by side, chatting and laughing. Soon, they entered a brand-name clothing store. Emily, the clothes here are too expensive. Let's go look somewhere else. Sophia looked at the prices, which were shockingly high. Even the cheapest items cost thousands of yuan, enough for her year's living expenses. It doesn't cost anything to look. Emily smiled. It was Sophia's birthday today, and as her best friend, she wanted to buy Sophia an outfit. Sophia's family wasn't well off. Her clothes had been worn for several years, and even her university tuition was painstakingly saved by her mother. The two walked around, but couldn't find a suitable outfit. More accurately, they couldn't find an outfit they could afford. Even Emily was now embarrassed. Let's keep looking. Emily was unwilling to give up. Asterisk, she should have saved more money. Asterisk, Mrs., if you're not buying, please don't touch the clothes. If they get dirty, I'm afraid you won't be able to afford the compensation. A sales assistant, heavily made up, with a thick layer of powder on her face, approached. She had been watching these three. She had seen too many people who came just to window shop. They would wander around, try on clothes, take a couple of photos, and then leave. Especially these poor students. They couldn't afford anything at all. Who said we're not buying? Emily frowned, unhappy. She was careful not to dirty anything, so she hadn't even touched the light-colored clothes in the store. Emily, let's go. Sophia tugged at Emily's sleeve. Many people were looking now, making her face flush. You've walked around in circles, and I haven't seen any intention to buy. If you don't have money, perhaps you should try the street stalls. The sales assistant said disdainfully. Sophia's clothes even had patches, so it was impossible for her to afford anything in the store. You? Emily was fuming. This sales assistant's words were truly sharp. She finally understood how Aiden must feel at the Su family. The feeling of being looked down upon was truly unbearable. Me what? Are you going to complain about me? Don't say I didn't warn you. The store manager is my aunt. The sales assistant glanced at the two. These poor students are nothing to be afraid of. Emily glanced at Aiden for help, but quickly gave up. She didn't have money, so Aiden surely wouldn't either. I'll take everything I just looked at. At this, Aiden suddenly spoke. Many gazes turned to him. The sales assistant was stunned for a moment, then scoffed. Oh, look at this one, trying to be a big shot. Wake up, you're overdoing it. Aiden, stop messing around. Let's go. Emily's eyes widened. Aiden must have still been half asleep. Otherwise, he wouldn't be saying such nonsense. Don't go yet. Let me see what you're going to buy with. The sales assistant laughed loudly. Asterisk, there are so many fools these days. Why don't they just go to bed and dream? Anything is possible in dreams. Asterisk. I'll buy it with this. Is that enough? Aiden pulled out a card and threw it in front of the sales assistant. You're really good at pretending. The sales assistant sneered, then glanced at the card. Her expression immediately changed. The Phoenix Group Supreme VIP card. The sales assistant's face was filled with shock. She had been fortunate enough to see this card once, and the memory was deeply etched in her mind. Then, the sales assistant quickly reacted and called 2 security guards. Quick, grab him. Tell me, where did you steal this card from? The sales assistant quickly guessed that Aiden had stolen the card. There were only a few Phoenix Group Supreme VIP cards in existence. How could one be in the hands of a young man? What's all this noise? The commotion drew the store manager over. Seeing the Supreme VIP card, the sleepy-eyed manager immediately woke up. Supreme VIP card. Seeing the 2 security guards about to act, the manager's back was drenched in sweat. He quickly rushed over and shooed them away. I'm sorry, sir. I didn't realize such a distinguished guest had arrived. I've been negligent. The manager's attitude stunned Emily and Sophia. The sales assistant was also surprised. Auntie, he stole the Supreme VIP card. Quick, grab him. Stole. The manager was somewhat suspicious. Aiden was simply too young. May I ask your esteemed name, sir? My name is Aiden. Cold sweat instantly ran down the manager's back. He had just heard a piece of news. Tianjue restaurant had changed owners, and it was a young man named Aiden, rumored to be CEO Chi's relative. Asterisk, he must be this one. Asterisk. Slap. Without hesitation, the manager slapped the sales assistant across the face, sending a cloud of powder flying. This card belongs to young Master Aiden. Quickly apologized to him. The sales assistant was stunned by the slap. Auntie, get lost. I'm not your aunt. How many times have I told you to call me manager in the store? If you don't apologize, I'll beat you to death. Giving away Tianjue restaurant, worth hundreds of millions, Aiden was no ordinary relative of CEO Chi. He was not someone they could afford to offend. With a single word from Aiden, she, the manager, would have to pack up and leave. I am sorry. The sales assistant was completely panicked, her face pale, even the thick powder couldn't hide it. Are all the employees at Star Phoenix Mall like this? Should I call Sister Chi? Get lost, you're fired. The manager's heart sank. She knew things were bad. The most important thing now was to appease young Master Aiden's anger. The sales assistant's legs gave out, and she collapsed onto the floor. Aiden ignored her. He certainly wouldn't dare make that call. What if Serafina Chi, on a whim, decided to give him Star Phoenix Mall as well? Then he would be deeply indebted to her. Ladies, feel free to choose any clothes you like in the store. It's all complimentary. At Aiden's signal, the manager walked over to Emily and Sophia, speaking respectfully. That was a Supreme VIP card. Even if Aiden emptied the store, no one would dare say a word. The 2 girls were stunned again, wide-eyed. Asterisk, choose freely? Were they dreaming? Asterisk. Even after leaving the mall, the 2 girls were still in a daze. I never thought Brother Aiden was so amazing. Sophia's face was flushed. Dressed in her new clothes, she looked even more radiant. Of course he is. Emily linked arms with Aiden. However, the shock Emily felt was even stronger than Sophia's. Was this truly the Aiden she knew? To show my gratitude, I'll treat you to dinner. Sophia had only chosen the cheapest outfit, but it was still a considerable amount of money. She had to thank him. Soon after, the 3 arrived at a small food street. I don't have much money. Please don't mind, Sophia said, a little embarrassed. He had bought her an outfit worth several thousand yuan, and she could only take them to eat in a place like this. No, not at all. I haven't been to a food street in ages. Emily shook her head repeatedly, saying with pleasant surprise. Then, Brother Aiden. Sophia looked up at Aiden. Don't mind me. I can eat anything. Shopping was physically demanding. After all that walking, Aiden was tired and hungry. He felt he would have been better off staying at the clinic. The food street was bustling with people. As the 3 walked together, many eyes nearly popped out. They wished they could be Aiden. He was truly at the peak of his life. Why don't I suggest to my sister that you become my personal bodyguard? It's better than doing odd jobs at the clinic. Emily looked at Aiden, more and more pleased. She regretted not realizing Aiden's potential sooner. Are you some kind of important figure that needs a personal bodyguard? Aiden's face darkened. This little devil was capable of anything. With my looks, I'll soon be discovered by scouts and become a star. Then you can carry my bags. Emily snorted. Don't dream during the day. Aiden retorted. You rotten Aiden, just you wait. Emily made a threatening gesture at Aiden, but Aiden just thought the girl was crazy. Soon after the 3 sat down, a commotion broke out behind them. Several cars stopped at the intersection, and a group of people poured out, armed with retractable batons and steel pipes. Young Master Han, this is a trifle. You don't need to come personally. Do you distrust us, your brothers? The leader was a tattooed man, with Han Feng beside him. I want to do this myself. How dare he slap me, Han Feng? I'll kill him. Han Feng's face was half swollen, and he spoke with a lisp, his words leaking air. It's Han Feng. He's here for revenge. Aiden, run. Emily turned to see Han Feng. He was already very close, and Emily suddenly panicked. No need. Aiden had noticed them long ago. Just a few people like this weren't enough to scare him away. Many people on the street quickly made way. Their attire already revealed their identity. They were from the 100 Guild Hall. On the surface, the 100 Guild Hall was a security company, but in reality, they dealt in shady businesses. Debt collection, forced demolitions, and even murders. They had connections both above and below ground. Anyone targeted by the 100 Guild Hall never ended well. Kid, we meet again. Seeing Aiden sitting there calmly, Han Feng's face twisted into a sneer. Han Feng, what do you want? Emily's face turned pale with fright. She knew Han Feng had some connections, but she never expected him to be so bold. Emily Sue, this has nothing to do with you. Just stand back obediently. Don't get blood on yourself. Han Feng glanced at Emily and Sophia. These two were both campus beauties from Beihai University. To think they were eating with Aiden. This live-in son-in-law of the Sue family was truly something. Kid, I thought you were someone important, but it turns out you're just a live-in son-in-law, a dog of the Sue family. Han Feng had quickly investigated Aiden's identity. He initially thought Aiden was formidable, but it turned out he was just a worthless kept man. He might be able to fight, but could he beat all the men he brought? It's very impolite to interrupt someone's meal, Aiden said casually, glancing at the noodles that had just been served. Kid, are you scared senseless? Han Feng said arrogantly. Yeah, you're probably pissing your pants right now. Aiden spoke calmly. I kindly warned you yesterday that you had an STD. Is this how you repay me? You son of a b*********. Shut up. Han Feng's face changed dramatically. He had obviously already gone to the hospital to check. Tattooed man, I've changed my mind. I initially said one leg, now it's both legs. Break them both. Han Feng glanced at the tattooed man. The price is negotiable. Han Feng added. You heard him. We work for money. So, don't make it difficult for us. Leave 2 legs, and everyone's happy. The tattooed man's arm twitched. Han Feng said Aiden was a good fighter, but this wouldn't even be enough for one of his punches. Is there no room for negotiation? Aiden swept his gaze over the dozen or so men behind the tattooed man, his eyes narrowing. What? Haggling? Han Feng was stunned, looking at Aiden as if he were an idiot. Did this good-for-nothing think this was a vegetable market? Do you find it funny? The tattooed man looked at him mockingly. This young man is truly calm. Doesn't he know he'll be a cripple in a few minutes? If you don't let me haggle, don't regret it later. Aiden spread his hands. You're truly arrogant. All right, I'll give you a free bonus. Both legs and both arms. The tattooed man didn't bother with more words. He waved his hand, and a dozen men surrounded Aiden. With a single command, they could beat Aiden into a cripple. Sigh, can't even eat a meal in peace. Before the tattooed man could give the order, Aiden had already charged out, kicking Han Feng several meters away, sending him crashing into a table. Slap, slap, slap. Aiden moved swiftly, delivering several slaps in quick succession. Each slap sent a man flying. Fists and feet. No, palms and feet were used. In a short moment, several people were already lying on the ground, and the tattooed man was dumbfounded. Before he could react, Aiden had already made his move. Damn it, kill him. The men he brought were all skilled fighters, capable of taking on 2 people each. Now, they were being taught a lesson by Aiden alone, and with humiliating slaps no less. The remaining few swung their batons at Aiden. Emily's eyes welled up with tears. She wanted to rush forward, but was roughly pushed aside by a burly man. Seeing Emily fall, Aiden's brows furrowed. He hadn't intended to be ruthless, but now he had changed his mind. Aiden punched the tattooed man in the face. The fat on his face wobbled twice, and he fell straight down. Aiden put his foot down hard on the tattooed man's leg. Crack! The leg bone snapped. In less than half a minute, over a dozen men were all lying on the ground, groaning and wailing. Back in the mountains, his master used to throw him into a bear's den for training. These people weren't even enough to fill his teeth. The street vendors, who had poked their heads out, were all stunned by the sight. Emily was so shocked she couldn't speak. When did Aiden become so strong? Didn't he used to be so weak, unable to carry anything heavy or do any strenuous work? So handsome. Sister, if you don't sleep with your man, I will. A thought flashed through the little devil's mind, and her face immediately flushed red. Shameless. Emily quickly banished this terrifying thought. Han Feng's scalp tingled. Not only was his mouth lisping, but now his whole body felt like it was leaking air. This Aiden was no human. He was a devil. Aiden clapped his hands and returned to the table, sitting down. These noodles aren't even cold yet. The tattooed man, with a broken leg, grimaced in pain. He struggled to get up, and seeing Aiden calmly eating his noodles, he almost went insane with rage. Aiden had beaten his men from the 100 Guild Hall. Didn't he know what the 100 Guild Hall represented in Beihai? The The 100 Guild Hall was backed by the Fu family. The boss of the 100 Guild Hall was even a direct descendant of the Fu family, Yanhong Fu. If you've got guts, wait right here. The tattooed man stared intensely at Aiden, enduring the pain as he pulled out his phone. I'll leave after I finish my noodles. Aiden didn't even look up at the tattooed man, continuing to eat his noodles. Emily was almost dying of anxiety at this point, but seeing Aiden's composure, she could only sit down as well. Han Feng's face was twisted in a savage grin. He knew Aiden was finished this time. The 100 Guild Hall would definitely not let him go. He waited for Aiden to be beaten like a dead dog and carried out. I'm full. A few minutes later, Aiden finished his noodles, soup and all. The food at the food street, though cheap, was surprisingly delicious. Let's go. Aiden casually took Emily's backpack. Seeing a bruise on her leg, his heart softened. This little devil, though annoying, still considered him family when it mattered. You hurt my men from the 100 Guild Hall, and you think you can just leave? At this moment, a cold voice rang out, carrying a hint of anger. The voice was somewhat familiar. A crowd of people surged into the alley, almost filling the entire street. Clear the area. With a command, the onlookers quickly dispersed. But everyone knew this young man had gotten himself into big trouble. Young Master Fu, you're finally here. It's him. He's the one who hurt over a dozen of our brothers. The tattooed man scrambled forward to greet him. The newcomer was Liam Fu, the young master of the 100 Guild Hall, Yanhong Fu's son. It's you. Liam Fu recognized Aiden at a glance. Wasn't this the charlatan who spoke so arrogantly at the Fu family's estate today? Aiden looked at Liam Fu. He hadn't expected the tattooed man to call someone from the Fu family. It seemed that the Fu family, a wealthy family in Beihai, wasn't entirely clean either. We meet again. You cursed my grandpa, and now you've hurt my brothers from the 100 Guild Hall. Even if Ms. Chi is protecting you, you won't leave here intact today. Rival's blood ran hot. He was Serafina Chi's suitor, but Aiden's closeness to Serafina Chi had touched his raw nerve. No need to trouble Sister Chi with this. Aiden hadn't expected these thugs to be connected to the Fu family. It seemed the powerful Fu family in Beihai wasn't entirely clean either. Sister Chi? You dare call her that intimately, you bastard? I'll kill you. Liam Fu was furious. How dare this dog of a man speak so intimately? Serafina Chi was his. No one dared to lay a hand on her. Go, break him. I'll take responsibility for everything. With Liam Fu's command, nearly 100 men pressed forward. Aiden's eyes flashed with a cold light, and he suddenly moved. Bang, bang, bang. Aiden's body vibrated, his bones making a light, crisp sound. The Xianqing Qi transformed into a terrifying power, flowing through his limbs and veins. Like a fierce tiger entering the forest, Aiden slammed straight into a thug in the front row. The thug was instantly sent flying, knocking down 4 or 5 others. Every punch landed with solid impact. With the seal broken, Aiden finally experienced that exhilarating feeling. These 100 men were barely enough to warm him up. Puff, puff. Some people hadn't even seen Aiden's shadow before they were knocked to the ground, bleeding from their heads. He's so strong. Liam Fu's eyelids twitched. Wasn't this good-for-nothing a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner? How could he be so strong? Even a trained martial artist wouldn't be this abnormal. Was he even human? Liam Fu's thugs were flipped one by one. Some, once on the ground, could no longer get up. Wails and screams rose and fell. 1 minute later, over 100 thugs lay scattered across the street, their arms and legs broken. Some had simply passed out from the pain. Gulp. Liam Fu, who had always been fearless, felt his throat so dry it could catch fire. He couldn't help but swallow, his legs trembling. A hint of fear suddenly rose within him. This man is a devil. You'd better not touch me. If you dare touch me, the Fu family won't let you get away with it. Seeing Aiden kick away a thug who tried to ambush him, Liam Fu's face was a mess of panic. He, the esteemed young master of the Fu family, who commanded the winds and clouds in Beihai, was so scared that he couldn't speak properly. I won't touch you, because you'll be dead soon. With a flick of his Xianqing Qi, Aiden saw a black aura above Liam Fu's head. He grinned, his smile somewhat sinister. Liam Fu's scalp tingled. What did that mean? If your men need their bones reset later, go to the Southern Sky Clinic. 300,000 yuan each, a friendly price. Aiden added before leaving. 300,000 for a bone reset? You're robbing us, you bastard. Liam Fu trembled all over, but his mouth remained defiant. Liam Fu was terrified now. 100 men, all beaten down. Nothing like this had ever happened since the 100 Guild Hall was established. Slap. Before Liam Fu could finish speaking, a flower pot suddenly fell from upstairs, hitting him on the head, sending blood gushing down. With a scream, Liam Fu's vision went black, and he almost collapsed. Damn it, so unlucky. Liam Fu was almost driven mad. One unfortunate event after another had plagued him recently, and this cursed individual was simply a monster. Soon after Aiden and the 2 girls left, a luxury car stopped at the food street entrance, and a woman stepped out. The newcomer was Yuqing Fu. Yuqing, why are you here? Liam Fu ignored his head wound and ran over. Where is he? Yuqing Fu stared blankly at the chaotic street, her face filled with shock, but she had no time for anything else now. Liam Fu was startled, not understanding. It's the traditional Chinese medicine practitioner Ms. Chi brought to the Fu family, that young man named Aiden. Grandpa is getting worse. Yuqing Fu said anxiously. Yuqing, what exactly is going on? Liam Fu's heart sank. Dr. Fong was a traditional Chinese medicine master. Even he was helpless? Dr. Fong applied several needles, but Grandpa's condition only worsened. He might truly not last 7 days. Yuqing Fu's eyes were red. That Aiden might be able to save Grandpa. Quickly, tell me where he went. Are you trying to kill me with worry? He's not a charlatan? Liam Fu was stunned. He's not only a charlatan, but also a violent maniac, a pervert. All these brothers were beaten like this by him. Their own mothers wouldn't recognize them. Yuqing Fu looked around. Although she hadn't witnessed it herself, one person taking down so many was simply unheard of. Come with me. Yuqing Fu hesitated, then grabbed Liam Fu and left. Meanwhile, Aiden had sent Emily and Sophia back to school and was walking home, carrying a bag. The bag contained clothes Emily had chosen for Evelyn and Martha. Upon arriving home, Aiden ran into 2 people, Liam Fu and Yuqing Fu. Again, Aiden frowned, completely ignoring them. At this point, Yuqing Fu came forward. She had called Serafina Chi and learned about Aiden's capabilities from her. She also knew that Serafina Chi had even given Aiden an establishment like Tianyu Restaurant. If Aiden were truly a charlatan, Serafina Chi wouldn't have gone to such lengths to appease him. Dr. Aiden, please wait. Thinking of Elder Fu's condition, Yuqing Fu put aside her pride. Miss Fu, is there something? Aiden stopped. The Fu family had just sent Liam Fu to cause him trouble, and now 2 of them were showing up. He truly didn't have time to play games with the Fu family. Today's earlier behavior was offensive, Dr. Aiden. Please forgive us. Yuqing Fu was very sincere. As the eldest daughter of the Fu family, she rarely lowered herself. Grandpa is seriously ill. Could I please ask Dr. Aiden to come to the Fu family estate? No, Aiden said without thinking. You bastard, don't go too far. Liam Fu both feared and hated Aiden. If Yuqing Fu hadn't dragged him along, he would never have appeared before Aiden. How many people are eager to serve our Fu family? What do you think you are? Here's 10 million yuan as your consultation fee. It's enough for you to live comfortably for the rest of your life. Liam Fu threw out a check, speaking arrogantly. Asterisk, what if Aiden could fight? Money was king these days. Asterisk, he had heard Aiden was just a live-in son-in-law. Such a person had probably never seen even 1 million yuan, let alone 10 million. 10 million yuan, just to buy the lives of everyone in your Fu family? Aiden sneered. Have you been experiencing frequent dreams and bad luck recently? And your head was cracked open by something, wasn't it? And you, Miss Yuqing, do you often feel cold all over, with icy limbs, and shiver from time to time? If I'm not mistaken, your period has been delayed for a long time. Aiden's words were like a clap of thunder, shaking both of them to their core. You? How did you know? Liam Fu's expression changed dramatically. You forgot, I'm a charlatan. I just talk nonsense. Aiden grinned, no longer bothering with them, and continued walking home. Damn it. Yuqing and I condescended to invite you, giving you face, but I see you're just a common swindler. Liam Fu was furious, spitting out words like a machine gun, too fast for Yuqing Fu to stop him. You shut up. Yuqing Fu was shocked. Aiden's described symptoms were exactly what she was experiencing, but she had been so focused on caring for Elder Fu that she had overlooked her own condition. Liam Fu rarely saw Yuqing Fu lose her temper, so he immediately shut up. Dr. Aiden, a physician's heart is one of benevolence. We have offended you greatly today, but you cannot refuse to save a life. Yuqing Fu was increasingly certain that Aiden was extraordinary. No matter what, she had to persuade him to help. I said I won't save him. Aiden turned back, frowning. An imposing aura emanated from him, instantly suppressing Yuqing Fu. What are you putting on an act for? Tell me, how much money will it take for you to save him? When had Liam Fu ever suffered such humiliation? He was a member of the Fu family. In Beihai, everyone deferred to him. How dared a mere commoner disrespect him? Your money, save it for the afterlife. Aiden looked at Liam Fu, speaking indifferently. Aiden quickly went upstairs, leaving a stunned Liam Fu and an enraged Yuqing Fu. What the hell is he? Liam Fu hadn't expected a live-in son-in-law to have such backbone. 10 million yuan, and he wouldn't take it? After being a live-in son-in-law, what dignity could this lowlife possibly have left? I told you to apologize. What did you do? Yuqing Fu gritted her teeth, truly furious. She had brought Liam Fu to invite Aiden, not to provoke him. Yuqing, this kid is just putting on an act. I don't believe money can't move him. Liam Fu was exasperated. This was the first time he had encountered someone who didn't care about money. Money? Don't you know Serafina Chi gave him an entire Tianyu restaurant? Besides the Phoenix Group's Supreme VIP card. Yuqing Fu wanted nothing more than to slap Liam Fu. Liam Fu was stunned. The Fu family indeed had a deep foundation, but the rising star Serafina Chi, who single-handedly created Phoenix Group, was by no means weak. Tianyue restaurant was worth hundreds of millions, and Serafina Chi had given it to a good-for-nothing? I don't care what method you use, you have one day. If you can't get Aiden to treat Elder Fu, then you're out of the Fu family. Also, I'm telling Uncle Fu about today's events. Let's see if he'll break your legs. Yuqing Fu knew Aiden was angry, and any further action at this moment would be futile. Leaving a bewildered Liam Fu, Yuqing Fu turned and departed. Aiden quickly went upstairs, changed his shoes, and placed the bag of clothes aside. At this time, his in-laws and Evelyn were eating. Besides the three of them, there were two other people Aiden hadn't seen before, but judging by their cheerful conversation, they were clearly well acquainted. As soon as Aiden appeared, the lively scene suddenly quieted. "Mom, we have guests, don't we?" Aiden smiled, nodding to the woman and the young man. "How many times have I told you not to call me Mom? You, a live-in son-in-law, aren't worthy." Martha frowned, showing Aiden no respect even with outsiders present. On the contrary, Aiden seemed more like an outsider here. "Aiden, go wash your hands and come eat." Dr. David Su coughed dryly, urging him. "Martha, this is your live-in son-in-law, isn't it?" The woman beside them looked at Aiden and asked. "That's right, it's him. If it weren't for Elder Su's insistence, such a person would never have entered our Su family's door." Aiden sat down under his mother-in-law's glare. As soon as he sat, the young man stood up. "Let me introduce myself. I'm Daniel Zhou. My family and Uncle Su's family have been neighbors for over 10 years. Evelyn and I grew up together. You could say we're childhood sweethearts." The young man stared at Aiden, a hint of playfulness in his eyes. He emphasized the words, childhood sweethearts, as if to challenge Aiden. Childhood sweethearts? Aiden looked at Daniel Zhou, then turned to Evelyn, who was looking down, saying nothing. "A few years ago, I went abroad for further studies, and my family moved away. Now that I've completed my studies, the first person I thought of was Evelyn." Daniel Zhou's smile was full of confidence. "I'm a specially appointed expert at Beihai Hospital. I wonder where brother Aiden is employed. Just doing odd jobs at the clinic." Although Aiden had learned to let go, his heart still ached fiercely. "Brother Aiden, you truly know how to be flexible." Daniel Zhou smiled. He had developed feelings for Evelyn back then. Now that he had returned, he found out Evelyn was married. He thought he would be facing some formidable person, but it turned out to be just a live-in son-in-law. Flexible? What flexible? He's just a good-for-nothing. Martha had just been feeling proud today, but learning that Evelyn's childhood friend had become so outstanding made her feel unbalanced again. He was an overseas expert, specially appointed by Beihai Hospital. How many people could have such treatment? His future was limitless. Then she looked at Aiden, who was utterly useless. Occasionally, he would bring her a moment of glory, but it was always thanks to another woman. He would be a kept man his entire life. "Evelyn, I heard Annie say you want to join Beihai Hospital. Why don't I help you apply to the director? With your medical skills, getting into Beihai Hospital shouldn't be a problem." Daniel Zhou stared intently at Evelyn. She was so beautiful. After a few years, Evelyn had matured even more. Such a woman was worthy of him. "No need, thank you." Although Evelyn wanted to join Beihai Hospital, her rationality told her not to accept Daniel Zhou's help. Subconsciously, Evelyn glanced at Aiden. When would Aiden also be able to help her, instead of her having to support him like this? "All right then, let me know when you've made up your mind." Daniel Zhou didn't push. He knew how to advance and retreat. To win over a woman, especially one as beautiful as Evelyn, he had to take his time. He wasn't in a hurry. "Evelyn, if you truly want to join Beihai Hospital, perhaps I can." Aiden hesitated, then spoke instinctively. "What can you do? Do you have as much ability as Daniel Zhou? You're a good-for-nothing. What can our family expect from you?" Before Aiden could finish, Martha interrupted him. If you truly had any ability, you wouldn't be doing odd jobs at the clinic. Get lost, you're an eyesore." Martha looked at Aiden coldly. In comparison, Aiden and Daniel Zhou were worlds apart. After dinner, the chore of washing dishes naturally fell to Aiden. Daniel Zhou, like a host, watched with a smile. A man so worthless. Does he even deserve to compete with him for a woman? "Oh, what's this?" Martha was clearing things away when she suddenly saw a bag. Opening it, she found exquisitely packaged clothes inside. Seeing the brand of the clothes, Martha was instantly stunned. "Daniel, you've already spent so much on gifts. To buy such expensive clothes for Evelyn and me too. Thank you so much." Martha immediately guessed it was Daniel Zhou who bought them. This child truly had a thoughtful heart. "What clothes?" Daniel Zhou was startled, not understanding. "These two outfits. You specifically put them in an inconspicuous place, hoping to surprise us, didn't you? You thoughtful child." Martha looked at Daniel Zhou with increasing satisfaction. This was how her son-in-law should be. "This is a big brand. It must be very expensive." Martha's eyes lit up. Such a famous brand was something she usually wouldn't even dare to think about. Although the Southern Sky Clinic's income wasn't low, it wasn't enough for them to be so extravagant. "Oh, it's not expensive, just a small sum. As long as Auntie likes it." Daniel Zhou was a little surprised, but he still took the credit. He didn't care where the clothes came from. They certainly couldn't have been bought by that good-for-nothing. Since Martha said he sent them, he didn't mind going along with it. Perhaps these clothes were originally bought by Martha, and she was subtly trying to set the two of them up. Evelyn, Daniel bought these clothes for you. See, aren't they pretty? Evelyn took the clothes from her mother. When she checked the tag at the back, she was startled. 30,000? This is too expensive. Daniel, you should take them back. Evelyn was shocked. This was a brand she could only admire from outside shop windows. 30,000 yuan for an outfit was simply too extravagant. 30,000. Even Daniel Zhou was stunned. He had already felt pain buying those gifts for a few thousand yuan. Tens of thousands of yuan. Even he wouldn't part with that easily. It's just 30,000 yuan. It's nothing. Auntie and Evelyn, please accept them. When I come again, I'll make up for Uncle's share too. Daniel Zhou waved his hand, saying casually, he won't need it. We can't let you spend any more. Martha clutched the clothes tightly, as if fearing they might run away. She had never worn clothes worth tens of thousands. As long as Uncle and Auntie are happy. The word, Auntie, made Daniel Zhou feel refreshed. He could sense Martha's great satisfaction with him. After winning over this future mother-in-law, what reason would Evelyn have to escape his grasp? Just as Evelyn was about to say something, Martha spoke again. Evelyn, this is Daniel's thoughtful gesture. If you refuse, wouldn't you hurt his feelings? Just then, Aiden walked out of the kitchen. Martha's expression immediately turned disdainful. When will this good-for-nothing ever be able to buy you such expensive clothes? Martha rolled her eyes at Aiden. It wasn't that she looked down on Aiden, but he would never be able to afford such expensive clothes in his lifetime. Evelyn looked up at Aiden, a surge of resentment rising within her. After 3 years of marriage to Aiden, she had gained nothing but humiliation. Aiden had never brought her anything. Daniel Zhou and she hadn't seen each other in years, yet he still remembered to buy her an outfit. What about Aiden? Dr. David Su, on the other hand, frowned, feeling annoyed. This Daniel Zhou, after a few years, had become increasingly slick. He didn't like him. But Martha was so fond of him that if Aiden hadn't been there, she would have invited him to stay overnight. These clothes are indeed suitable, but the waist is a little tight. Daniel, do you have the receipt when you bought them? I can go exchange them later. After a while, Martha came out wearing her new clothes. Although Martha was over 40, she had maintained herself very well. Dr. David Su's eyes widened. It's not that I think you bought badly, dear. It's my own figure. Martha explained, slightly embarrassed. The receipt. Daniel Zhou was startled. These clothes weren't bought by him. So where would he get a receipt? Well, Auntie, I threw the receipt away. Oh, never mind then. It's a minor issue. I'll just get used to it. Such good clothes, even if a bit tight. Martha wouldn't be picky. She shook her head. Here's the receipt. If it's not suitable, just go exchange it. Aiden rummaged in his pocket, pulled out 2 receipts, and slapped them onto the table. The room fell silent. Daniel Zhou's face instantly turned ashen. Daniel Zhou practically fled in disarray. The receipts Aiden had produced were undeniable proof that he had bought the clothes. In an instant, Daniel Zhou was mortified. He had no face left to stay in the Su family home. Martha looked on in disbelief. This slap not only landed squarely on Daniel Zhou's face, but also firmly on her own. Ignoring the stunned Su family members, Aiden turned and walked into the room. Immediately, Martha's curses erupted from outside. She wasn't daring to believe it. She just refused to admit that this good-for-nothing could afford such expensive clothes. Asterisk, it must be Evelyn. She must have secretly given this good-for-nothing pocket money. Asterisk. Evelyn, did you buy these? Martha looked at Evelyn, but Evelyn's gaze was equally stunned. Mom, do you think I would buy such expensive things for myself? Evelyn smiled bitterly. From yesterday to today, she realized she had been owing Aiden an apology. Martha paused. This girl was always frugal. There was no way she would spend so much money on an outfit, and her reaction just now couldn't be faked. Aiden had just returned to his room when Evelyn knocked and entered. She had changed into the new outfit, looking radiant. Evelyn was already beautiful, and this outfit perfectly highlighted her stunning figure. Aiden admitted that for a moment, he was captivated, but he quickly averted his gaze, which surprised Evelyn. Doesn't it look good? Evelyn could feel Aiden's increased distance, and her pretty face grew a little cold. In the past, if she had shown even a hint of intimacy, Aiden would have been incredibly attentive. Now, he wasn't even excited. It looks good. Aiden spoke truthfully, but to Evelyn, it sounded dismissive. This made a surge of unprovoked anger rise within her. She was taking the initiative to be kind, and Aiden was still giving her the cold shoulder? Even if Aiden's performance at today's gathering had barely satisfied her, he had still relied on someone else's influence. What was there to show off about? These 2 outfits, if she wasn't mistaken, were also gifts from Serafina Chi. The shopping bags had the Star Phoenix Mall logo, and Star Phoenix Mall was an establishment of Phoenix Group. Aiden, don't you think your attitude is problematic? Evelyn finally couldn't hold back her outburst. What problem do I have? Don't tell me you bought these clothes with your own money. Did you use Serafina Chi's favor again? Evelyn looked at Aiden coldly. Yes, that's right. Aiden didn't deny it. Anyway, whatever he said, Evelyn wouldn't believe it. Asterisk, should he pull out the Phoenix Group Supreme VIP card? Even if he did, Evelyn would probably think he was showing off. Asterisk. It's true that you helped Miss Gee, but favors like that can't be used forever. It's better to stay grounded and not be too ambitious. Evelyn spoke with deep disappointment. Take these clothes back tomorrow. Take them back? I disagree. Martha suddenly burst in. She wasn't so foolish as to return such good clothes. Mom, Evelyn was startled. You shut up. Although Martha disliked Aiden, she wouldn't let money slip away. You ungrateful little brat. Don't think that just because you bought an outfit, you're capable. These past few years, you've eaten and spent from our family. A couple of outfits can't make up for that. If you're truly capable, go buy a car, buy a house. Martha sneered. Aiden, relying on women, could only keep up appearances. This good-for-nothing had been worthless for 3 years. Did he really think he could suddenly make a name for himself? Asterisk dream on. Asterisk. If you can't do it, don't pretend in front of me. Martha grew angrier as she spoke. Who was Aiden to think he had achieved something by buying 2 outfits? The Sue family had supported him for 3 years. This was his deserved repayment, and it was far from enough. Aiden remained silent. In these 3 years, he had endured much scolding and disdain from the Sue family. But he also had to admit that the Sue family had provided him with a haven. However, his repeated forbearance had only led to the Sue family becoming more brazen. Aiden knew it was time to end all this. Evelyn, let's get a divorce tomorrow. Without extra words, Aiden was direct. Originally, Evelyn had no feelings for him. Even if he tried for another 3 years, it would be futile. It was better to set her free. Love was not something one person's effort could sustain. Divorce? Martha was momentarily stunned, then exploded in anger. You, a live-in son-in-law, have no right to mention those words. If there's to be a divorce, Evelyn will be the one to divorce you first. Martha's sharp voice startled Dr. David Sue. Divorce? That wouldn't do. He still had many ancient medical texts and prescriptions to consult Aiden about. Evelyn held her breath, equally disbelieving. Are you serious? You want a divorce? Yes. Since I'm a burden to you, I'll set you free. Aiden was calm and composed. For 3 years, Martha had threatened him with divorce more than once, but it always ended without resolution. It wasn't that he insisted on staying with the Sue family. It was that the Sue family wouldn't truly let him leave. If he were driven out by the Sue family, they would be labeled as ungrateful. Evelyn, go, get a divorce tomorrow. Martha held resentment in her heart. This good-for-nothing would be nothing without the Sue family. If he dared to divorce, he would surely starve on the streets. I guarantee, if you divorce today, Daniel Zhou will come to propose tomorrow. Martha looked at Evelyn expectantly. As long as the girl agreed, the Sue family could finally get rid of this good-for-nothing. I disagree. For some reason, Evelyn felt a void in her heart. Even if there's a divorce, it's because I, Evelyn Sue, have grown tired of playing and no longer want to play. If you want to move on to a higher branch, you have to ask if I agree. I disagree. You can forget about it. Evelyn was furious, tears welling in her eyes. Martha was stunned, and so was Aiden. Do you have to torment yourself like this? Aiden didn't think Evelyn actually cared about him. She was just unwilling to accept that he was the one who initiated the divorce. I want to. Evelyn slammed the door and left. Martha wanted to speak, but was pulled back by Dr. David Sue, leaving Aiden somewhat bewildered. Asterisk, this woman must have taken the wrong medicine. Asterisk, after a long moment, Aiden gave a bitter laugh. Without further thought, Aiden sat cross-legged and began to circulate his Xianxing Qi. Although that old man had placed a cursed seal on him, he hadn't lied. The Xianxing Qi after breaking the seal was even more potent than before. The surging power flowed through his body, starting from his dantian and returning to his dantian. With each circulation, Aiden felt his strength increase. Medical arts, martial arts, cultivation techniques, all these flashed through Aiden's mind. Before, even though his Xianxing Qi was sealed, he hadn't forgotten any of these things. Instead, they had become even clearer in his mind. The next day, Aiden woke up and saw his family eating breakfast. Everyone seemed to have forgotten yesterday's events, showing little reaction when Aiden walked out. After breakfast, they left for the clinic as usual. Soon, they arrived at the Southern Sky Clinic. At this moment, a crowd of people had gathered outside the clinic, all dressed uniformly. Some even had bandages on their foreheads. This sight startled Evelyn and Martha and Dr. David Sue had never seen such a display. Aren't these men from the 100 Guild Hall? Dr. David Sue recognized them at a glance. The 100 Guild Hall, after all, dealt in illicit businesses, and some of their injured members used to come to the clinic for treatment. However, dozens of them gathering outside the Southern Sky Clinic clearly indicated trouble. The Southern Sky Clinic hadn't offended anyone recently. Aiden, you go first. Martha, seeing the situation was amiss, immediately sent Aiden to lead the way. Aiden was not worried at all. He opened the car door and stepped out, with Evelyn following closely. The crowd immediately surrounded them. Evelyn's face turned pale with fright, and she instinctively took 2 steps back. If you're scared, why did you follow me out? Aiden glanced at Evelyn. He hadn't expected Evelyn to get out of the car. You're just an odd job man at the clinic. They're here to cause trouble for the clinic, and it shouldn't fall on you. Evelyn bit her lip, then stepped forward, standing in front of Aiden. "I am Evelyn Sue, the owner of this clinic. If you have any business, come to me." Evelyn didn't know where she found the courage. Aiden helplessly shook his head and pulled Evelyn back. As their bodies touched, Aiden felt Evelyn's delicate body tremble. "All right, tell me, what are you here for?" Aiden stepped forward. "Are you crazy?" Evelyn frowned. At a time like this, why was Aiden taking the lead? Didn't he know how powerful the 100 Guild Hall was? "Trust me," Aiden said calmly. Evelyn was first startled, then somewhat annoyed. The power of the 100 Guild Hall was far beyond what a small Sioux family could contend with. If Aiden angered the 100 Guild Hall, he would be pushing the Southern Sky Clinic and the Sioux family into a fiery pit. "I've been waiting for you." At this moment, the crowd parted, and Liam Fu walked over excitedly. Although Liam Fu didn't want to face Aiden, Yuching Fu had told him that if he couldn't persuade Aiden, he would be out of the Fu family. Even his father would break his legs. Liam Fu dared not be negligent. He woke up earlier than a chicken and had brought his men to wait outside the clinic since early morning. Seeing Liam Fu rush over frantically, Evelyn's face paled a little. It seemed it wasn't a misunderstanding. The 100 Guild Hall was indeed looking for them. "What are you doing here again?" Aiden looked at Liam Fu, who was smiling, a stark contrast to his demeanor yesterday. "Of course, to see a doctor." Liam Fu pointed to the bandage on his head and quickly replied, "If you're here to see a doctor, get in line." Aiden hadn't expected Liam Fu's attitude to do a complete 180. After all, yesterday this guy wanted his life. All right, brothers, form a line." One by one, Liam Fu waved his hand, and the 100 Guild Hall members, who were blocking the clinic entrance, quickly formed a line. Emily only came back to her senses now. Were all these people here to see a doctor? Hearing that they were here for medical treatment, Martha finally dared to get out of the car. Seeing a group of burly men lined up, she looked on in disbelief. "Evelyn, what's going on?" "I don't know either." Evelyn looked at Aiden in surprise. She was still utterly confused. Evelyn examined the first patient. Goodness, these people were mostly here for bone setting, and each case was worse than the last. Who on earth beat these poor souls like this? Normally, bone setting wasn't difficult, but the first patient stumped Evelyn. The bone was dislocated in a very peculiar way. Ordinary bone setting methods wouldn't work, and it only caused the man to grimace in pain, though he could only grit his teeth and endure it. "Let me do it." Aiden stepped forward at this moment. "Nonsense. Do you know how to set bones?" Evelyn was startled. She couldn't do it. So how could this guy? "I've learned a few tricks from medical books." "It's enough." Evelyn's face darkened. She wanted to argue, but the man cried out, "I trust him. I trust him. Please, let him do it." The 6-foot man almost cried out loud. It was too damn painful. Evelyn was bewildered, instinctively glancing at Aiden. Aiden shrugged. As a doctor, one should respect the patient's wishes. There is wisdom in books. He believes the medical texts I've read are sufficient. Evelyn couldn't find any reason to refuse and could only let Aiden proceed. Click. In less than 10 seconds, with a clicking sound, the bone was set. The man initially couldn't believe it, but after moving his arm, he repeatedly thanked Aiden. 15 minutes later, dozens of people had their bones set. Evelyn watched wide-eyed. When did Aiden learn bone setting? Asterisk, and he's so skilled. It's as if he's the one who dislocated their bones in the first place. Asterisk. The consultation fee is 300,000 yuan each. Only after setting the last bone did Aiden finally look up at Liam Fu. 300,000. Evelyn's heart sank. Aiden must be crazy. 300,000 for a bone setting? Was he joking? Even if he was joking, he shouldn't be joking with the men from the 100 Guild Hall. No, he's joking. Evelyn quickly interjected. 300,000. It's not much, truly not much. There are 60 of us here. With a discount, that's 20 million yuan. Please accept this check, Dr. Aiden. Liam Fu carefully pulled out a check from his pocket and handed it to Aiden. This was 20 million yuan. Even a super-rich young master like Liam Fu felt a pang of pain. 20 million? Evelyn was stunned again, as if she didn't recognize Aiden. 20 million was a huge sum for the entire Sioux family. Aiden was just messing around, but the men from the 100 Guild Hall actually took him seriously. Since you're so sincere, I'll accept it. Take your men and leave. Don't block other patients. Aiden took the check and waved his hand. Leave? Liam Fu wouldn't leave. He rushed into the clinic in one step. You all go back first. Don't block the entrance and obstruct others, or I'll break you. The men from the 100 Guild Hall scattered like plague victims. Dr. Aiden, look, I can do anything. Do you want me to help you with anything? Liam Fu was determined. He absolutely had to invite Aiden to the Fu family today. However, he had already experienced Aiden's methods yesterday, so force was definitely not an option. He could only try gentle persuasion. The thought of him, the esteemed young master of the Fu family, having to humbly beg someone, made his scalp tingle. But being humble was better than being kicked out of the Fu family. With his father's temper, he might truly break his legs. This was no laughing matter. Aiden held his life in his hands, so how dared he act recklessly? Chapter 23. Chapter 23, Liam Fu, get out. Evelyn pulled Aiden to a corner, her expression tense. Aiden, give the check back. We can't accept money from the 100 Guild Hall. What kind of power did the 100 Guild Hall wield? Their money might be received, but there was no guarantee of living to spend it. 20 million yuan? Why were the 100 Guild Hall so quick to pay? There must be a trick. Perhaps the money itself wasn't clean. Don't worry, it's fine, Aiden said calmly. Evelyn was annoyed, stamping her foot. How can I not worry? It's not as complicated as you think. Yesterday, I was strolling around and saw the 100 Guild Hall's men fighting. Their boss was badly beaten. I casually set his bone, and to thank me, he called all his injured brothers. Anyway, getting their bones set is the same wherever they go. Aiden explained casually. Are you lying? Evelyn looked disbelieving. It's absolutely true. If you don't believe me, go ask him. Aiden pointed to Liam Fu. While he wasn't looking, Liam Fu was busy sweeping and wiping tables. Are you telling the truth? Evelyn was half convinced. Aiden spoke with such certainty that even she wavered. Then who is he? Evelyn subconsciously asked. He is. Just as Aiden was about to speak, a voice from outside interrupted him. At that moment, a car blocked the clinic entrance, and a person stepped out. This is Southern Sky Clinic, right? A plump woman held a bill, looking up at the Southern Sky Clinic sign. The herbal medicine has arrived. Please receive it. Evelyn walked out. Seeing the plump woman, she was startled. She didn't recognize her. Excuse me, which herbal medicine company are you from? The Su family, after all, was a traditional Chinese medicine family, and Southern Sky Clinic had its own established channels for herbal medicine, ensuring stable supply. Hongxing Pharmaceuticals. The plump woman scrutinized Evelyn, then impatiently handed over an order. See for yourself. Evelyn took the order. It was a chaotic list of items. I'm sorry, Southern Sky Clinic has never cooperated with Hongxing Pharmaceuticals, nor have we ordered any herbal medicine from Hongxing. Evelyn immediately saw the order was problematic. What do you mean fake? Is Southern Sky Clinic trying to welch on a debt? The plump woman said with a cold, gloomy expression. Evelyn frowned. Southern Sky Clinic won't welch on a debt, but we won't be swindled either. For some herbal medicine companies, clinics were like fatty meat, everyone wanted a bite. But using fake orders to deceive people was too brazen. Is this Southern Sky Clinic's attitude? The plump woman waved her hand, and a group of burly men poured out of the car. Little girl, since you're so ignorant, I'll explain clearly. From now on, Hongxing Pharmaceuticals will supply all the herbal medicine for Southern Sky Clinic. I'm sorry, Southern Sky Clinic has its own channels and doesn't need to cooperate with you. Please leave. Evelyn ordered them away. The plump woman hadn't expected Evelyn to be so unyielding. However, she had dealt with such matters many times. For small clinics with no significant background, she could easily control them. You won't agree? Then the car stays here, blocking the entrance. You won't be able to do any business either. Don't go too far. Evelyn was furious, but she had no way to deal with these people. She had recently heard that a pharmaceutical company in Beihai was dumping herbal medicines everywhere, causing many small clinics to suffer greatly. With the dwindling space for small clinics, being targeted by such people made their situation even more difficult. Evelyn hadn't expected the trouble to fall upon Southern Sky Clinic so quickly. Good dogs don't block the road. If you want to stand guard, squat on the sides, don't block the entrance. At this moment, Aiden, who couldn't stand it anymore, suddenly spoke. The plump woman's face immediately turned ugly. She glared angrily at Aiden. What are you? Do you have a say here? Sister Ma, should we teach this arrogant kid a lesson? A man behind the plump woman stepped forward, making a fist gesture at Aiden. Don't resort to violence so easily. We need to be civilized. The plump woman glanced at Aiden disdainfully. Looking at him, he's just an odd job worker at the clinic. Beating him would dirty our hands. You're right. Kid, Sister Ma is sparing your life. Get lost. Don't cause trouble. I don't want to cause trouble, but you're getting yourselves into big trouble. Aiden sneered. The plump woman scoffed, amused. An odd job worker at a clinic. Where did he get the confidence to say such things? Was he trying to make people laugh themselves to death? Come on, tell me what trouble I've gotten into. Kid, before you brag, you should learn about the background of my Hongxing Pharmaceuticals. 100 Guild Hall heard of it. The plump woman didn't even care about Aiden, let alone an odd job worker. She didn't even care about Southern Sky Clinic. Hongxing Pharmaceuticals was backed by the 100 Guild Hall, with connections in both legal and illegal circles, making them very powerful. Evelyn's brows furrowed slightly, immediately becoming nervous. Aiden had just accepted money from the 100 Guild Hall. Was this revenge coming so quickly? She knew that check should never have been accepted. 100 Guild Hall. Aiden smiled. Liam Fu, get out here. Liam Fu, who was still diligently cleaning, heard Aiden's summons and scrambled over. Dr. Aiden, what is it? Your command. Liam Fu was fawning, bowing deeply, half his height. The plump woman, seeing Liam Fu sprint out of the clinic like a madman, was stunned, almost scared out of her wits. Isn't that young Master Fu? The 100 Guild Hall's men are causing trouble. You handle it. Aiden glanced at the plump woman. What? Liam Fu almost jumped up. He was here painstakingly trying to appease Aiden, and the 100 Guild Hall was causing trouble? This is trying to kill me. Are you from the 100 Guild Hall? Liam Fu stepped in front of the plump woman, straightening his back. In front of Aiden, he was a bit timid, but in front of others, he was still young Master Fu. Young Master Fu. Cold sweat streamed down the plump woman's face, which was incredibly pale. She never imagined that young Master Fu would appear in a small clinic and treat a young man with such deference. What kind of background did this clinic have? I'm talking to you. Liam Fu wanted to strangle this woman. He had meticulously planned everything to gain Aiden's satisfaction, but now it was all ruined by this woman. My man is from the 100 Guild Hall. The plump woman's legs felt weak, almost collapsing before Liam Fu. This was the master of the 100 Guild Hall. With a flick of his hand, he could make her life a living hell. Damn it. You're using the 100 Guild Hall's name to cause trouble everywhere. I'll kill you all. Liam Fu's vision went black. Asterisk, damn it. They really are from the 100 Guild Hall. This woman has truly screwed him over. Asterisk. He kicked the plump woman to the ground, and the burly men who had come with her were also knocked down by Liam Fu. They didn't dare fight back at all. Outside the clinic, a chorus of pig-like screams soon erupted. Chapter 24. Chapter 24. Can I borrow your husband? Eventually, Evelyn couldn't bear it anymore, and Liam Fu finally let the plump woman go. Seeing the plump woman's terrified eyes, she probably wouldn't dare to show up at Southern Sky Clinic again for the rest of her life. Liam Fu vented all his anger and felt refreshed, even having more energy for his chores. Dr. Aiden, I swear, I knew nothing about the Hongxing Pharmaceuticals matter. I know, Aiden nodded. Also, yesterday, I was blind to your greatness. Dr. Aiden, please be magnanimous and don't hold it against me. I beg you, you must save Elder Fu. Otherwise, my father will kill me. Liam Fu finally dared to speak, seeing Aiden's attitude soften. I'm not a charlatan anymore. No. Liam Fu desperately shook his head. A man who could defeat 100 others couldn't be a charlatan. Even if Liam Fu was foolish, he knew Aiden's strength. And Yuqing Fu had already given her orders. Even if Aiden asked him to kneel, he would do it. For the sake of 20 million, I'll make another trip to the Fu family. Liam Fu was overjoyed. He thought all his efforts had been in vain after the commotion, but Aiden actually relented. Evelyn, I need to go out. Aiden glanced at the time, then looked at Evelyn. Martha wanted to say something, but seeing Liam Fu beside her, she immediately shut her mouth. She had witnessed Liam Fu's display of power earlier, and they couldn't afford to provoke such a person. Evelyn nodded. Before she could say anything, her gaze shifted to outside the door. At that moment, a luxury car stopped smoothly at Southern Sky Clinic. Sister Chi, why are you here? Aiden was startled, seeing Serafina Chi lean out of the car, then walked over. Liam Fu followed him, trotting. I'm here to pick you up for the Fu family. Serafina Chi saw Liam Fu behind Aiden and guessed what had happened. After all, Yuqing had called her yesterday. It seemed the Fu family wasn't completely beyond help. How did Sister Chi know? Aiden was surprised. He had just changed his mind, and Serafina Chi was already here. My intuition tells me that Brother Aiden isn't someone who would stand by and do nothing. Serafina Chi smiled subtly. Aiden had been so concerned about Yaya, whom he had only met once, so how could he possibly refuse to save a life? Aiden's expression faltered. It seemed this queen of business also had a deep understanding of human nature. Evelyn saw Serafina Chi and Aiden chatting and laughing, and her brows subconsciously furrowed. Asterisk, when did the two of them become so close? Calling each other brother and sister? It's a bit too intimate. Asterisk. Miss Sue, may I borrow your husband for a bit? You don't mind, do you? Serafina Chi glanced at Evelyn, speaking with a playful smile. Feel free, as long as CEO Chi brings him back safely. Evelyn was startled. Their eyes met, and a gentle smile also appeared on her pretty face. Aiden, come back early. I have a party tonight. Don't forget to accompany me. A party? Aiden was surprised. Evelyn never used to bring him to parties. What was going on? All right, Aiden nodded, quite bewildered. Soon, Aiden got into the car, and they sped off. Little brother, you really have quite a way with women. Miss Sue is truly a rare beauty, both talented and charming. Aiden sat in the passenger seat, feeling Serafina Chi's breath like orchids. His body stiffened a bit. Liam Fu, not only relegated to the back seat, was also completely ignored. However, at this moment, he dared not say a word, just watching, his face alternating between green and white. If there was truly something between Aiden and Serafina Chi, he should give up now. His life was more important. Aiden sighed. Evelyn was indeed praised by everyone, but in 3 years, he hadn't even touched her hand. This wasn't a way with women, it was torture. However, no matter how fragrant a cultivated flower is, it can't compare to a wild one. Little brother, do you want to try something different? Serafina Chi casually glanced at Aiden. Seeing Aiden's face flush, the smile in her eyes deepened. Liam Fu suddenly felt some regret. Why had he gotten into Serafina Chi's car? Was this how they lured dogs in and then slaughtered them these days? He refused this dog food. Cough, Sister Chi, Did you sleep well last night? Aiden couldn't handle it and quickly changed the subject. With the coin you gave me yesterday, my sleep was much better. The past few days, I was always restless, but yesterday, I slept soundly until morning. Serafina, she stopped teasing Aiden. Serafina, she knew Aiden was powerful, but she hadn't expected his methods to be so miraculous. That's good. Aiden nodded. The dark mark on Serafina, she's brow had dissipated somewhat. It wouldn't be long before it completely disappeared. Before long, the car drove into the Fu family estate. As soon as he entered the Fu family estate, Aiden's brows furrowed. The entire estate seemed to be shrouded in a gloomy cloud, feeling incredibly heavy. Even the trees and flowers showed signs of wilting. Brother Aiden, I feel chills all over. Serafina, she couldn't help but shiver. Aiden saw that the dark mark on Serafina, she's brow had reappeared somewhat. It's a problem with this Fu family estate, Aiden said with certainty. Dr. Aiden, what do you mean by that? Liam Fu also felt a chill all over his body. He had felt something was amiss a few days ago, but the feeling was much stronger now. Let's talk after seeing Elder Fu. The three arrived at Elder Fu's room. Seeing Elder Fu again, Aiden was somewhat surprised. Elder Fu looked incredibly old and frail, as if he already had one foot in the grave. Dr. Aiden has arrived. Seeing Aiden, Yuqing Fu greeted him, her face filled with excitement. Liam Fu had finally brought Aiden. Miss Yuqing, why did you invite this arrogant fellow again? Dr. Fong was startled to see Aiden. He didn't have a good impression of Aiden. Dr. Fong, Grandpa's condition is getting worse. Dr. Aiden might have a way. Let him try. Yuqing Fu quickly calmed down and said, Nonsense. Even if you're desperately seeking a cure, you can't be reckless. Elder Fu's life hangs by a thread. Only the 9 needles of rejuvenation can sustain his life. Dr. Fong had tried several times to use the 9 needles of rejuvenation to gather Elder Fu's vitality, but to no avail. However, he believed that the 9 needles of rejuvenation was the only way to save Elder Fu's life right now. If this arrogant fellow interferes, then I will abandon the treatment, and all consequences will be borne by yourselves. Dr. Fong was furious. A young junior who dared to question his medical skills was now invited by the Fu family to treat Elder Fu, whom even he, Dr. Fong, was helpless against. Wasn't this a direct insult to him? Dr. Fong. Yuqing Fu was startled. Dr. Fong was, after all, Beihai's top physician, with a great reputation. Yuqing Fu didn't want to displease him. Dr. Fong is right. Elder Fu can indeed only be sustained by the 9 needles of rejuvenation right now. At this moment, Aiden spoke. It's good that you know that. Dr. Fong snorted. Asterisk, this kid at least has some discernment. Asterisk. However, not your half-baked 9 needles of rejuvenation. Chapter 25. Chapter 25. Boasting shamelessly. You brat. How dare you? Dr. Fong trembled with anger. The 9 needles of rejuvenation was his pride and joy. How dared a mere junior question it? Do you know what you're saying? Dr. Fong glared, exasperated. The essence of the 9 needles of rejuvenation lies in the last 3 needles. But precisely these 3 needles, you haven't fully grasped. Aiden looked at Dr. Fong and said coldly, What nonsense are you spouting? Dr. Fong was startled. If I'm not mistaken, you've only learned the first 6 needles of the 9 needles of rejuvenation. The last 3 needles you tried to grasp through your own understanding. Aiden continued, making Dr. Fong's body tremble violently. You? How did you know? Dr. Fong's face changed dramatically, turning ashen, because everything Aiden said was true. Because I understand the 9 needles of rejuvenation better than you. Aiden's next sentence completely stunned Dr. Fong. A joke, boasting shamelessly. Dr. Fong sneered. His very foundation was the 9 needles of rejuvenation. No one understood this set of acupuncture techniques better than he did. If you truly understand the 9 needles of rejuvenation, I, Fong Qinghan, will write my name backward. I only wish to heal and save lives. As for whether Dr. Fong's name needs to be written backward, that's entirely up to you. Aiden said no more, quickly turning to Yuqing Fu. Miss Yuqing, what I'm about to say is very important. If you wish to save Elder Fu's life, follow my instructions. Putting on an act. Seeing Aiden not examining or needling, Dr. Fong looked disdainful. He wanted to see how this boy would save Elder Fu. Aiden pulled out a few yellow papers from his pocket, with a few crooked talismans drawn on them, and handed them to Yuqing Fu. These were things he had prepared last night. Yuqing Fu was immediately stunned, a little bewildered. Yellow paper talismans? Was Aiden a physician or a mystic? Kid, it turns out you're a charlatan. Dr. Fong laughed. This arrogant boy must be insane, trying to scam the Fu family. Aiden did not ignore Dr. Fong and went straight to the point. The Fu family estate is surrounded by mountains and water, making it an excellent location with great feng shui. It should have been a blessed land, but now the entire estate is filled with malign energy, and Elder Fu has been eroded by this malign energy. The Fu family estate must have had some groundbreaking work done recently. Did you dig a deep well? Yes, about half a month ago, a well was dug. Everyone was startled. But Yu Fu quickly came back to her senses and said, "That's right." Aiden had felt the malign energy in the Fu family estate the first time he came. Serafina Chi had only visited the Fu family twice, and she was already plagued by bad luck and a dark omen. This showed how fierce the malign energy in the Fu family estate was. I remember now. They even dug up many ancient coins from the well at that time. Liam Fu exclaimed, suddenly feeling a chill all over his body. Could Grandpa's illness really be related to this? Several shocked gazes turned to Aiden. Even if Aiden was truly a mystic, they now believed him somewhat. Miss Yuching, immediately send someone to fill the well. Those ancient coins must also be returned exactly as they were found. Also, find 2 pure-hearted young children to stand on the southwest and northeast sides of the room, holding these talismans. Aiden checked the time. It was already noon, and the malign energy had clearly weakened somewhat. All right, Yu Fu nodded repeatedly, but then she faced a dilemma. She looked around at the talismans. Don't look at me. I'm not a pure-hearted young man. Liam Fu desperately shook his head. In front of Serafina Chi before, he wouldn't have dared to say that, but now, he had no qualms. Yuching, let me do it. At this, Serafina Chi stepped forward and took the talismans from Yu Fu. Aiden was instantly startled. Serafina Chi already had a daughter, so how could she be a pure-hearted maiden? What are you looking at? Can't your sister still be a pure-hearted maiden? Yaya is my adopted child, not my biological daughter. Seeing Aiden's shocked expression, Serafina Chi's pretty face flushed. Aiden gave an awkward laugh. He really hadn't known that Yaya was Serafina Chi's adopted child. Soon after, Yu Fu received a call. The well had been filled, and several strange things had happened during the process of filling it. The surrounding trees had almost all withered. Dr. Aiden, we're ready now. Yu Fu nodded. Then, the 2 women, holding the talismans, quickly walked to the 2 sides of the room. Putting on an act. I want to see how you'll clean up this mess. Dr. Fong had not left. He wanted to personally witness this boy's humiliation. Asterisk malign energy, pure-hearted youth? No matter how many fantastic stories this boy could fabricate, if he couldn't save Elder Fu, it would all be for naught. Asterisk. Everything was ready, and Aiden walked to Elder Fu's side. Miss Yuching, I must warn you. If anything goes wrong, my revival clinic will not be held responsible. Dr. Fong frowned. Elder Fu was, after all, no ordinary person. If anything untoward happened, his reputation would certainly be implicated. Dr. Fong, rest assured, our Fu family is not unreasonable. Dr. Fong's expression was one of profound disappointment. A charlatan, a quack doctor, had actually managed to fool the Fu family completely. Was there no clear-headed person left in the entire Fu family? He snorted lightly, then turned to look at Aiden. He saw Aiden's focused expression, and one silver needle after another descended from his hand. Slowly, Dr. Fong's expression began to freeze. He stared intently at the silver needles in Aiden's hand, his expression deeply shaken. The 9 needles of rejuvenation? How could Dr. Fong not recognize the 9 needles of rejuvenation? His face immediately changed dramatically. Could Aiden have learned it by secretly observing him yesterday? As he watched further, Dr. Fong became increasingly alarmed, finally becoming thoroughly excited. The 9 needles of rejuvenation. The true 9 needles of rejuvenation. Dr. Fong stood up shakily. Years ago, he had seen the complete 9 needles of rejuvenation in the hands of that wise master. He never expected that decades later, this complete set of acupuncture techniques would once again appear before him. Decades of immersion in it. Yet Dr. Fong had never fully grasped the last 3 needles. Now, the last 3 needles were being performed by a young man. It was simply unbelievable. Dr. Fong finally understood Aiden's earlier words. He indeed understood the 9 needles of rejuvenation better than him. Shock, surprise, and various emotions surged through his heart. Finally, Dr. Fong's face was filled with shame. 6 needles to gather vitality, 9 needles to condense life force. Watch closely. Aiden's arm trembled, and the last silver needle descended. Simultaneously, Elder Fu's body trembled, and a trace of blood returned to his aged face. As the Xianxing Qi circulated, Aiden clearly saw tendrils of malign energy furiously gushing out from Elder Fu's body, finally colliding with the talismans. Cough, cough. With a violent cough, Elder Fu spat out a mouthful of dark blood. Then, Elder Fu, who had been unconscious for a long time, slowly opened his eyes. The entire Fu family instantly fell silent. Chapter 26. Chapter 26, Senior Brother. How is this possible? Dr. Fong muttered to himself, too shocked to speak. This young man not only used the complete 9 needles of rejuvenation, but also successfully awakened Elder Fu. It was simply unbelievable. At this moment, Yu Fu and the Fu family members had gathered around Elder Fu. The Fu family was naturally overjoyed that Elder Fu had woken up. Dr. Fong hesitated, then quickly walked over to Aiden. My apologies, my eyes were clouded. I didn't realize you were truly a miracle doctor. As Beihai's top physician, Dr. Fong Qinghan rarely bowed his head, but seeing the true 9 needles of rejuvenation again, His shock was immeasurable. Dr. Fong, there's no need to apologize. However, a physician's heart is one of benevolence. That old master taught you the 9 needles of rejuvenation to serve society. Dr. Fong, you must not forget your original intention. Aiden looked up at Dr. Fong. What? Dr. Fong was startled, his face filled with disbelief. You? What is your relationship with the old master? Dr. Fong trembled all over, as if struck by lightning. He had never mentioned to anyone that he had been guided by a wise master. Aiden knew this, so he must have been told by that master. Old master? Aiden rolled his eyes. That old man was no old master. He was just an old scoundrel. Aiden remembered that the old man once said he had casually guided someone down the mountain, who later became a revered traditional Chinese medicine master, and his surname was apparently Fong. I should call him master, but I don't know if he's worthy. You are the old master's disciple? No wonder you know the 9 needles of rejuvenation. So, I should call you senior brother. Dr. Fong was overjoyed. He grabbed Aiden, his expression excited. Senior brother? Aiden's lips twitched twice. Being called senior brother by an old man felt quite awkward. At this moment, Serafina Chi also walked over. Seeing Dr. Fong's excited expression, her eyes became a bit strange. Little brother, you're amazing. You've truly helped your sister a great deal. Serafina Chi wished she could hug and kiss Aiden. Phoenix Group's cooperation with the Fu family was crucial to her, and now that Aiden had saved Elder Fu, he had greatly helped Phoenix Group. You're too kind, Sister Chi. Aiden's gaze was somewhat evasive. Serafina Chi's captivating eyes were too alluring, especially her enthusiastic demeanor, which made it hard for him to resist. Soon after, Elder Fu had regained consciousness. After being fed, his spirit and energy clearly improved. Yuqing Fu pushed Elder Fu to Aiden, bowing deeply to Aiden. Aiden had saved Elder Fu, which was equivalent to saving the entire Fu family. After all, if anything happened to Elder Fu, the Fu family could very well crumble. Elder Fu, do you feel better? Young man, thank you for saving me. Otherwise, I might have lost my life. Elder Fu had been unconscious for several days, like having a nightmare. Now that he was awake, he still felt a lingering fear. Elder Fu, you are a man of great fortune. Facing the patriarch of the Fu family, the renowned Elder Fu of Beihai, Aiden was very humble. I never imagined there was a person like you in Beihai, young friend. Yuqing has told me everything. Elder Fu looked at him with appreciation. Dr. Aiden, Grandpa won't be in danger anymore, will he? Yuqing Fu was very fortunate that she hadn't completely angered Aiden, otherwise the entire Fu family would have been in trouble. Follow Dr. Fong's prescription for invigorating qi for a few days, and Elder Fu will be fine. However what? Yuqing Fu's heart sank, suddenly worried. Elder Fu is fine, but the malign energy has not only eroded him. Many of you here are also affected by it. Carry these coins with you. They can dispel the malign energy. At this, Aiden pulled out a few coins. Liam Fu's eyes lit up, and he immediately rushed forward. Brother Aiden's coins, I paid several million yuan for them. Serafina Chi suddenly interjected. Bye, we'll buy too. Yuqing Fu initially didn't believe in malign energy, but after everything that had happened, she had to believe it now, even if she didn't want to. And holding that coin, she clearly felt lighter. Aiden narrowed his eyes, suddenly feeling like a charlatan and a duo collaborating on a scam. Serafina Chi winked at Aiden. The Fu family was generous, and their previous attitude towards brother Aiden hadn't been good, so they should pay a little more. Dr. Aiden, this is Elder Fu's consultation fee, and the money for these items. Is it enough? Yuqing Fu handed over a check. 50 million yuan. Aiden was startled. He had just charged Liam Fu 20 million, and now the Fu family was offering 50 million. Just as Serafina Chi said, the Fu family was indeed generous. Brother Aiden, just accept it. The Fu family never takes back what they've given. Seeing Aiden hesitate, Serafina Chi immediately spoke. Yuqing Fu also smiled at Aiden. Elder Fu's life was worth more than 50 million yuan. The Fu family had offended Aiden earlier, and Aiden not holding a grudge already made them feel embarrassed. If Aiden didn't accept the money, they would feel uneasy. Thank you. Aiden took the check. Dr. Fong, these past 2 days you've also worked hard. This is your remuneration. Yuqing Fu turned and handed Dr. Fong a check. The amount wasn't huge, but it was still 10 million yuan. This money should go to my senior brother. Consider it my tuition fee. Dr. Fong took the money and immediately offered it to Aiden with both hands, his words leaving the Fu family stunned. Senior brother, they had been so focused on Elder Fu that they had missed something? Elder Fu's eyes flickered. This young man was not simple. Well, senior brother, I've never been able to fully grasp the last 3 needles of the 9 needles of rejuvenation. Could you? Dr. Fong's face was all smiles, completely devoid of his previous disdain. Don't worry, I will definitely not mistreat you, senior brother. If you are willing to teach me the last 3 needles, I can even give you the revival clinic. I mean it. Dr. Fong added, stunning everyone again. The revival clinic was well known in Beihai. Although its assets weren't as substantial as Phoenix Group or the Fu family, it was still significant. Was Dr. Fong really going to give away the revival clinic? What would I do with the revival clinic? Aiden was speechless. The 9 needles of rejuvenation is not a unique skill. I'll organize the acupuncture techniques and incantations and send them to you later. Thank you, junior senior brother. Dr. Fong's arms trembled with excitement. In his eyes, his junior senior brother was a godlike figure. With his guidance, he might truly master the 9 needles of rejuvenation. Aiden didn't stay at the Fu family for too long. He soon walked out with Serafina Chi. Aiden originally planned to go to the hospital with Serafina Chi to check on Yaya, but as soon as they left the Fu family estate, he received a call from Evelyn. Aiden, come back to the Su family manor quickly. Chapter 27. Chapter 27. He's the one I'm looking for. The Su family manor was surrounded by a group of people. Elder Su suddenly summoned everyone, and the Su family members rushed over in a panic. Is everyone here? At this moment, Elder Su walked out, followed by a man. Evelyn was about to speak when Henry Su, who was beside her, spoke first. Grandpa, almost everyone is here. Only that kept man is missing. Ha ha ha. The others burst into laughter. Almost all the Su family members were present, except for Aiden. Evelyn's face changed, and Martha was fuming. They had suffered so much scorn because of that good-for-nothing. Director Chen, take a look and see if the person you're looking for is here. Director Chen? Which Director Chen? Everyone subconsciously looked over and was stunned. Wasn't this the director of Beihai Hospital? Evelyn was also somewhat surprised. Why had the director of Beihai Hospital come to the Su family manor, and personally at that? Director Chen looked around but didn't find the person he was looking for. Today, Beihai Hospital had a tricky patient. Even with an expert consultation, there was no good solution. The patient's identity was not low, and if anything went wrong, Beihai Hospital would be in big trouble. Director Chen soon remembered the young miracle doctor who saved Yaya. After some inquiries, he learned that the young miracle doctor was a member of the Su family. Without hesitation, Director Chen rushed to the Su family manor. After a while, Director Chen frowned. Elder Su, are you sure all the Su family members are here? Yes. Elder Su looked peculiar. He wondered what young miracle doctor Director Chen was looking for, that he would come to the Su family. The Su family was known as a traditional Chinese medicine family to outsiders, but among the younger generation, only Evelyn could take over from him. There was no young miracle doctor. Are you looking for Evelyn, the girl? She's the most skilled in medicine among the younger generation of the Su family. Evelyn immediately became nervous. The young miracle doctor is a man. Director Chen shook his head. Asterisk, could he have made a mistake? Was the young miracle doctor not from the Su family? Asterisk. Director Chen, are you looking for me? Henry Su, who had just spoken, stepped forward. Director Chen was looking for a young miracle doctor who was a man, and he was the only one who fit the description. Although Elder Su said he lacked talent, he had, through observation and practice, learned quite a bit. If he hadn't looked down on Southern Sky Clinic, he would have been its owner long ago. No. Then Director Chen has probably made a wasted trip. The person you're looking for probably isn't in the Su family. Oh, and there's a kept man who hasn't arrived yet. It can't be him, can it? Henry Su laughed loudly. What kind of person was Director Chen? Someone of his status would never personally come to find a live-in son-in-law. I apologize for being late. Just then, Aiden rushed into the Su family manor. Evelyn's phone call earlier had been urgent, so Aiden dared not delay, rushing over as fast as he could. Aiden, do you have any respect for Elder Su? Don't tell me you were caught in traffic. Henry Su, who had just spoken, walked up to Aiden, who was drenched in sweat. It was traffic. This Henry Su always mocked him whenever they met. Aiden had long grown used to it. Over time, he just regarded him as an annoying fly. Haha, that's hilarious. Think before you lie. Can an electric bike get stuck in traffic? You're a disgrace. Martha was a bit angry. Not only was this boy late, but he also came up with a traffic jam excuse. Wasn't he just waiting for Henry Su to mock him? By the way, Director Chen, our Su family's good son-in-law has arrived. See, is he the one you're looking for? Henry Su suddenly remembered something and said, smiling at Director Chen. Henry Su always seized every opportunity to ridicule Aiden. Director Chen saw Aiden appear, was stunned for a moment. Then his face lit up with joy. Henry Su's words had brought him back to his senses. Director Chen quickly walked up, taking 3 steps at a time. Henry Su was startled, somewhat bewildered. Asterisk, it was just a kept man who arrived. Why was Director Chen so excited? Asterisk, not only Henry Su, but all the Su family members were stunned. Young miracle doctor, I've finally found you. Director Chen was excited, looking at Aiden as if he had found a treasure. Director Chen, are you looking for me? Aiden naturally recognized Director Chen, but he had no dealings with him. Why would Director Chen be looking for him? This display bewildered him as well. Young miracle doctor, please come with me. Director Chen was sincere. This young man, whom even CEO Chi regarded highly, must be extraordinary. Moreover, Director Chen had personally witnessed Aiden saving Yaya, and he had absolute faith in Aiden's medical skills. Director Chen, do you know who he is? Don't joke around. Henry Su looked on in disbelief, but he quickly realized that Director Chen must have mistaken him. This is Aiden Stone, the Su family's live-in son-in-law, not the young miracle doctor you're looking for. Henry Su added, his expression mocking. He's the one I'm looking for. Director Chen frowned, very displeased. Gasp, everyone was stunned. The person Director Chen was looking for was indeed Aiden. But when did this live-in son-in-law become a young miracle doctor? Was there some misunderstanding? Aiden, quickly, speak up. Don't cause any trouble for our Su family. Henry Su's sharp gaze pierced Aiden. Even if Director Chen had made a mistake, wasn't Aiden going to explain himself? If anything went wrong, the Su family would bear the blame. Speak about what? Aiden looked at Henry Su as if he were an idiot. Say you're not the young miracle doctor Director Chen mentioned. Are you really going to pretend to be someone important? Henry Su was somewhat angry. What are you? How dare you disrespect the young miracle doctor? Director Chen's heart sank. Asterisk, damn it. He's here to ask for help. If this idiot angered the young miracle doctor, even he would be implicated. Asterisk, if word reached CEO Chi, would he still be the director? Henry Su's face turned crimson. He never expected Director Chen to defend Aiden so fiercely. Director Chen, could there be a mistake? Aiden is my husband. I know him. Evelyn had not quite grasped what was happening. Why were people always looking for Aiden these past 2 days? Serafina Chi, then the 100 Guild Hall, and now the director of Beihai Hospital. With those words, Evelyn's face flushed, but she couldn't care less at the moment. There's no mistake, Director Chen said decisively. Elder Su, I'll take the young miracle doctor with me now. I'll come back later to thank you. Aiden, say something. Evelyn was anxious, seeing Aiden remain silent. It's fine. I'll be back soon. Aiden's face held a hint of a smile. This was the first time Evelyn had publicly acknowledged him as her husband. Evelyn wanted to speak, but seeing Aiden's deep eyes, she suddenly forgot what to say. In Aiden's eyes, there was a confidence she had never seen before. Unconsciously, Aiden seemed to have become someone she no longer recognized. Chapter 28. Chapter 28, Unworthy. VIP ward at the hospital. Beihai's richest man, Mr. Willow, lay stiffly in bed, his entire body rigid, with only his eyes capable of movement. Present were not only hospital specialists, but also several renowned traditional Chinese medicine practitioners. The group was in a frenzy. Mr. Willow's symptoms were extremely strange. Even medical instruments couldn't detect any problems, yet his body was stiff and cold all over. Are you doctors, or just incompetent? A beautiful woman, Mrs. Willow, spoke with an anxious and icy tone. It had been 1 or 2 hours, and they still had no plan. Madam, the director has gone to invite someone, and will be back shortly. An older doctor's forehead dripped with sweat. These were the richest man and his wife. If anything went wrong, not only would they lose their jobs, but their lives would be at stake. As he spoke, Director Chen Daofeng and Aiden walked in. Director Chen, you've finally returned. Mrs. Willow said angrily. She had thought Director Chen had secretly fled. Mrs. Willow, allow me to introduce you. This is Dr. Aiden. Perhaps he can save Mr. Willow. Director Chen wiped cold sweat from his brow. Just after dealing with CEO Chi's daughter, now Mr. Willow and his wife had arrived. He was scared to death. Director Chen, are you joking? Mrs. Willow clearly noticed Aiden, but she didn't take him seriously. Mrs. Willow was visibly displeased. Mrs. Willow, how dare I joke around? Director Chen clearly understood that Mrs. Willow distrusted Aiden because of his youth. Tell me, who is he? What is his reputation? What are his achievements? Mrs. Willow's tone was cold. She was very disappointed with Beihai Hospital. Director Chen was stumped. He hadn't heard of Aiden's reputation and knew nothing of his achievements. He only knew that Aiden must be extraordinary. Can't you say? Do you think just anyone can treat our Mr. Willow? A barrage of sharp questions left Director Chen blushing and helpless. Reputation and achievements cannot save lives. Aiden finally spoke. On the way, Director Chen had already told him their identities. No wonder Director Chen was so nervous. Mr. Willow was a legendary figure in Beihai. His reputation was even greater than Serafina Chi's. After all, Serafina Chi had built her empire from scratch, while Mr. Willow had been dominating Beihai for decades. The title of Beihai's richest man was not a false one. It was said that if Mr. Willow stomped his foot, the entire city of Beihai would tremble. You certainly know how to save face. Mrs. Willow frowned. Her words were subtle enough. Yet this young man was so tactless, daring to lecture her instead. Then let's be direct. You are not worthy of treating Mr. Willow. Mrs. Willow didn't want to beat around the bush. Director Chen, instead of wasting time, why don't you find someone reliable? If anything happens to Mr. Willow, I will tear down your Beihai hospital. Mrs. Willow, I've spoken with Grandpa. He's finished with his other duties and is on his way here. At this moment, a person stepped forward. What? Dr. Fong is available. Mrs. Willow's expression finally softened a bit. That's right. Grandpa just cured Elder Fu. Madam, rest assured, with Grandpa here, Mr. Willow will definitely be fine. The young man said proudly. That's great. I certainly trust Dr. Fong. Mrs. Willow clung to this like a lifeline. She heard that the Fu family's elder was gravely ill, and all attempts to find a cure had failed. Yet Dr. Fong had cured him. Dr. Fong's medical skills were truly unparalleled. Director Chun was startled. Dr. Fong was coming? He recognized this young man as Dr. Fong's grandson. He hadn't expected the revival clinic to be part of Mrs. Willow's consultation team. Reputation and achievements indeed cannot save lives, but those are assets. Without sufficient assets, boasting is nothing but a joke. Fong Hong looked at Aiden, speaking neither warmly nor coldly. As the successor to the revival clinic, Fong Hong considered his medical skills to be excellent. Mr. Willow's illness was peculiar, and even he couldn't find any clues. How could an ordinary person possibly figure it out? He didn't know who Aiden was. Perhaps he was just a relative of Director Chun, trying to gain some fame. Friend, I advise you not to make a fool of yourself. Leave now. I apologize, Director Chun. It seems I shouldn't have come. Aiden raised his eyebrows slightly, then turned and walked out of the ward. Director Chen's face changed. He had finally managed to invite Aiden, only for these two to drive him away. Fortunately, Dr. Fong was coming, otherwise, it would have been a huge problem. Aiden had just stepped out of the ward when he saw Dr. Fong rushing towards him. Junior senior brother, why are you here? Dr. Fong quickly walked over, surprised. He hadn't expected them to meet again so soon. Aiden had left the Fu family in a hurry earlier. Could he have been invited by Mr. Willow? I came to help. Aiden smiled, saying no more. If I had known junior senior brother was here, I wouldn't have come. Dr. Fong was overjoyed to learn that Aiden was the old master's disciple. After witnessing Aiden's abilities, he admired his junior senior brother immensely. You should still go in and take a look. Aiden shook his head slightly. What? Even junior senior brother is helpless with Mr. Willow's illness. Dr. Fong's heart sank. Had Mr. Willow contracted some incurable disease? You'll know once you go in. Aiden didn't know how to explain. He couldn't very well say, your grandson drove me out, could I? Then I'll go in and take a look with junior senior brother. Dr. Fong made a gesture of invitation. If anyone saw Beihai's top physician being so humble, they would surely be dumbfounded. Aiden sighed helplessly and could only return to the ward. Dr. Fong is here. As Dr. Fong appeared, a group of people immediately surrounded him. Aiden was ignored again. Grandpa, you're here. Fong Hong walked up to Dr. Fong in 2 steps, his face full of arrogance. As the grandson of Beihai's top physician, this identity alone was enough to make him the object of envy for everyone. Mr. Willow and Mrs. Willow have been waiting for a long time. All right. Dr. Fong walked forward, unhindered. Mrs. Willow's eyes were full of anticipation. At this moment, she could only place her hopes on Dr. Fong. After taking his pulse, Dr. Fong's brows furrowed slightly, as if deep in thought. Mr. Willow's body is as cold as ice. It seems cold energy has entered his body. The blood encountering the cold, his qi and blood are not flowing smoothly, leading to body stiffness. I will perform acupuncture to clear his blood circulation. After a moment, Dr. Fong looked at Mrs. Willow and said, all right, thank you, Dr. Fong. Mrs. Willow nodded repeatedly. Fong Hong's face held a hint of a smile, proudly glancing at the other doctors. His boastful intent was clear. Only Grandpa was this amazing, able to immediately pinpoint the root cause. Dr. Fong, no. Just then, a voice rang out, making Dr. Fong's hand tremble. He immediately stopped. However, hearing this voice, the others looked at him with great displeasure. Damn it, why is this guy still here? Fong Hong's face changed, interrupting Grandpa's acupuncture. If anything went wrong, how many lives would Aiden have to pay for? Young man, don't refuse a toast to drink a forfeit. Get out before I lose my temper. Mrs. Willow was furious, her voice icy and sharp. Get out, do you hear me? Fong Hong, meanwhile, put on an act of defending Mrs. Willow, making to drive Aiden away. You little rascal, what are you doing? Dr. Fong's eyes widened. Ignoring everything else, he rushed forward and grabbed Fong Hong. Grandpa, he interrupted you. I'll teach him a lesson for you. Fong Hong was startled. He didn't expect Grandpa to be so agitated. Did Grandpa want to personally teach this arrogant fellow a lesson? Slap? Just as Fong Hong finished speaking, Dr. Fong slapped him across the face. Teach a lesson, my foot. I'll beat you to death, you unfilial son. Dr. Fong's slap was delivered with full force, sending Fong Hong staggering back several steps. Grandpa, why did you hit me? Fong Hong hadn't recovered. Aiden clearly interrupted Grandpa's acupuncture, but he was the one who got slapped. Grandpa had never hit him before. How dare you ask? Is junior senior brother someone you can teach a lesson to? Even I, your grandpa, must respect him. What do you think you are? Slap. Another solid slap landed. Dr. Fong was almost exploding with rage. Even he had to address Aiden as junior senior brother, and he had gained an immense benefit from it. How dared this unfilial grandson of his speak to junior senior brother like that, having the gall of a bear and the courage of a leopard? Then Dr. Fong delivered a kick, and Fong Hong knelt straight down, crying out in pain. Kneel down and call him junior senior grandmaster. Dr. Fong had always doted on this grandson, But that didn't mean Fong Hong could do whatever he wanted. If he displeased junior senior brother, and the 9 needles of rejuvenation weren't passed down to him, he would have nowhere to cry. Junior senior brother? Junior senior grandmaster. Fong Hong was bewildered by the flurry of blows, his eyes wide with disbelief. This person was younger than him. When did he become his grandpa's junior senior brother? What kind of international joke was this? Not only Fong Hong, but everyone else was also stunned. Dr. Fong was Beihai's top master. Who could his senior brother possibly be? Junior senior grandmaster. Fong Hong looked at Grandpa's raised hand, trembling with fright. He understood his grandpa. If he didn't obey, his leg would be broken. Anyway, Grandpa could always set it back later. Apologize. I'm sorry. Fong Hong had a million questions, but he dared not speak or ask them. His eyes were filled with fear. Junior senior brother, I haven't educated this rascal properly. If you wish to beat or scold him, feel free, just don't kill him. Dr. Fong secretly glanced at Aiden. Seeing that Aiden wasn't angry, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. No, that's enough. Aiden didn't dwell on it. He hadn't expected things to unfold this way. Junior senior brother, Mr. Willow's illness, do you have any other insights? Dr. Fong glared at Fong Hong. This boy almost ruined his good fortune. He indeed has cold energy in his body, but if you perform acupuncture to clear his blood circulation, I'm afraid he will never stand up again. Aiden said, his expression slightly serious. What nonsense are you talking about? Mrs. Willow reacted from her shock. This young man had a relationship with Dr. Fong? However, her husband was fine yesterday. How could he possibly be unable to stand up? Aiden must be sensationalizing. Mr. Willow's condition, I've roughly guessed it. Mrs. Willow, would you like to hear it? You can guess it roughly without even taking his pulse. Do you really think you're a miracle doctor? Mrs. Willow scoffed. She truly didn't believe Aiden could say anything sensible. I'd like to hear why Mr. Willow has become like this. Are you sure you want to hear it? Aiden smiled playfully. If you can't say anything substantial, don't blame me for making things difficult for you. Mrs. Willow's brows furrowed even tighter, she said coldly. I'm afraid what I say might affect Mrs. Willow and Mr. Willow's reputation. How about we ask a few people to step outside first? No need. What's there to hide? Mrs. Willow was startled. This charlatan might have fooled Dr. Fong, but he couldn't fool her. Then I'll speak directly. At Mr. Willow's age, his kidney energy is naturally weak. During your intimate activities, Mr. Willow not only took an excessive amount of medication, but also overexerted himself. This wouldn't have been a problem, but the mistake was made when he used air conditioning afterward. The cold energy invaded his body, and the clash between his internal heat and the cold energy caused his blood to flow in reverse. Aiden said with a smile. But halfway through his words, Mrs. Willow's face flushed crimson. The others, meanwhile, pricked up their ears, listening with great interest. Although Mr. Willow was Beihai's richest man, he was already 50 years old. Mrs. Willow was only in her 30s, like a ravenous wolf. Could it be that Mr. Willow wasn't sick, but drained? Even Dr. Fong was somewhat shocked. All this, how did Aiden see it? On the bed, Mr. Willow's eyes darted frantically. He could hear and see everything, but he couldn't speak. If he could move, he would surely want to find a hole to crawl into. Mrs. Willow was the same, her face covered in blushes, unable to utter a word. Junior senior brother, in your opinion, how should he be treated? Dr. Fong took Mr. Willow's pulse again, his face changing dramatically. The reversed blood flow was hidden beneath the surface symptoms, and even he had overlooked it. Moreover, Mr. Willow's kidney energy was weak. After this, he might never enjoy the pleasures of a man again. Mrs. Willow said I was not worthy of treating Mr. Willow. Aiden glanced at Mrs. Willow, whose face was as red as blood. He had kindly warned her, but Mrs. Willow insisted he speak in front of so many people. He was also helpless. You, Mrs. Willow bit her lip, swallowing her words. Aiden's explanation was logical and completely accurate, leaving her no choice but to believe him. Dr. Aiden, I apologize. I was blind to your greatness. I hope Dr. Aiden will treat my husband. Mrs. Willow walked up to Aiden and said respectfully. Aiden raised his eyebrows and stepped forward. Dr. Fong immediately stood up, moving with astonishing speed. Everyone could see that Dr. Fong held Aiden in great awe. Junior senior brother here. Dr. Fong then handed over his specialized silver needles, making Fong Hong's eyes widen. Grandpa's specialized silver needles, even he had never touched them. Several silver needles quickly descended. Watching Aiden's somewhat strange technique, Dr. Fong's expression was greatly shaken. This is the 7-star needle technique. Dr. Fong stared intently at the silver needles, extremely excited. The 7-star needle technique, lost for many years, had actually reappeared in Aiden's hands. This made his breathing become rapid. Heaven's favor, our Fong family is about to prosper. Dr. Fong's old eyes filled with tears. At this moment, his junior senior brother was a godlike figure in his eyes. From now on, the Fong family would follow junior senior brother. As a few silver needles were inserted, Mr. Willow's limbs began to regain sensation. I can move. A moment later, Mr. Willow exclaimed. I can speak too. Mr. Willow was overjoyed, supporting himself as he stood up from the wheelchair. Everyone was dumbfounded. Aiden's intervention had cured Mr. Willow so quickly. Mr. Willow, it's best not to move too much. Otherwise, your chi and blood might become unstable and reverse again. Aiden said. Yes, Mr. Willow, listen to Dr. Aiden. Don't move around. Mrs. Willow stepped forward and gently pressed Mr. Willow back into the wheelchair. Her attitude was completely different from before. Thank you, Dr. Aiden. Mr. Willow knew Aiden had saved his life. If he couldn't stand for the rest of his life, he would rather die. Everyone looked at Aiden with envy. To owe Beihai's richest man such a great favor, countless people would wake up laughing from their dreams. Dr. Aiden, my wife was disrespectful earlier. Please don't take it to heart. As he spoke, Mr. Willow pulled out a check and handed it over. This is the consultation fee. Mr. Willow had heard everything. Even Dr. Fong called Aiden Junior Senior Brother. So this young man was definitely extraordinary. He couldn't help but want to be acquainted with him. After all, people eat grains and inevitably fall ill. Moreover, he was not young anymore. Getting to know a miracle doctor was like having an extra layer of insurance. 20 million yuan. Many people's eyes lit up. As expected of Beihai's richest man, he was truly generous. Dr. Fong Qinghan, however, showed no reaction. If they knew the Fu family had offered 50 million yuan, they would probably be scared to death. Aiden opened a prescription, and Mrs. Willow happily went to get the medicine. Junior Senior Brother is indeed a divine being, his medical skills unparalleled, unprecedented, and unbeatable. Dr. Fong Qinghan's exaggerated compliments made Fong Hong's head spin. He had never seen his grandpa flatter anyone like this before. No, this was beyond flattery. It was almost fanatical. Subsequently, Fong Hong decisively joined his grandpa's camp. Don't try to learn too much at once. Once you've grasped the last 3 needles of the 9 needles of rejuvenation, I'll pass on the 7-star needle technique to you. Aiden certainly understood Dr. Fong Qinghan's intentions. You're serious? Dr. Fong Qinghan was overjoyed, as if he had found a treasure. He became incredibly excited. The 7-star needle technique was a needle technique no less profound than the 9 needles of rejuvenation. Was Aiden truly willing to pass it on to him? Consider it as teaching on behalf of that old man. Aiden said with a smile. Then I thank Junior Senior Brother in advance. Dr. Fong Qinghan's face flushed with excitement. He bowed deeply, almost kneeling in respect. At this moment, Director Chun walked over, and seeing this scene, he was stunned again. Director Chun, if I may ask, is your hospital still in need of staff? Aiden saw Director Chun and remembered mentioning Evelyn's desire to join Beihai Hospital last time. Yes, of course, it's in need. If Dr. Aiden wants to come, you can be the vice director. No, the director. Director Chin's eyes lit up, and he suddenly became excited. Nonsense. What's so good about being the director of Beihai Hospital? Junior Senior Brother, come to Revival Clinic. I told you, from now on, Revival Clinic is yours. Dr. Fong Qinghan was startled, then immediately reacted, eagerly trying to recruit Aiden. Director Chun was surprised. He knew nothing of Revival Clinic's influence. Was Dr. Fong Qinghan crazy? Not for me. My wife wants to join Beihai Hospital. If it's convenient, please help Director Chun. But don't mention that I'm involved. Convenient. Of course, it's convenient. Director Chun nodded vigorously. Aiden's wife was none other than Miss Su from the Su family. Then many thanks. Aiden smiled. In these 3 years, he didn't feel he owed the Su family anything, but he did feel a slight debt to Evelyn. Dr. Aiden, wouldn't you consider? Director Chun was still not giving up. Consider what? I already said, Junior Senior Brother will be the owner of Revival Clinic from now on. Dr. Fong Qinghan immediately pulled Director Chun aside, speaking intensely. The two argued heatedly, and Aiden quietly slipped away. With several checks in his pocket, Aiden felt a sense of unreality, as if he were dreaming. After all, just a few days ago, he was a powerless invalid. Asterisk beep. Beep. Asterisk as Aiden walked out of the hospital, a car horn suddenly blared behind him. Then, a car sped past, splashing dirty water all over Aiden as it went through a puddle. Aiden frowned, about to react, when the car stopped in front of him. Walking so carelessly, don't you know how to dodge? Daniel Zhou leaned out of the car, frowning. Seeing Aiden's gloomy face, he laughed. Who do we have here? Oh, it's Brother Aiden. My apologies, I was driving too fast. Daniel Zhou had seen Aiden from behind. This guy wasn't at the clinic. He was actually at Beihai Hospital. He must have been kicked out by the Su family and was looking for a job at Beihai Hospital. However, an odd job worker at a clinic, even if he could get into Beihai Hospital, could only sweep the toilets. A low-class person, he couldn't compare to an elite like him, who had studied abroad. If you're blind, you shouldn't drive. Asterisk rivals meet on a narrow road. Asterisk Aiden hadn't expected to see Daniel Zhou here. He remembered now. Daniel Zhou was a specially appointed expert at Beihai Hospital. What did you say? Daniel Zhou's face instantly changed. I said you're blind. You? Daniel Zhou's face turned green. Aiden was just a good-for-nothing. How dared he curse him? No wonder Evelyn doesn't think highly of you, you ill-mannered fellow. Let me tell you, I'm going on a date with Evelyn today. You trash better stay far away. Daniel Zhou had organized a gathering today, inviting Evelyn and some old classmates. His purpose was clear. He was going after Evelyn. He had prepared everything. Tonight, he would definitely win Evelyn over. He knew Evelyn didn't think highly of Aiden. He heard that Aiden hadn't even touched her hand in 3 years. She must have been saving herself for him. A date. Aiden was startled, remembering that he was supposed to accompany Evelyn to some party tonight. Haha, you probably don't know, do you? Evelyn wouldn't tell you about something like this. Daniel Zhou's face was full of smiles. If this good-for-nothing knew he was about to be cuckolded, would he be so angry he'd smash his head against a wall? Oh, then let's talk about your blindness. Aiden's face showed no anger, which surprised Daniel Zhou. You're the one who's blind. Daniel Zhou couldn't bear it anymore. He grabbed Aiden. However, Daniel Zhou's hand missed. Aiden flashed, reversed his grip, grabbed Daniel Zhou's neck, and slammed him forcefully against the front of the car. The hood was directly dented, and Daniel Zhou's head bled. Don't provoke me, or next time, it won't be this simple. Aiden kicked Daniel Zhou away, his voice icy, making Daniel Zhou shiver. Get lost. Daniel Zhou, his head bleeding, watched Aiden leave, gritting his teeth. You just wait for me. Daniel Zhou pulled out his phone and dialed a number. Tattooed man, help me deal with someone. Aiden didn't take Daniel Zhou seriously, hoping this lesson would make him behave. He noticed flowers and gifts in Daniel Zhou's car earlier. Evidently, Daniel Zhou would be at Evelyn's party and had meticulously planned to win her over. Aiden considered this for a moment, then went to the bank to cash his checks, and afterward, headed towards a jewelry store. This jewelry store, a renowned luxury brand called Treasured Fragrance Gallery, had branches across the country. Aiden walked into the store. Several sales associates glanced at him, but didn't move. They were astute, and could tell at a glance that Aiden wasn't the type to buy high-end jewelry. Sir, how may I help you? At that moment, a pleasant voice spoke next to Aiden. Aiden looked up and was startled. Brother Aiden, is that you? The sales associate was none other than Sophia Xiao, Emily's best friend. What a coincidence. Aiden was surprised to find Sophia working here. I'm working part-time here. Sophia was startled. Are you here to buy a gift for Emily? Sophia had a deep impression of Aiden. No. Aiden shook his head. Oh. Sophia was momentarily confused. Coming to a jewelry store like this, not for Emily? Was Aiden seeing another woman? Sophia's mind conjured up a dramatic scene, and her pretty face immediately turned cold. Emily was her best friend, and she naturally had to look out for her. Even if Aiden had bought her an outfit, she couldn't pretend not to notice this. Emily is very innocent. You'd better not take advantage of her, Sophia said in a hushed tone. Aiden's face darkened. He remembered that in Sophia's eyes, he was still Emily's boyfriend. Looking at Sophia's expression, Aiden knew this girl watched too many romance dramas. I was just joking. I am buying it for Emily, but you can't tell her. I want to give her a surprise. I understand. Sophia's face finally broke into a smile, and she happily began to introduce various items to Aiden. I'll take that one, Aiden said, pointing to a prominent necklace in the display case. Brother Aiden, are you sure? This necklace is called Wings of Angel, and is worth 15 million yuan. Even though Sophia knew Aiden had money, she was still somewhat disbelieving. 15 million yuan for a piece of jewelry was incredibly expensive. Wings of Angel was very famous, a limited edition piece from Treasured Fragrance Gallery. There was only one available in Beihai, and it was the store's prized jewel. Yes, just swipe the card. Aiden nodded and took out his bank card. Fortunately, he had cashed the checks. Otherwise, with only the 3 million yuan Serafina Chi gave him, it would have been embarrassing. Checks, besides being good for showing off, were less convenient than cash. All right, I'll go process it right away. Sophia was still a bit doubtful, but trusted him anyway. Manager, please swipe the card for me. That gentleman wants to buy the Wings of Angel. Sophia walked to the counter, and her words immediately attracted everyone's attention. He wants to buy Wings of Angel? What a joke. Sophia, looking at this man's attire, he doesn't seem like someone who can afford Wings of Angel. Don't let him trick you. Several sales associates didn't believe it. Wings of Angel had been in the store for months. Many people came to look, but not a single one dared to ask to buy it. And Sophia was just a part-timer. How could she sell such a valuable piece of jewelry? He won't. Sophia shook her head. Girl, you're really too naive. Even the manager was a bit helpless. That man must have been teasing Sophia, because she was pretty. Manager, just try swiping the card, and we'll know. Sophia was a bit shaken by their words, but still insisted. All right, you really won't give up until you hit a wall. There's no way this card has 15 million yuan. The manager took the bank card and swiped it lightly. Beep. Everyone was startled by the sound. There really was 15 million yuan. Everyone stared, unable to help but gasp. Looking at Aiden's clothes, he didn't seem like someone with over 10 million yuan. Are wealthy people really this low-key now? After the shock, regrets set in. This was the 15 million yuan Wings of Angel. The commission alone would be hundreds of thousands. Such a big client had fallen into Sophia's hands. Several sales associates pounded their chests in frustration. Sophia's face was flushed with excitement. Handsome, I'm the top sales associate here. Is there anything else you need? I can help you. My name is Ally. If you need anything, handsome, I can explain it to you personally. A seductive woman approached, winking at Aiden. No, thank you. Aiden didn't even glance at them. Sophia walked over. She had carefully wrapped the Wings of Angel and handed it to Aiden. Sir, here is your item. Sophia almost called him Brother Aiden, but quickly corrected herself. She and Aiden were not from the same world. She didn't dare to presume familiarity. You're welcome. If I need anything in the future, I'll come back to you. Aiden saw Sophia's restraint and shook his head helplessly. Hearing Aiden's words, a few people looked on with envy. This girl was so lucky. She must have found a treasure. Soon, Aiden walked out of Treasured Fragrance Gallery. So handsome. That handsome man's woman must be incredibly happy. Sophia heard these comments and felt genuinely happy for Emily. At 6 in the afternoon, Aiden arrived at the Clear Breeze Club. Evelyn was already waiting there. Why are you so late? Evelyn had sent Aiden the address early, but he arrived so late. I was delayed by something, Aiden said calmly. Today is my class reunion. Just follow me and don't say much. All right, Aiden nodded. Evelyn was wearing a white dress today, looking like a delicate beauty with long, slender legs. Paired with red high heels, she was incredibly alluring. Evelyn hadn't wanted to attend such a gathering, but several of her close friends had invited her, and she couldn't refuse. Aiden followed Evelyn into the private room and sat down. Many people looked over, having heard about the Su family's live-in son-in-law. Aiden didn't mind, but Evelyn's face flushed slightly. Fortunately, she was used to it. Just then, the private room door opened. Daniel Zhou, his head bandaged, walked in, surrounded by several classmates. Young Master Zhou, what happened? Many people were startled to see Daniel Zhou's bandaged head. Nothing, I just accidentally fell. Daniel Zhou forced a smile, but then his gaze swept across the room and landed on Aiden in the corner, his eyes turning cold. Why was Aiden here? Daniel Zhou wondered, but quickly, a cold smirk appeared on his face. Asterisk, it would be even more interesting to steal Evelyn in front of this worthless kept man. Asterisk. Evelyn hadn't expected Daniel Zhou to come and subconsciously glanced at Aiden, who remained calm, seemingly unfazed. Evelyn frowned, a little annoyed. Had this man's heart already left her? Thinking of this, Evelyn felt a hint of loss. As soon as Daniel Zhou arrived, he immediately became the center of attention. Daniel Zhou came from a wealthy family and was now a specially appointed expert at Beihai Hospital. He was incredibly successful, and everyone present wanted to curry favor with him. Facing the compliments, Daniel Zhou smiled broadly. Today was his main event, and he intended to win Evelyn over here. Evelyn, Daniel Zhou is getting handsomer every day. Lily Young, one of Evelyn's close friends, leaned in, her eyes full of admiration, as if she wanted to throw herself at him. Evelyn nodded defensively. Aiden was startled and said nothing. Evelyn had told him to speak less. Tonight, I'm hosting. Everyone, eat and drink to your heart's content. Daniel Zhou waved his hand, very generous. Someone started cheering, and everyone else joined in, clapping. Young Master Zhou is mighty. The atmosphere in the private room immediately became lively. Young Master Zhou, sit here. At this, Lily Young stood up and offered Daniel Zhou the seat closest to Evelyn. Evelyn was somewhat surprised. In her days, Daniel Zhou was pushed forward by a few people. Aiden watched from the side, a cold smirk on his face. It seemed Daniel Zhou had bribed quite a few people. Young Master Zhou, you and Evelyn haven't seen each other in years, have you? I remember you two were a golden couple in school, childhood sweethearts. It's truly enviable. Someone cheered, making Evelyn feel a bit awkward. Everyone, don't talk nonsense. Come, let's drink. Daniel Zhou waved his hand. This was exactly the effect he wanted, but he couldn't rush it. Evelyn shifted her body, leaning closer to Aiden. She now understood that this gathering was orchestrated by Daniel Zhou. After a few rounds of drinks, the atmosphere became even more heated. Classmates, everyone, please quiet down. I have something to say. Daniel Zhou snapped his fingers, and several waiters walked in, each holding 99 roses. The scent of roses filled the private room. Everyone's eyes burned with anticipation. Everyone knew the main event was coming. Everyone understood that Daniel Zhou had organized this gathering for Evelyn. The only thing that surprised them was that Evelyn had brought her useless husband. Daniel Zhou took a step forward and picked up a large bouquet of roses. Evelyn, do you know how much I've loved you all these years? I once thought that as childhood sweethearts, it was natural for us to be together, but fate intervened. However, I've missed one chance, and I don't want to miss a second. Daniel Zhou's eyes were filled with Evelyn alone. This woman was too beautiful. He was completely smitten. Evelyn stood up, her expression somewhat unnatural. She didn't even have time to react before Daniel Zhou knelt down. Young Master Zhou, just roses aren't enough. Our Evelyn isn't so easily won over. Lily Young shouted loudly, her emotions running high, as if she were the one being proposed to. Daniel Zhou's face showed increased confidence. He then took out a box from his pocket. He opened it, revealing a diamond ring to everyone. The diamond ring was large and dazzling, sparkling even more brilliantly under the lights. Many girls present exclaimed, "Women, after all, love diamond rings." A capable man could make women madly pursue him. This was reality. "Evelyn, I know you've suffered these past years. From now on, let me take care of you, all right?" Daniel Zhou's eyes were full of tenderness, and his smile became even more confident. No woman could refuse the temptation of diamonds, especially a diamond worth hundreds of thousands of yuan. He could already imagine Evelyn crying tears of joy. "I'm sorry. If young Master Zhou is proposing, I'm afraid you've chosen the wrong person. I have a husband." Evelyn was caught off guard, her delicate body trembling slightly. She hadn't expected such a scene. "I know that, but so what? Aren't you two getting a divorce? He's not worthy of you. How can a worthless man give you happiness? Can he afford a diamond ring that symbolizes love? Can he give you what you want from life?" Daniel Zhou never saw Aiden as a rival. A live-in son-in-law was not worthy of comparing himself to him. In his opinion, Evelyn had remained pure all these years because she still thought of him and wanted to save her most precious self for him. This woman was just playing hard to get. "Evelyn, don't be foolish. A good man like young Master Zhou won't be around forever," Lily Young urged. Many people looked at Aiden with pity. Being cuckolded in public, this good-for-nothing was truly tolerant. As expected of a live-in son-in-law who lived off women, he completely shattered their perceptions. "I can't afford a diamond ring, because such trash is simply not worthy of my wife." Aiden finally stood up at this moment. "What? I didn't hear that wrong, did I? You said a diamond ring is trash. A live-in son-in-law probably hasn't even seen a diamond ring before." Lily Young led the mockery. If Aiden were smart, he would have remained a cuckold. Standing up now was simply asking for humiliation. "Evelyn, I have a gift for you." Aiden smiled, then casually took a box from his pocket. The box was exquisitely crafted, adorned with golden silk patterns, clearly made with great care. "Haha, a gift? It can't be a glass bead, can it?" Ignoring the taunts, Aiden opened the box. In an instant, brilliant light erupted. A beam of light shone on the jade pendant in the center of the box, refracting several colorful rays. In that moment, everyone was stunned. Is this the 15 million yuan Wings of Angel? A woman looked at the necklace in the box in shock, then suddenly exclaimed. She had seen this necklace at Treasured Fragrance Gallery's counter. Her impression was deep because the necklace was simply too beautiful. Many women in Beihai had seen it, but none could acquire the Wings of Angel. It was too expensive. A 15 million yuan necklace was something many people wouldn't even dream of. "Wow, it really is Wings of Angel." Several women's eyes sparkled. They took out their phones to take pictures. It was too beautiful. Before, separated by the counter, it didn't seem so vivid, but now, right before their eyes, the stunning beauty and impact instantly captivated everyone present. "What Wings of Angel? It's obviously a fake." Lily Young scoffed. Evelyn's husband was just a kept man. Forget 15 million. He probably couldn't even afford 10,000. How could he possibly buy something like this? Damn it. It really is Wings of Angel. At this moment, someone scanned the barcode on the necklace with their phone, their voice trembling. Others gathered around. Their expressions varied. Seeing the information displayed on the phone, everyone swallowed. This was indeed the only Wings of Angel available in Beihai. Daniel Zhou's face was gloomy, his eyes filled with incredulous shock. He hadn't expected his main event to be upstaged by Aiden. He couldn't understand how Aiden could possess Wings of Angel, worth over 10 million yuan. Evelyn stared blankly at Aiden. The mesmerizing colors of Wings of Angel made her dizzy. At this moment, she could feel everyone's envious gazes. Daniel Zhou's face was ashen. He didn't know whether to kneel or stand. Bang! Just then, the private room door was suddenly kicked open. Over a dozen people stormed into the private room. Seeing this display, many were startled. Daniel Zhou, however, sneered. The tattooed man had arrived. Aiden was dead tonight. A group of people aggressively burst into the private room, and no one dared to stop them. The leader, the tattooed man, limped in, his face fierce and menacing. Over a dozen of his subordinates carried steel pipes and expandable batons, clearly here for trouble. Everyone present was scared and stood up. A few timid ones had faces as white as sheets. "My friend." A burly man stepped forward, but as soon as he spoke, one of the tattooed man's subordinates rushed up and slapped him. "Who's your friend? Are you worthy of being friends with the tattooed man?" Tattooed man. The tattooed man from the 100 Guild Hall. Who on earth offended this ruthless man? I heard the 100 Guild Hall members kill without batting an eye. Many people's foreheads dripped with sweat, terrified. Forget the tattooed man's notorious reputation, they wouldn't dare provoke anyone from the 100 Guild Hall, even if they had 100 guts. "Tattooed man, I've long admired you. I'm Daniel Zhou. Today is my event. I hope you'll give me some face." Daniel Zhou stepped forward and winked at the tattooed man. They had met at a drinking party, and today was the perfect opportunity. To deal with Aiden, he had gone all out, directly transferring 200,000 yuan to the tattooed man to break Aiden's leg. So it's young Master Zhou. Your face, of course, must be given. The tattooed man immediately understood Daniel Zhou's meaning. Holy cow, even the tattooed man gives young Master Zhou face. That's incredible. As expected of young Master Zhou, truly powerful and well-connected. At this moment, Daniel Zhou was thoroughly enjoying the attention, his heart bursting with joy, showing off in front of so many people. Tattooed man, sit down and have a drink. It's my treat. No need. I'm here to find someone. Young Master Zhou's drink. I'll have another day. The tattooed man shook his head. Who is Aiden Stone? Step forward. The tattooed man walked past Daniel Zhou, took a step forward, and said loudly. The tattooed man was looking for Aiden? Many people's expressions immediately turned strange. Then they looked at Aiden in the distance with pity. Asterisk a live-in son-in-law. Where did he get the guts to offend the tattooed man? Is he asking to die? Asterisk. It's him. He's Aiden Stone. Lily Young pointed at Aiden, without thinking, and pushed him forward. Everyone else was also watching the show. Evelyn's delicate body trembled slightly again. Asterisk, how could Aiden offend such a person? Could it be the wings of Angel? Asterisk, thinking of this, Evelyn immediately understood. She was certain Aiden couldn't afford the wings of Angel if he didn't steal it. Had these people come to get it back? Excuse me, is there some misunderstanding? Evelyn spoke up. The tattooed man's eyes lit up. Such a beautiful woman, simply a goddess. This was the woman Daniel Zhou was chasing, truly stunning. Haha, this Aiden is indeed worthless. He doesn't even dare to step forward at a time like this. You have to understand him. He's used to living off women. I see. The wings of Angel belongs to the tattooed man, and Aiden stole it. Lily Young shouted, screaming. Tattooed man, one person's actions are their own responsibility. Evelyn is someone I want to protect. You're not allowed to touch her. Daniel Zhou also spoke up at this moment. Daniel Zhou's words made many women's eyes sparkle with admiration. He was too domineering. Compared to young Master Zhou, that live-in son-in-law was instantly overshadowed. Even Evelyn was slightly stunned. Aiden, if you're a man, don't hide behind Evelyn. What? You dare disrespect the tattooed man? Lily Young scoffed. After this party, Evelyn would realize that young Master Zhou was the man for her, and everything Lily Young was doing now was for Evelyn's sake. If I give him face, would he even dare to accept it? Aiden pulled Evelyn, who was standing in front of him, to the side. His heart softened a little, then he stepped forward and spoke calmly. The tattooed man's heart sank when he heard that voice. He quickly focused his gaze. When he saw Aiden's face clearly, his body couldn't help but tremble. Isn't this the Devil King from yesterday? The tattooed man was precisely the same tattooed man whose leg Aiden had broken in the snack street yesterday. He had personally witnessed Aiden's insane feat of fighting 100 men alone. Seeing Aiden again, the tattooed man almost fainted from fear. Haha, truly asking for death. Lily Young laughed loudly. Death was imminent, yet Aiden was still pretending. After stealing the tattooed man's wings of Angel, Aiden would definitely be crippled. You damn it, shut up. However, before Lily Young could finish speaking, the tattooed man slapped her across the face. Cold sweat continuously poured from the tattooed man's forehead. The 100 elites of the 100 Guild Hall, even young Master Fu himself, had been beaten. In front of Aiden, he was nothing. Tattooed man, don't go too far. Daniel Zhou was startled and spoke with increased emphasis. Acting recklessly in front of him, wasn't that a blatant insult? Too far? I'll show you too far. The tattooed man's next slap landed on Daniel Zhou's face with full force, sending Daniel Zhou spinning 3 times in place. This bastard was trying to kill him. Beat him up. The tattooed man waved his hand, and the other dozen subordinates immediately started punching and kicking Daniel Zhou, making him cry out for his father and mother, wailing continuously. Now, everyone was bewildered. This situation, they suddenly couldn't understand it. Brother Tian, it's a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. The tattooed man's eyes twitched wildly. After beating Daniel Zhou, he saw Aiden's face remain unchanged. He immediately fell to his knees in front of Aiden. He had lived for so many years and had never seen anyone more ruthless than Aiden. Everyone watched in shock. The tattooed man was actually kneeling to Aiden? What was going on? Misunderstanding? This time, which leg do you want broken? Aiden smiled. Seeing Aiden smile, the tattooed man shivered, frantically swallowing. I wouldn't dare, I wouldn't dare. The tattooed man wished he could strangle Daniel Zhou. He had just narrowly escaped death from Aiden, and now he had delivered himself back to his doorstep. At this moment, he had already thought about where he would be buried. Is there anything the tattooed man wouldn't dare to do? Aiden's face suddenly turned cold. The tattooed man's hands and feet went cold. He knelt in front of Aiden, unmoving, trembling all over. It was Daniel Zhou who asked me to trouble Brother Tian. Brother Tian, I'll help you get rid of him. The tattooed man said with a furious expression. Daniel Zhou was bewildered. It took him a while to react. He had called the tattooed man to deal with Aiden, but the tattooed man was kneeling before Aiden, and he himself was being savagely beaten. What on earth was happening? Aiden. Evelyn tugged at Aiden's arm. Although she didn't know what Aiden's relationship was with the tattooed man, if things escalated, it would be hard to contain. Let's go. Aiden grabbed Evelyn's hand, feeling a thrill in his heart, and walked towards the door. Daniel Zhou's eyes were practically spitting fire. Aiden was clearly a good-for-nothing. If he wanted to step on Aiden, Aiden would only be crushed to death. But now, this good-for-nothing had actually turned the tables. He couldn't accept it. Don't beat him to death, just cripple him. Yes, brother. Tion, no, Grandmaster Tion. The tattooed man saw Aiden walk out of the room and immediately slumped to the ground, mumbling. His entire body was drenched in sweat. Damn it, Daniel Zhou, I'll kill you. As soon as Aiden left, the tattooed man jumped up and unleashed a flurry of punches. Aiden held Evelyn's hand, his mood light. Her hand was smooth as jade, soft and boneless, simply irresistible. Had enough touching? Evelyn felt Aiden's hand continuously kneading hers. Her beautiful eyes flashed, and she spoke softly. No, Aiden replied instinctively, but then sheepishly let go. What was going on with that tattooed man? Evelyn finally came back to her senses. What happened today was hard for her to accept. Nothing. I saved him once before, and he considers me his benefactor. Every time he sees me, he kneels to thank me. Can't you come up with a better excuse? Evelyn was exasperated. Did Aiden think she was a 3-year-old, so easily fooled? The tattooed man's eyes earlier were clearly filled with apprehension and fear. If it were truly as Aiden said, why would there be fear? It's the truth. Aiden shrugged. If he told the whole truth, Evelyn would definitely believe him even less. Even if you want to change your current situation, you shouldn't take shortcuts. It's best to stay far away from people like the tattooed man. Evelyn said seriously. First the 100 Guild Hall, then the tattooed man. Evelyn was truly afraid Aiden was heading down the wrong path. I understand. Aiden nodded. Soon, they both returned to the Su family home. Take this back. Evelyn handed the Wings of Angel necklace back to Aiden, her eyes subtly reflecting her emotions. This is a gift for you. Aiden was startled. Did Evelyn not like it? I don't want other people's things. Evelyn shook her head. Wings of Angel was the most beautiful thing she had ever seen, but Evelyn knew it didn't belong to her. Wings of Angel was borrowed from Serafina Chi, wasn't it? I've said before, even if Serafina Chi owes you a favor, you need to know when to stop. Before Aiden could speak, Evelyn continued. The Wings of Angel was worth 15 million yuan. If Aiden didn't steal or snatch it, he must have borrowed it. Combined with Aiden and Serafina Chi's recent closeness, it wasn't hard to guess. Aiden was stunned. Evelyn's imagination was truly vivid. To be fair, a portion of the Wings of Angel did come from Serafina Chi, as some of the money he used was given by her. You've misunderstood. The Wings of Angel was bought by me. Director Chun came to see me today to commend me for saving Yaya's life, and with the consultation fee Serafina Chi gave me, I bought the Wings of Angel. A 15 million yuan consultation fee? Can't you be more realistic? Evelyn rolled her eyes, saying angrily. When would Aiden be more grounded and less ambitious? Believe it or not, Aiden was helpless and stopped explaining. Aiden's attitude annoyed Evelyn, but since he had given her clothes and a necklace, she couldn't say much. However, the thought of these things coming from another woman still made Evelyn feel choked up. By the way, starting tomorrow, I won't be going to the clinic anymore. Not going to the clinic? Evelyn was startled. Aiden working at the clinic, though tiring, was at least self-sufficient. Even if her mother was always displeased, she had to admit Aiden contributed. If Aiden didn't go to the clinic, who knew what terrible things her mother would say? You can't just do nothing and let the Su family support you. Evelyn thought Aiden was throwing in the towel. Since she hadn't agreed to a divorce, this scoundrel thought she couldn't live without him? Was he becoming more brazen? I don't need the Su family to support me. Aiden felt a little agitated. For 3 years, his meridians were sealed, and he lived in a daze. Even with his sincere efforts, he received no response. But now, he didn't want to continue like this. All right, remember what you said. Evelyn frowned, deeply disappointed. She wanted to see what Aiden could do without the Su family. When he realized how hard life was, he would surely return to the clinic obediently. Martha, upon learning that Aiden was no longer going to the clinic, scolded him for an hour or two. Words like ungrateful and unappreciative spilled out. In reality, Aiden had been doing the work of 3 people at the clinic, saving Southern Sky Clinic a lot of money over the years. The next day, Aiden left early. He didn't want to engage in meaningless arguments with Evelyn anymore. Revival Clinic. Upon learning of Aiden's arrival, Dr. Fong Qinghan rushed out. Even Fong Hong couldn't keep up. Junior senior brother, I was just about to send someone to pick you up. You shouldn't have made the trip yourself. Dr. Fong Qinghan respectfully invited Aiden in. He even kicked Fong Hong for not bowing low enough. It's not far, and it's good exercise. Aiden now felt his entire body brimming with power. The growth of his Xianxing Qi had far exceeded his expectations, and his current strength was astonishing. Here's what I organized yesterday. Aiden handed something to Dr. Fong Qinghan. Dr. Fang Qinghan took it with both hands, his eyes shining as if he had found a priceless treasure. Thank you, junior senior brother. Dr. Fang Qinghan opened it and was thrilled. The detailed records of the 9 needles of rejuvenation inside surpassed all other medical texts. Junior senior brother, I have a request. Dr. Fang Qinghan's face was excited. For so many years, he had been dedicated to medical arts, but had never fully grasped the last 3 needles of the 9 needles of rejuvenation. Just glancing at the key acupuncture techniques Aiden gave him, he felt a sudden enlightenment. Go ahead, can I pass on the 9 needles of rejuvenation to others? Dr. Fang Qinghan asked with anticipation. Although he knew this request might be excessive, it could concern the future of the Fang family, so he had to try. The finest acupuncture techniques are meant to heal and save lives. If more people learn them, more lives can be saved. Why not? Aiden hadn't expected Dr. Fang Qinghan to ask this. Dr. Fang Qinghan was overjoyed. With the 9 needles of rejuvenation, even after his passing, the Fang family would remain strong. You rascal, quickly thank Junior Senior Grandmaster. Dr. Fang Qinghan saw Fang Hong was a bit dazed and angrily cursed him. Junior Senior Grandmaster is mighty, Fang Hong exclaimed, immediately kneeling. He very clearly understood that his grandpa's request to Junior Senior Grandmaster was for his sake. This was the complete 9 needles of rejuvenation, an invaluable treasure. By the way, please take a look at this document. Junior Senior Brother. Dr. Fang Qinghan was quite satisfied with Fang Hong. Fortunately, this rascal hadn't completely offended Aiden, otherwise, he would have skinned Fang Hong alive. What is this? Aiden was somewhat surprised. He opened it and was stunned. This is the transfer contract for Revival Clinic. From now on, Revival Clinic is under Junior Senior Brother's name. Dr. Fang Qinghan knew that it was best to align oneself with a powerful figure early. Hadn't he seen how sought after Junior Senior Brother was right now? Dr. Fang Qinghan also knew that Junior Senior Brother was from the Su family. For so many years, the Su family hadn't discovered this living Buddha. This allowed his Revival Clinic to seize the opportunity. No matter what, he had to bind Junior Senior Brother to Revival Clinic. This is probably not appropriate. Aiden hadn't expected Dr. Fang Qinghan to be so decisive, actually transferring Revival Clinic to his name. Revival Clinic held a very high status in Beihai, far surpassing Southern Sky Clinic. There's nothing inappropriate. Junior Senior Brother taught me the last 3 needles of the 9 needles of rejuvenation. Consider Revival Clinic as my Fang family's tuition fee. Dr. Fang Qinghan had clearly made up his mind. Aiden was well aware of Revival Clinic's value. After accounting for the money spent on the Wings of Angel necklace, he still had tens of millions left. He had intended to use that money to buy Revival Clinic, but Dr. Fang Qinghan had vehemently refused him. Giving him money would be a blatant insult. The 9 needles of rejuvenation, if publicly known, would be worth 10 Revival Clinics. Aiden no longer stood on ceremony. Dr. Fang Qinghan, seeing this, beamed with joy. He had finally managed to keep his Junior Senior Brother, and this was a worthwhile investment. For Aiden, since he had decided to leave Southern Sky Clinic, it was time to do something else. Opening a clinic wasn't a bad idea. However, Dr. Fang Qinghan's focus had not been on Beihai for the past 2 years, and Revival Clinic wasn't as prosperous as it once was. It needed a complete overhaul. Fang Hong eagerly took on the task of renovating the clinic, calling Aiden Junior Senior Grandmaster, with increasing ease. The Fang family had been on a decline these past few years. Now that they had Aiden, a powerful ally, Fang Hong naturally spared no effort, personally overseeing the project. As for Dr. Fang Qinghan, he immersed himself in studying the 9 needles of rejuvenation, seemingly determined not to emerge until he had fully grasped its intricacies. In the afternoon, Aiden received a text message from Serafina Chi. Brother Aiden, come to Star Vortex Hotel. There's a surprise. Having nothing else to do, Aiden agreed. After all, a large portion of the money he earned was thanks to Serafina Chi's help, and he hadn't properly thanked her yet. Star Vortex Hotel was one of Beihai's famous hotels, a frequent venue for high-profile gatherings. It was said that the luxury cars outside Star Vortex Hotel were all valued in the tens of millions. Young man, taking a taxi to Star Vortex Hotel. You're probably the first. The taxi driver dropped Aiden off at Star Vortex Hotel and gave him a thumbs up. Aiden felt a bit awkward and walked towards the hotel entrance without saying anything. Oh, isn't this the Su family's useless son-in-law? How dare he come to a place like this? As soon as Aiden appeared at Star Vortex Hotel, he coincidentally ran into a familiar face, Henry Su from the Su family. Star Vortex Hotel was hosting a reception today, bringing together various figures from Beihai's business world. The Su family had barely managed to get an invitation. Henry Su was surprised to see Aiden here, and his disdain was unconcealed. Allow me to introduce everyone. This is the Su family's live-in son-in-law. He's been living off others for 3 years. He's probably been kicked out by Evelyn Su and is now scavenging for scraps. Henry Su sneered and waved, and several people immediately gathered around. I advise you to go scavenge elsewhere. This is not a place for you. Henry Su looked down on Aiden. He was the eldest son of the Su family, while Aiden was a worthless kept man. Crushing Aiden would be easy. Yesterday, he had been humiliated at the Su family manor, and he would settle that score with Aiden. Idiot. Aiden glanced at Henry Su, too lazy to bother with him. He walked towards the entrance of Star Vortex Hotel. Damn it, you must be crazy. Henry Su cursed and immediately chased after him. Please show your invitation. Aiden reached the entrance and was stopped by several security guards. Aiden was startled. Serafina Chi had told him to come, but hadn't mentioned needing an invitation. Ha ha ha, you idiot. No invitation, yet you still want to enter Star Vortex Hotel. Seeing Aiden's confused expression, Henry Su laughed mockingly. This good-for-nothing was truly here to provide entertainment. Then, Henry Su pulled out his invitation from his pocket, flashed it in front of Aiden, and handed it to the security guard. The security guard moved aside, and Henry Su walked in. He turned back and looked at Aiden with a mocking expression. You guards, keep a close eye on him. He doesn't have an invitation. Don't let him sneak in. Henry Su imperiously instructed, then turned and left. Getting his important business done now was more important. He would deal with Aiden later. Aiden frowned and quickly called Serafina Chi. Sister Chi, I don't have an invitation. I'm stuck at the entrance of Star Vortex Hotel. Just state your name. I'll see who dares to stop you. Serafina Chi had already instructed the security guards that Aiden could use the VIP channel directly. She hadn't expected Aiden to be stopped. All right, Aiden nodded. After hanging up, Aiden looked at the several vigilant security guards. My name is Aiden Stone. No matter who you are, without an invitation. The lead guard's words trailed off, his eyes suddenly widening. Asterisk Aiden. Aiden Stone? Asterisk gulp. The security guard swallowed, staring blankly at Aiden. This name, CEO Chi had mentioned more than once. Young Master Aiden, I'm sorry. We were blind. The security guard's legs went weak, and cold sweat streamed down his face. He knew who Serafina Chi was. They couldn't afford to offend a distinguished guest cared for by CEO Chi. CEO Chi instructed that when you arrive, you can use the VIP channel directly. The security guard lowered his head, not daring to breathe loudly, fearing he might anger Aiden. Thank you. Aiden didn't make things difficult for the security guards. After all, they were just doing their job. As Aiden left, the security guards instantly became excited. Not only did Aiden not blame them, but he even said thank you, which made him feel incredibly honored. Soon, Aiden entered the grand hall. Many people were gathered inside, chatting and laughing in groups of 3 or 5. Tall, slender women in revealing dresses, and many socialites and wealthy ladies, constantly scanned the crowd for potential targets. Such receptions, though ostensibly for business networking, were, in essence, just a platform for people to build connections. What exactly does Sister Chi want? Aiden had never been to such an event and didn't know where Serafina Chi was. He simply found a corner. Fortunately, the food at the reception was abundant, and Aiden casually picked up a piece of watermelon and started eating. Some people noticed Aiden, but seeing his attire, he didn't look like a person of wealth, so no one approached him. A few socialites glanced at him and walked away. Just then, a chubby young man carrying a wine glass walked over. Friend, why are you alone? The man handed Aiden a glass of wine and smiled. His face wrinkled with the smile. I'm waiting for someone. Aiden looked at the newcomer. Many people passed by, but no one had approached him. This person, however, showed no signs of disdain. I knew you were sitting here. My name is Shan Shang. My father hoped I would have a successful career, so he named me this. Shan Shang extended his hand. Let's be friends. Aiden Stone. Aiden as in heaven. Tian as in first under heaven. Aiden was startled. This person was quite forward. The watermelon here is good. I like it too. Shan Shang saw Aiden holding a piece of watermelon and casually took one himself. The two sat in the corner, eating watermelon together, a very harmonious scene. However, Aiden hadn't been sitting for long when he saw Henry Su walking over with a few people. Aiden, you have the guts of a bear and the courage of a leopard to sneak in here. Henry Su hadn't expected Aiden to actually force his way into Star Vortex Hotel. How bold. This was a reception hosted by Phoenix Group, attended by business elites. Was Aiden even worthy of sitting here? Even the waiters here were more distinguished than Aiden. Which I saw me sneak in. Aiden's face was calm. This guy was really looking for trouble. It was bad enough that he targeted him at the Su family, but now he was constantly picking fights outside. He was ill, and quite seriously at that. Not sneaked in. You mean you were invited? Henry Su laughed, his tone mocking. Aiden had clearly been stopped earlier, yet he still dared to quibble. That's right, I was invited. Aiden glanced at Henry Su. Ha 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 ha. Are you trying to make me laugh? You're a live-in son-in-law. Who would give you such prestige? Henry Su laughed so hard he bent over. Wouldn't Aiden look in the mirror? A live-in son-in-law? Who would invite him to such a high-end reception? Live-in son-in-law. The commotion attracted many people, and some pricked up their ears, watching the show. At this, a young man behind Henry Su spoke up. Yes, young Master Julian. Henry Su replied respectfully. This was Julian Hua, the young master of Mingda Group. Years ago, he had even pursued Evelyn. Long time no see. Julian Hua glanced at Aiden dismissively. 3 years ago, the Su family's wedding had been the talk of the town. Everyone knew about this live-in son-in-law of the Su family. Young Master Julian, he snuck in. He doesn't have an invitation. Henry Su pointed at Aiden and said loudly. There was a stir in the hall. A live-in son-in-law had no right to be at the same reception as them. Julian Hua, Aiden is my guest. Shan Shang suddenly spoke up. Aiden was startled. They had barely exchanged a few words, yet Shan Shang was standing up for him. Young Master Shan is here too. You probably begged for your own invitation, so how can you bring someone else in? Julian Hua glanced at Shan Shang, his tone mocking. A few years ago, the Shang family was a prominent family in Beihai, but after the old Shang patriarch died of illness, the Shang family fell apart, with only Shan Shang left to manage. A fallen young master and a live-in son-in-law, truly birds of a feather. You? Shan Shang's face flushed, his heart sinking. Birds of a feather indeed. Young Master Shan is only fit to associate with such trash. Julian Hua sneered. One begged for an invitation, the other simply snuck in. What a perfect match. Don't ruin everyone's mood. You two get out. Julian Hua publicly ordered them to leave. Still not leaving? Hurry up and get out. Henry Su's face was full of schadenfreude. Is this your home? Aiden looked up and asked. At this reception, my words, Julian Hua, still carry weight. Julian Hua smiled. A live-in son-in-law dared to question him? Julian what? Never heard of him. Aiden had intended to quietly wait for Serafina Chi to arrive, but these two flies were incredibly annoying. What are you? How dare you be so presumptuous? Henry Su's heart swelled with joy. Aiden was truly foolish to offend young Master Julian. He was clearly asking for a shorter life. It seemed he wouldn't even need to lift a finger. Young Master Julian would make Aiden pay. He doesn't even know young Master Julian. He's clearly a bumpkin. So thick-skinned, you can't even drive him away. Everyone discussed among themselves. Aiden and Shan Shang immediately became the center of attention. Shan Shang clenched his fists, wanting to react, but not daring to. Brother Aiden, let's go. Shan Shang had originally hoped to find some business partners at the reception to revive his family, but people, upon hearing he was from the Shang family, avoided him like the plague. Everyone knew the Shang family was in decline, and young Master Shan was living like a ghost. Since there was no point in staying, it was better to leave than to be humiliated. Why should we leave? Aiden shook his head. He couldn't just leave without seeing Serafina Chi. Are you really going to stay here and refuse to leave? Security. Security. Henry Su called out, and several security guards quickly rushed over. Someone snuck in and then started spouting nonsense. Throw him out. Henry Su sneered. Aiden truly wouldn't shed a tear until he saw his coffin. His thick skin was unparalleled. Sir, may I see your invitation? The security guard assessed Aiden. He certainly looked out of place among the reception guests, but they were still very cautious. The security at the reception was high level. Ordinary people couldn't simply sneak in. I don't have an invitation. Serafina Chi, CEO Chi, invited me. Aiden said, helpless but truthful. Asterisk who? Serafina Chi, asterisk. The crowd suddenly went silent. Henry Su and Julian Hua were also stunned. Who was Serafina Chi? She was Beihai's recognized goddess of business. The reception was hosted by Phoenix Group, and almost everyone in Beihai's business world was invited, demonstrating Serafina Chi's immense influence. Haha, that's hilarious. CEO Chi would invite you? Dream on. Don't you even bother to think before you lie. Henry Su quickly reacted. Aiden was just a worthless kept man. He had no connection whatsoever with the high and mighty goddess of business. Aiden truly dared to say such a thing. Who would believe him? Believe it or not. Aiden didn't explain. Besides, Henry Su was convinced he had snuck in. What are you waiting for? Act now. If you ruin CEO Chi's reception, you won't be able to bear the responsibility. Julian Hua frowned and commanded. Yes, young Master Hua. The security guards recognized Julian Hua, and several of them immediately approached Aiden. Henry Su's face was full of amusement. If Aiden had left earlier, he might have saved some face. Now he would be thrown out. Just then, a voice came from the crowd, and everyone's gaze was instantly drawn. Under the lights, Serafina Chi slowly walked in, wearing a red evening gown. Her perfectly exquisite face drew exclamations of admiration. Such a perfect woman was truly captivating. CEO Chi is indeed Beihai's #1 goddess of business. She's so beautiful. I wonder who Miss Serafina's male companion is. I heard she would be attending the reception with a male companion today. The crowd erupted in chatter. Both men and women were mesmerized by Serafina Chi. Miss Serafina is coming this way. Henry Su stared at that figure with burning eyes, suddenly excited. This Miss Serafina was actually heading towards them. Aiden, you're dead. Aiden had just used CEO Chi's name to bluff and deceive, and now the real person had arrived. You all, what are you doing? Serafina Chi stopped in front of Henry Su and his companions, her delicate brows slightly furrowed. CEO Chi, we've caught a madman. He didn't have an invitation and claimed you invited him. We were just about to throw him out. Henry Su spoke first. My man, you dare to throw out. As soon as Henry Su finished speaking, Serafina Chi's icy voice suddenly rang out. My man, you dare to throw out. With that one sentence, everyone was stunned. Henry Sue was also dumbfounded. What did she mean? Who was CEO Cheeseman? Everyone stared as if they had seen a ghost, their jaws nearly dropping to the floor. Anyone could feel the icy aura emanating from Serafina Chi. This queen of business was furious. CEO? CEO Chi, are you saying this good-for-nothing is your man? Henry Sue's face was filled with disbelief, thinking he had misheard. Aiden was just a kept man. When did he get involved with Serafina Chi? Good-for-nothing. Serafina Chi's exquisite face showed a hint of rage. Aiden was not only her benefactor, but also her lucky star. Aiden might not care, but she did not. No, I didn't mean that. CEO Chi, he's Aiden Stone, the Sue family's live-in son-in-law. Did you perhaps mistake him for someone else? Henry Sue was unwilling to give up, wailing inwardly. He couldn't believe Aiden knew Serafina Chi. Brother Aiden was invited by me personally. Do you think I would mistake him? Serafina Chi's eyes were as cold as ice, making Henry Sue's hands and feet turn cold. He couldn't help but shiver. If it weren't for Brother Aiden, do you think the Sue family would have gotten an invitation? Serafina Chi's words completely stunned Henry Sue. The Sue family's invitation was Aiden's doing? How was that possible? What's going on here? CEO Chi, asking someone else for permission? What on earth was this man's background? The crowd erupted in a frenzy, unable to believe what they were witnessing. All right, Aiden nodded. He glanced at Serafina Chi, then quickly averted his gaze. Someone, drag him out. Serafina Chi commanded, and several security guards quickly apprehended Henry Sue. Wait. Julian finally reacted. Serafina Chi being angry over a live-in son-in-law was something he never expected. However, Henry Sue was, after all, his man. If Henry Sue were simply thrown out like this, where would Julian Ho's dignity go? Miss Serafina, Henry Sue was impulsive and made a mistake. Please, for my sake, spare him this once. Julian Ho couldn't help but glance at Aiden. This live-in son-in-law was quite capable, actually getting involved with Serafina Chi. However, Serafina Chi was a goddess of business, her iron fist renowned. Countless men admired her, but couldn't reach her level. Aiden was merely a toy in Serafina Chi's hands. Perhaps she would grow tired of him in a couple of days. What face do you have? Serafina Chi scoffed. She had clearly seen what happened earlier. She hadn't even sought out Julian Ho yet, and he was already jumping in. Julian Ho's face stiffened, his expression frozen. If these words came from anyone else, Julian Ho would be furious, but this was Serafina Chi. He dared not. However, being ignored in front of so many people, a surge of anger rose within him. Then, for my father's sake, could you show some leniency? Even if Julian Ho's father were here, he wouldn't be worthy of that face. Serafina Chi's next sentence completely changed Julian Ho's expression. Julian Ho's father was none other than the current head of the Ho family. Julian Ho had thought Aiden was merely Serafina Chi's plaything. By bringing up his father, Serafina Chi would show some respect, as there was some cooperation between Mingda Group and Phoenix Group. Compared to a plaything, the cooperation between the two families was clearly more important. Go back and tell Julian Ho's father that all cooperation between Phoenix Group and the Ho family is cancelled. Julian Ho's face turned ashen, his legs went weak, and he almost collapsed to the ground. How could this be? If Phoenix Group cancelled their cooperation, it would be a huge loss for Mingda Group. Just then, Julian Ho suddenly saw two people walking towards them, and a look of pleasant surprise appeared on his pale face. Uncle Willow. Julian Ho immediately rushed to greet them. The newcomers were Mr. and Mrs. Willow. Even if Phoenix Group was powerful, Mingda didn't rely solely on Phoenix for business. Mr. Willow was Mingda's patron. More than half of Mingda's business was related to Beihai's richest man. Serafina Chi was slightly startled. Mr. Willow held a very high position in the business world. If he intervened, she couldn't simply ignore him. However, Julian Ho rushed to greet them, but was ignored. Mr. Willow walked up to Aiden in a couple of steps, his face full of smiles. Dr. Aiden, I didn't expect to see you here. Mr. Willow was enthusiastic, and Mrs. Willow behind him also smiled. At this, many people were stunned again. It seems Mr. Willow is completely recovered. Aiden saw that Mr. Willow was fine and said with a smile. Completely recovered, completely recovered. Thanks to Dr. Aiden's miraculous skills. Seeing Mr. Willow and Aiden conversing like old friends, Julian Ho's scalp tingled, and he suddenly felt a chill down his spine. Henry Sue was even more bewildered. Serafina Chi, Mr. Willow, Yuching Fu. These were all figures he usually looked up to. Yet, they had all appeared before him, and they were all very close to Aiden. Was this still that worthless live-in son-in-law? Dr. Aiden. As everyone watched in stunned silence, another voice was heard. Following the sound, Yuching Fu walked gracefully, clad in a white evening gown that made her beautiful face appear exceptionally striking and elegant. The eldest daughter of the Fu family? Gulp, many people couldn't help but swallow. When did these divine figures descend to the mortal world, and all at once, seemingly for one person? Julian Ho's cold sweat streamed down. Serafina Chi, Mr. Willow, Yuqing Fu. He couldn't afford to offend any of them. Dr. Aiden, the Hua family offended you, didn't they? Leave it to me. Mr. Willow glanced at Julian Hua. You're Julian Hua's son, right? Go back and tell your unfortunate father that from now on, the Willow family's business will no longer be handled by Mingda. With one sentence, Mr. Willow pronounced the death sentence for the Hua family. Julian Hua trembled, his legs giving out, collapsing to the ground. Uncle Willow, please let me explain. Julian Hua's face was filled with panic. Mingda Group relied on Mr. Willow for business. If Mr. Willow kicked Mingda aside, and Phoenix Group also cut ties, Mingda and the Hua family would be finished. Don't call me that. Take him away and send him back to the Hua family. Mr. Willow said coldly, not even giving Julian Hua a chance to explain. Julian Hua's face was ashen. Several security guards directly dragged Julian Hua and Henry Su out. Dr. Aiden, you're busy, but I still have something to ask of you later. Mr. Willow glanced at Serafina, Chi, and Yuqing Fu, giving them a discreet thumbs up. Dr. Aiden was indeed a miracle doctor, truly amazing. Both Serafina Chi and Yuqing Fu were rare beauties. Sister Chi, Miss Yuqing. Aiden hadn't expected Yuqing Fu to be here too. It seemed this reception was not simple. Brother Aiden, come with me. Serafina Chi smiled, her charm captivating many onlookers. Brother Sean, would you like to join us? Aiden saw Shang's dumbfounded expression and asked with a smile. No, Brother Aiden, please go ahead. Shang rubbed his eyes, barely believing it. Both Serafina Chi and Yuqing Fu were like celestial beings. All right, see you later. The two women nodded at Shang, and the three departed. Shang felt his entire body's blood instantly boil, as if he had stumbled upon a treasure. Sister Chi, what was the surprise you mentioned? My surprise is me. What? Aiden was confused, not understanding. At this reception, I didn't have a male companion. I wanted Brother Aiden to be mine. Isn't that a surprise? Serafina Chi chuckled, her enchanting eyes sparkling. Sister Chi, don't joke around. This isn't a surprise, it's a fright. Aiden's face darkened. This was truly too much of a surprise. He certainly didn't want to become the public enemy of all men in Beihai. What? Is it so difficult to help your sister? Serafina Chi said with a hint of grievance. Are you afraid your sister will take advantage of you? You wish. Serafina Chi pouted and scoffed. Aiden was somewhat helpless. Serafina Chi had said everything there was to say. What more could he add? Where are we going now? At this moment, the three had arrived on the second floor of Star Vortex Hotel. Aiden subconsciously asked. Grandpa wants to see you. Yuqing Fu replied, then pushed open a door. Elder Fu is here too. Aiden walked into the room and was startled to see Elder Fu. It seemed Elder Fu had recovered well. In the room, besides Elder Fu, there were several other people, elegantly dressed and of high status. Elder Fu, this imperial enamel glazed vase is a unique piece. If you want it, it's 200 million yuan. On the table in front of Elder Fu, a porcelain vase was particularly eye-catching. Unique piece. Elder Fu glanced at it. With his discerning eye, he naturally recognized it as a valuable item. The Fu family started in the antique business, and their accumulated wealth over the years was astonishing. Elder Fu enjoyed collecting antiques immensely. Mr. Ning, please give it your appraisal. Elder Fu looked at an old man beside him. This is Mr. Ning. For years, he has worked for the Fu family. Any treasure he appraises has never been mistaken. Yuqing Fu introduced him. Aiden raised his eyebrows slightly. He knew the Fu family was in the antique business, so someone who could appraise for them must be exceptional. This imperial enamel glazed vase is indeed a unique piece, and perfectly preserved. It's worth collecting. Mr. Ning held the vase, examined it closely, and nodded repeatedly. Good, it's a deal. Elder Fu clearly trusted Mr. Ning and immediately agreed without much thought. Grandpa, Dr. Aiden is here. Just then, Aiden, Serafina Chi, and Yuqing Fu walked forward. Young miracle Dr. Aiden, come, please sit. Elder Fu smiled, and the expressions of the other people in the room slightly changed. What kind of status did Elder Fu hold in Beihai? Yet he was so polite to a young man. Thank you. Aiden wasn't reserved and sat down. However, his gaze swept over the porcelain vase, and he frowned. What? Does Dr. Aiden also understand antiques? Elder Fu saw his reaction and said with a smile. Just a little. Aiden nodded. Then tell me, what do you think of this imperial glazed vase? Elder Fu immediately became interested. Does Elder Fu truly want me to speak? Speak freely. What's there to hold back? Not only Elder Fu, but Serafina Chi and Yuqing Fu also looked over. Mr. Ning, however, looked up at Aiden, his eyes filled with disdain. Fake. Aiden hesitated, then spoke calmly. Fake. The expressions of the few people present changed simultaneously. Even Elder Fu stopped smiling. Where did this inexperienced youngster come from, spouting nonsense? Mr. Ning stood up abruptly, his face ashen. The old man and young man opposite also leaned back, looking at Aiden with amusement. Elder Fu, who is this young man? He seems to lack manners. The young man opposite, his face slightly grave, felt annoyed. The transaction was almost complete, and then this naive person showed up. It was simply the first time someone dared to speak such nonsense in front of them. Young miracle Dr. Aiden, you can't just say things carelessly. Tell me, what makes this item fake? Elder Fu frowned. He admired Aiden, but expertise was specialized. Aiden's medical skills were indeed astonishing, but he probably didn't know much about antiques. Being so certain that the porcelain vase was fake was truly surprising. Elder Fu, this young man not only questions me, but also your judgment, and even young Master Shue's sincerity. He is quite presumptuous. Mr. Ning's face was gloomy. Forget Beihai, even in the entire provincial capital, his reputation as Ghost Eye Ning was unquestioned. The real cannot be fake, and the fake cannot be real. How about I prove it to you? Arrogant. Mr. Ning was completely enraged, his old face flushed red. He stepped in front of Aiden. Since we don't know the truth, there's no harm in letting brother Aiden prove it. Serafina Chi spoke up. She already had complete faith in Aiden. This little brother was becoming more and more unfathomable. A unique piece worth hundreds of millions. Can just anyone look at it? If he breaks it, can he afford to compensate? Mr. Ning's face was full of disdain. Aiden's attire didn't resemble that of a wealthy person. A unique piece worth 200 million yuan? Was he even worthy of appraising it? I'll pay for it, Serafina Chi said decisively. At this, even Elder Fu and Yuqing Fu were stunned. They knew Serafina Chi and Dr. Aiden were close, but they hadn't expected Serafina Chi to defend Aiden so fiercely. It seemed they had underestimated their relationship. Miss Chi. Mr. Ning's face changed dramatically. Aiden stepped past Mr. Ning, picked up the porcelain vase, and forcefully shook it. The base of the vase and the main body instantly separated. This scene startled everyone. The young man opposite also sat up straight, his eyes turning cold. Bastard, you dare to damage a unique piece. Mr. Ning's pupils constricted, and he immediately rushed forward to try and stop him. Unfortunately, Aiden didn't give him a chance. Aiden dodged and Mr. Ning lunged into empty space, falling directly to the ground. Aiden slapped it hard, and the vase's base shattered. Then, a copper coin dropped to the ground. A cloud of black mist gushed out from the copper coin and dispersed. This scene made everyone present stare in disbelief. The young man and the other old man also stood up abruptly, their expressions shaken. If this imperial enamel-glazed vase were real, how do you explain this? Aiden's heart also leaped. He had only felt a trace of malign energy earlier, and he hadn't expected someone to seal a ball of malign energy in the base of the vase. This was meant to kill Elder Fu. Chapter 39. Chapter 39. Recruit with all efforts. Elder Fu's face was filled with shock, followed by immense rage. He had been deceived. Young Master Shue, what's going on here? Looking at the black mist, Elder Fu felt a chill in his heart. The old man and young man both stood up, their faces drastically changed. They clearly hadn't expected things to escalate this far. Elder Fu, this matter has nothing to do with my Shue family. The young man's face was gloomy, and he turned to leave. Young Master Shue, leaving so easily is too simple. Elder Fu slammed the table, and several bodyguards rushed in. Elder Fu, are you declaring war on my Shue family? The young man scoffed, and the old man beside him quickly flashed, shielding the young man behind him. Elder Fu's eyes twitched. The Shue family from the provincial capital was a force even his Fu family hesitated to provoke, and he hadn't expected to be plotted against by the Shue family today. Take the item back. Elder Fu suppressed his anger, picked up the vase, and threw it over. Let's go. The young man's gaze swept over Aiden, his eyes filled with murderous intent. It was all this person's fault for ruining his plans. Aiden frowned. He had thought Elder Fu would keep the two, but he hadn't expected Elder Fu to swallow his anger. It seemed these two had quite a powerful background. Elder Fu, please let me explain. I knew nothing about this. Mr. Ning's legs went weak, and he immediately knelt. The Shue family left without him, abandoning him here alone. Drag him out and feed him to the dogs. Elder Fu trembled with rage. He had been betrayed by someone close to him. He couldn't touch the Shue family for now, but he could certainly deal with Mr. Ning. As Mr. Ning was dragged away, the room fell silent again. Dr. Aiden, it seems my Fu family owes you another favor. Elder Fu was not foolish. Having navigated the world for many years and reached his position, he had certainly seen his share of things. However, he had initially questioned Aiden, which made him feel somewhat ashamed. I can't just take so much money from the Fu family for nothing. Aiden chuckled. First, the Fu family's feng shui had been severely affected, and Elder Fu had almost died. Then, an antique concealed a malevolent presence. It seemed the Fu family was in turmoil. The malign energy sealed in the base of the vase wouldn't have affected the buyer immediately, but over time, it would have eroded their body, as it had Elder Fu's. Even a god would be unable to save them then. Grandpa, is the Shue family trying to make a move on our Fu family? Yuqing Fu reacted and subconsciously asked. Beihai is a coveted prize. Everyone wants a piece of the pie. It seems they also want to get a share. Elder Fu's eyes darkened. Beihai was a strategic location, and various factions wanted to enter it. However, due to the Fu family's obstruction, they hadn't dared to act rashly, so they had long planned to eliminate the Fu family. Despicable. Yuqing Fu frowned, speaking coldly. Elder Fu, why did you summon me? Aiden, not wanting to get involved in the Fu family's troubles, quickly changed the subject. I almost forgot. You saved everyone in my Fu family, and I haven't properly thanked you yet. This is the key to Villa No. 1 in Jinxiu Shanha. I hope Dr. Aiden will accept it. Elder Fu offered a key. Jinxiu Shanha? Aiden was startled. Jinxiu Shanha was Beihai's most expensive villa district, and it was impossible to buy a property there even with money. The Su family had tried everything to secure a foothold in Jinxiu Shanha, but lacked the qualifications. Extremely wealthy, Villa No. 1 in Jinxiu Shanha was not something that could be measured by money. The Fu family was indeed Beihai's #1 wealthy family. Serafina Qi was very surprised, but she understood that Elder Fu's action was nothing more than an attempt to recruit Brother Aiden. The lives of dozens of people in the Fu family are not comparable to a single house. Dr. Aiden, you must not refuse. Elder Fu added, fearing Aiden would refuse. Then many thanks, Elder Fu. Aiden had intended to refuse, but seeing Elder Fu's insistence, he could only accept it. All right, there's nothing else. You young people go and enjoy yourselves. Don't worry about this old man. Elder Fu was very satisfied. His intuition told him that Aiden was not simple. No matter what, he had to recruit him. A moment later, Serafina Qi and Aiden left, while Yuqing Fu remained. Girl, are you perhaps wondering why I gave him Villa No. 1 in Jinxiu Shanha? Grandpa's decision, I dare not question. Yuqing Fu was just surprised that Grandpa was so generous. Liam Fu said that young man single-handedly defeated 100 elites of the 100 Guild Hall. Although your third uncle's organization is not exactly reputable, it's still somewhat influential. Aiden, fighting 1 against 100, is probably no ordinary person. This young man should be a martial arts master. Martial arts master? Yuqing Fu was stunned for a moment. She clearly had some understanding of martial arts masters. Martial arts masters could wound people with falling leaves. Their combat power was astonishing, and it was no exaggeration to say they could kill a cow with a single punch. Yuqing Fu had previously seen a martial arts master single-handedly defeat 10 people with ease. Yuqing Fu was surprised. If defeating 10 people was the mark of a martial arts master, then Aiden, fighting 1 against 100, must be even more powerful. My Fu family must do everything to recruit this person. Unfortunately, Serafina Qi got ahead of us. We missed the first opportunity. Elder Fu shook his head. If Serafina Qi hadn't transferred Tianyue Restaurant to Aiden's name, perhaps the small favors the Fu family offered could have swayed Aiden. But now, those things were far from enough. Only Villa No. 1 in Jinxiu Shanha would be somewhat useful. Outside the room. Brother Aiden, Villa No. 1 in Jinxiu Shanha is something your sister has coveted for a long time. I never expected it to fall into your hands. Serafina Qi smiled, a beautiful curve forming on her lips. How about I transfer it to Sister Qi? Aiden handed over the key. Tianyue Restaurant's value was no less than Villa No. 1 in Jinxiu Shanha, and Serafina Qi had helped him a lot. So generous right away? Aren't you afraid your sister will offer herself to you? Serafina Qi was stunned. Her exquisite face was flushed, very alluring. Sister Qi is not a woman who would be swayed by mere worldly possessions, Aiden said with a forced smile. Not teasing you anymore. I don't want it. However, I don't mind if you save a room for me. Serafina Qi said with a charming smile. Aiden was once again speechless. Soon after, the two returned to the reception. At this moment, the reception was in full swing. Everyone, seeing Aiden and Serafina Qi appear together, bowed respectfully. After the lesson of Julian Hua, who would dare to offend Aiden? The young man protected by the Fu family, Serafina Qi, and Mr. Willow simultaneously. Without needing to think, everyone knew Aiden possessed immense capabilities. No need to ask anything. Just know that building a good relationship with Aiden was essential. Before long, the music in the hall changed. Colorful lights shone down, and the reception's main event, the dance, began. Soon, couples, 2 by 2, glided onto the dance floor. Brother Aiden, may I invite you to dance? Serafina Qi looked at Aiden, who seemed a little lost in thought, and extended an invitation. Chapter 40. Chapter 40, Humble Woman. At this reception, countless people came specifically for Serafina Qi. She wasn't called Beihai's #1 goddess of business for nothing. Whoever could tame this wild horse could command influence in Beihai. Therefore, many people were eager to try. However, seeing Serafina Qi personally invite a man to dance, everyone's heart shattered. At this moment, countless people heard the sound of their own hearts breaking. What? You're not willing? Serafina Qi breathed softly, her smile growing more intoxicating. I can't dance. Your sister will teach you. Serafina Qi took Aiden's hand and placed it on her waist. Aiden felt a burning sensation in his hand, and his breathing quickened. The two quickly glided onto the dance floor. What? Being your sister's male companion is a hardship for you. Serafina, she chuckled. Despite Aiden's clumsy dance steps, she tried her best to match him, and the two looked quite harmonious. It's an honor. Little trickster. Serafina Chi's pretty face showed a hint of playful anger. I heard Dr. Fong transferred Revival Clinic to your name. Did Sister Chi install a listening device on me? Aiden was startled. He had only learned about this morning, and he hadn't expected it to reach Serafina Chi so quickly. Your sister is just a humble woman. If I didn't have some tricks up my sleeve, I would have been kicked out long ago. Humble woman? Aiden's face darkened. Anyone who heard this goddess of business call herself a humble woman would probably have the same expression. It seems you'll be a hands-off boss at Tianhua restaurant then. Sister Chi, compared to business, I prefer running a clinic. Aiden said with a smile. Anyway, someone is managing Tianhua restaurant for you. You just sit back and collect the money. I should have known to curry favor with you and acquired a clinic to give you. Serafina Chi muttered softly. Aiden was startled and immediately fell silent. What if Serafina Chi really acquired a few clinics and gave them to him? Then he would really be crying. When the song ended, the two left the dance floor. You're absent-minded. Your sister won't torment you anymore. Serafina Chi was both amused and annoyed. Many people longed to dance with her, but never had the chance. Aiden, on the other hand, was absent-minded. If they continued dancing, Serafina Chi would even start to doubt her own charm. I never expected Miss Serafina's male companion to be Dr. Aiden. Truly a perfect match. Soon after they left the dance floor, Mr. and Mrs. Willow walked over. Mr. Willow, Mrs. Willow. Although Phoenix Group commanded great influence in Beihai, it still lagged behind the richest man, Mr. Willow. After all, the Willow family was an old established family in Beihai. Mr. Willow was also an old fox. He immediately saw that the relationship between the two was unusual. For years, Serafina Chi had no rumors of romance. Yet today, she attended with a male companion. It was the first time ever. Miss Serafina, Mingda Group's cooperation with the Willow family has been terminated. Is Phoenix Group interested in replacing Mingda and cooperating with my Willow family? Mr. Willow has spoken. Phoenix Group is happy to oblige. Serafina Chi was startled. The Willow family's business was a huge piece of cake. After all, the Willow family alone supported the entire Mingda Group. Now, this large cake was being offered to her, and she was almost disbelieving. Abandoning Mingda Group and choosing Phoenix Group, Serafina Chi understood that Mr. Willow's decision must be related to Brother Aiden. Here's to our successful cooperation. The two quickly reached an agreement. Brother Aiden, Mr. Willow, I have other matters to attend to. Please continue your conversation. Serafina Chi saw that Mr. Willow had something to say and didn't stay long. Dr. Aiden, this way please. Mr. and Mrs. Willow led Aiden to a corner. Seeing that there was no one around, Mr. Willow's expression finally softened a bit. Dr. Aiden, I have a request. Mr. Willow, please speak freely. Aiden was startled, wondering what Mr. and Mrs. Willow wanted, that they were being so secretive. It's like this. My wife and I have been married for several years, but we haven't been able to have a child of our own. We've made many efforts and visited many places, but to no avail. May I ask Dr. Aiden to help us? Mr. Willow looked at Aiden with eager anticipation. Mrs. Willow was the same. After all, without a child, it would be difficult for her to maintain her standing in the Willow family. Moreover, the rumors outside had been growing, and as a woman, she bore a lot of pressure. May I take Mrs. Willow's pulse? Oh, all right. Mrs. Willow nodded, her face slightly flushed. After all, what happened yesterday was quite embarrassing. Madam has a naturally cold constitution. A few years ago, she had a miscarriage, which damaged her vitality. That's why she hasn't been able to conceive. After a moment, Aiden withdrew his hand and looked at the couple. Does young miracle doctor have a solution? Mr. Willow was greatly surprised. He never expected Aiden to know about his wife's miscarriage just by taking her pulse. He truly was a miracle doctor. There is a solution, of course, but I need to perform acupuncture, which can't be done here. The two of you can come to Revival Clinic tomorrow. Young miracle doctor, is that true? Mr. Willow immediately became excited, his face flushed. At his age, having a child was already difficult. If Aiden could fulfill his wish, he would spare no expense. Rest assured, Aiden reassured him. Oh, and one more thing. Mr. Willow rubbed his hands excitedly, but then his expression changed, and he hesitated. Mr. Willow, are you referring to your own body? Although what happened last time caused a deficiency in your kidney essence, I'll prescribe some medicine that will guarantee you become strong and vigorous, with energy like a 20 or 30-year-old young man. Aiden guessed what Mr. Willow wanted to say. Mrs. Willow's face flushed, but hearing those words, she still felt a sense of anticipation. Good, good, good. Mr. Willow was ecstatic. If it weren't for the many people around, he would have jumped for joy right now. Thank you, Dr. Aiden, for not holding a grudge. We will definitely be there on time tomorrow morning. It's too early to thank me now. It won't be too late to thank me after Mr. and Mrs. Willow's wishes are fulfilled, Aiden said with a smile. I believe in Dr. Aiden's medical skills. Even Dr. Fong respected Aiden. It showed that young miracle Dr. Aiden's medical skills were astonishing. If it weren't for young miracle Dr. Aiden, he would probably have lost half his life by now. The couple repeatedly thanked him and soon left. And Aiden also breathed a sigh of relief. Brother Aiden is truly amazing. As soon as the couple left, Shan Shang rushed over, smiling. Shan Shang hadn't expected the friend he casually made to be so influential. He still felt a sense of unreality. Did Brother Sean have any success? No, I'm used to it. Brother Sean, if you need any help from me, you can always ask. I might not be able to help with big matters, but small ones are certainly possible. The two exchanged numbers and chatted for a while. By the way, Brother Aiden, Julian Hua is a petty and calculating person. He suffered a loss this time, so he might come looking for trouble. Shan Shang reminded Aiden. It's best if he doesn't provoke me. Aiden smiled, saying nothing, but that smile, in Shan Shang's eyes, sent a shiver through him. If Julian Hua dared to trouble Brother Aiden, he would probably suffer a terrible fate.